Chapter 301 Cruelty. // This is a dark chapter where a man is thoroughly humiliated and stripped of his dignity. If you find such content disturbing, please do not read the chapter. The takeaway of the chapter is that Rebirth defeats Parallax. And you can continue the book next chapter onwards, knowing that very part. Unlock the chapter at your own risk // Rebirth never thought about Parallax's offer seriously. The benefit that triple gold medal gave to a player was incomparable to anything that Parallax could offer him. Although Rebirth wanted to rattle the man a bit, he never thought that the mighty Parallax would be reduced to a spineless beggar. This scene just revolted Rebirth inside out. He hated nothing more than these spineless cowards. Even in his past life, when he was a nobody, he would always fight his opponents no matter how much the power gap. Till the very end. Till the very last HP. Maybe it is the difference between the weak and the strong. A person can get flashy equipment, and with hard work one can level up. However, what one cannot control, what one cannot change, is character. No amount of hard work or talent or circumstance can forge temper. If one is a wimp deep down, no matter how much they try to paint themselves as the lion, then the moment the flashy things above are stripped away, he would show his real colors. Some people naturally bow to the strong and bully the weak. It's ingrained in their nature. However, these types of people are born to live in servitude. Those who treat the strong the same as the weak, and have the courage to challenge the strong, only they can surpass them to become stronger. Rebirth knew he was imperfect in a lot of areas. He had a lot of flaws. However, his character was solid. He neither bowed to the strong, nor oppressed the weak. Whether it is Ethan Gray or a random person on the street, the way he talks to them is the same. He wanted to teach Parallax a lesson today. Just because of this disgust, he wanted to open his eyes to the real world that the guy was so desperately trying to avoid. Rebirth said, "Oh, what can you offer me?" Parallax's eyes shined. He felt like he may be able to negotiate with Rebirth. As he said, "I will give you about 2 million gold. All my equipment after the VR Olympics end, which included 3 pieces of epic equipment and 4 pieces of dark gold equipment. Plus you can ask 3 favors from me that I cannot deny. Say good deal for you, eh? Now let me take my sword and kill you." The audience was dumbfounded. Rebirth could not actually be thinking about taking the deal right. The entire crowd again became pin-drop silent. Parallax crawled to the part where he dropped his sword. However, just as he tried to pick it up, Rebirth stepped on it. Parallax looked up gulping. What did Rebirth want? Rebirth said, "How can I trust you won't renege on our deal after the competition ends? Where is the contract?" Parallax frowned. He genuinely had no intention of not fulfilling Rebirth's demands. He would have actually followed through with it. However, Rebirth was doubting him now. Of course, he did not have a contract lying around in his inventory at this very moment. He said, "I'm a man of my word. Such things are unnecessary." Rebirth kicked him in the face, causing a 50 damage to appear, which caused Parallax's heart to leap out of his chest. He said, "I don't have a contract right now. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I promise to fulfill my end of the bargain. Please trust me." Rebirth chuckled as he said, "Well, how can I trust you? You called me a punk before the match. Did you not? Now if you get on your knees and say that it is you who is a punk and bark twice like a dog, then I will believe that you are saying the truth." Parallax hesitated. He had tears in his eyes. He did not know right from wrong anymore. When he looked at the 200,000 people around him, he felt his demons come to life. The moment he was defeated, he would become nothing. He would become an afterthought. The moment he would do such demoralizing thing, it would be the same. It would not matter if he won or lost. As long as he did as Rebirth asked, he would be ruined. He started to think about where it all went wrong, and lashed out madly at Rebirth. "I can't do it. How dare you ask something so insulting from a warrior like me to do?" Rebirth laughed, almost a maniacal laughter. He said, "Boy, you are no warrior. You have no dignity. You have no respect. It doesn't matter if you say it or not. The moment you went on your knees instead of fighting me, you became my B**********. These people are my witness. You don't need skills and levels, boy. You need a spine. Unfortunately, the game can't help you grow one." Before Parallax could retort and utter a single word, overhead slash sent him to the resurrection point outside the arena. He died. It was all over. The once electric arena was silent. The buzz of the match had been thoroughly ruined. Too much happened too fast for people to properly process it. Then the sound of clapping was heard. Clap. Clap, clap, clap. Ethan initiated the clapping. And soon the entire arena followed suit. Everyone started to clap for the winner of the event. Shikuni. Rudra stood there. His hands clapped together in a namaste sign, as he asked for forgiveness from the crowd. As people passed a critical statement, everyone in the arena witnessed Rudra's cruelty firsthand. However, not a single one here criticized him for it. If anything, they had respect for Rudra. This is reality, and not a fantasy land of fairies. The moment you give in to your opponents, the moment you lose the will to fight, is the moment you die. Parallax was a wimp, and he needed to suffer the humiliation Rudra put him through. Rudra's words, though harsh, were the truth. With such temperament, Parallax would never become a true top player. The result of the match was clear, as the ring announcer came in and announced the winner of this match, and going on to the final round. From the island of Japan, Shikuni. Cheers rained from the crowd, as Rudra walked out of the arena, without taking a single point of damage in the fight. From the start to finish, it was unilateral annihilation of the opponent. The fear behind the name Shikuni started to spread after this match, as Rudra not only gained the respect of the audience worldwide, but also sowed a seed of fear into everyone's minds. A fear of, what if this man becomes my enemy in the future? In the time span of 14 minutes and 53 seconds, Rudra won his semi-finals match, securing at least a silver medal for Japan. Chapter 302 Final Preparations. Rudra got back to the players' lounge, where he was practically alone at this point, and started focusing on the match between Nightmare and Khabib. The commentary was on in the background. Derek Ray, it's a fight between two fellow Dark Faction players. Khabib the Dark Barbarian taking on Nightmare the Blood Warlock. It's an interesting matchup. Lee Dixon, well, will this match be more evenly matched than the last one? Last one was a slaughter staged by Shikuni. What are your thoughts on this one, Derek? Derek Ray, I think Khabib should have the advantage at close range, Lee, and Nightmare should have an advantage from the distance. The fight will come down to how one strategizes and plays to their strengths. Lee Dixon, well, of all the matches I have seen so far, it's not a far cry to say that the most bizarre matches are the ones Nightmare takes part in. His matchups never go past 3-minute mark, with first 6 matches ending under 1 minute. He has the fastest record coming up the rounds. Derek Ray, yes. His longest time of 3 minutes was in the group stage finals against the Tank. Burn Accord. Well, it was just basically him defending all the time against the attacks of his opponent. Lee Dixon, well, the rules of the competition are clear. Apart from the already equipped equipment on a player may bring 4 vials of potions and 3 additional pieces of equipment in one's inventory. Derek Ray, well, the choice of vials that Nightmare carries is always clear. 4 vials of blood, which he bursts the first thing upon entering the arena. The blood then floating around him like water floats, which he manipulates with utmost precision, making sharp swords to attack, or flat shields to defend then. The penetration power and defense are top-notch. He is like a character straight out of a Marvel film. Lee Dixon, there are other blood warlocks out there, but Noon can control even 1 pint of blood properly. Unlike Nightmare, who can control rivers. It's just unreasonable his strength. Some assume he received a legendary skill of blood manipulation. However, all such things are just speculation. The real reason behind his strength remains unknown. Derek Ray, well, Noon can underestimate the Dark Barbarian brawler Khabib either. His ruthless strength and excellent control skills, along with his semi-legendary axe, makes him an extreme threat. Lee Dixon, while the opponents are just coldly staring at each other, unperturbed with each other's strengths, just staring down each other. No words exchanged, unlike the previous match, where contestants riled each other up. Derek Ray, the countdown starts. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. If you blink, you will miss a critical move. Rudra was intently watching the match. Khabib was a player whose playstyle was much like Rudra, a dual axe wielder with high strength and close range attacks. He would learn a lot from this battle, regardless of who wins. When the timer hit 0, Khabib charged at Nightmare, who stood calmly, not moving a muscle. 4 blood drops turned into 4 blood javelins that went at blinding speed towards the charging attacker. Khabib's eyes widened. He was forced to stop his charge, forced to defend against the attack. When the first javelin hit his axe, it was rock solid. However, when the second javelin hit his axe, it splashed into blood, splattering all over Khabib, hardening instantly, and stinging him like pins. 50, 60, 60, 60, 60. A small damage was inflicted on Khabib. However, this made him lose confidence in blocking the path of the next blood lance, as he chose to dodge it instead, which was a smart call. However, the dodged lance immediately like a target-seeking missile, changed trajectory, and came hunting for Khabib again. This time, he was forced to block. Ridra's eyes widened seeing this exchange. Such high and precise control over blood at tier 2. It was bound to have a huge mana consumption behind it. What Nightmare was doing was almost like a double-edged sword. Going too high in offense too early. It may backfire on him when his mana pool bottoms out. What Ridra did not know, however, was that, much like Ridra and his golden ratio, Nightmare had specialized his class-specific skills into broadening his mana pool. He had 3 notable skills. First made his mana pool twice of a normal player. Second made his mana recovery 3 times faster. Third was the only special attack skill under his pocket, which could potentially wipe out an enemy in one move. Ridra was unaware of these facts. Hence, he could only base his decoctions based on Nightmare's performance in this match. From Ridra's perspective, he wanted the two of them to push each other to their very limits, and unearth both of their trump cards. That way, no matter who won or lost, there would be no surprises for Ridra. Up till now, the pressure from the 4 lances was high on Khabib, who was fighting it safely. Ridra was very impressed by Khabib, unless most barbarian class players, who were only brutes and had no brain. Khabib was extremely intelligent. He knew his priorities, and he used his brain in his fights. He was formidable. He had lost only about 5% of his health, and was waiting on the opponent's mana reserves to bottom out before mounting his counter-attack. The attack seemed to slow down after 2 minutes, and Nightmare indeed retreated his blood back around him. Khabib's and Ridra's eyes shined, as they thought the same thing. Opportunity to counter. Khabib charged in to deal damage. However, a grin broke out on Nightmare's face, as if this is exactly what he wanted. Khabib failed to see this, but Ridra as a spectator noticed it. A bad premonition spread in his heart. / bonus chapter for hitting the golden ticket target. Good job, guys. The power stones have slowed down a lot. I hope we can hit the target for power stones too soon, so that we may have more bonus chapters / Chapter 303 The Outcome. Just as Khabib was going to approach Nightmare, Khabib missed the trap set up for this very purpose. The ground was littered with blood, and just as he tried to get close to Nightmare, it shot up out of nowhere, piercing the barbarian from all directions. Imagine a car going down a cliff, and a tree with multiple branches pierces the car. That's exactly how Khabib looked as he suffered critical damage under the assault. 21,000 critical hit. This was an intricate trap set up by Nightmare. He had carefully split one of the javelins into 2 when it was attacking Khabib. Then, when he was blindsided fighting the other 4 lances, he carefully pulled it back and made it spill on the ground. When Khabib charged in, unaware of this fact, seeing the 4 dots of blood hovering over Nightmare, he did not suspect anything was wrong, and hence paying the cost dearly as he walked into a trap. Khabib was stunned. He had to retreat quickly. He had lost a third of his max HP, and he was not happy about it. Nightmare, however, resumed his relentless assault on Khabib, much to the shock of both Ridra and Khabib. Did his mana not run out? What was up with his relentless assault? It was back to the same stalemate as before. With Khabib, however, things were a little different now. Khabib had lost a third of his HP, and the pressure was significantly more. In a bold move, Khabib launched one of the special moves of the Dark Barbarian class, Darkness Rage, and tried to power his way through to Nightmare. With his increased strength and speed, Nightmare's attacks were not able to keep up, and Khabib was making his way quickly towards Nightmare. When the distance closed into less than 10 meters, Nightmare was forced to retreat his blood for defense. And for the first time in the match, he had to engage in defense. Khabib's axe plowed into Nightmare's blood shield, which was flung away on impact. Unlike a normal shield, the blood shield was not strong at all. Many of his attacks cut right through the blood shield, and Nightmare was forced to physically dodge them. However, slowly getting in the rhythm, Khabib used a brilliant axe skill to create an opening to attack, where he was able to throw his axe right into the chest of Nightmare, as it stuck to his armor with a sickening thud. 2,100. Blood trickled down Nightmare's chest, as shock was clearly visible in his eyes. This was the first time ever that somebody had damaged him. However, it was replaced with a sick grin, as he used a move Ridra had never seen before. The 4 blood weapons disintegrated into 4 large pools of blood and started to spin at high velocity. The 4 dots disintegrated into 8, then 16, then 32, up till the entire arena was filled with small blood dots. This was Khabib's opening. The weapons had stopped attacking, and he wanted to take full advantage of this. However, never did he expect that before he could take a single step, Nightmare uttered a single word: blood bullet, as the countless dots of blood fired at Khabib, and plattered him like real bullets. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. Bang 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 bang. Attack from all sides. He took a cumulative damage of 37,000. His bright yellow HP bar turning to deep red. He had less than 5% HP remaining. Rudra was stupefied. WTF was that move? How the hell can anyone fight that? Isn't this plain exaggeration? However, his thoughts were cut short, as the flare of this move was taken by the next. All the blood combined above Nightmare into a single Chinese dragon. The one with a streamlined body and a dragon head. Not like the one with the wings and legs. It looked majestic and terrifying. Nightmare softly said Septial move, Blood Dragon Strike. As the large dragon tore the space as it moved towards Khabib. Khabib launched his best move too in retaliation, Thor's Hammer Strike, as he flung his axe with full power towards the dragon, which flew with an electric current. However, the dragon simply swallowed the attack, before continuing unperturbed towards Khabib, who was defenseless. The match ended just like that. Nightmare won in 4 minutes and 5 seconds. Everyone across the world was shocked. The entire arena was silent. WTF was that? What sequence of moves? Is this actually a tier 2 player? Why does this seem like a tier 4 or 5 in boss? Every match, every move they had seen up till this point seemed like a kiddie pool parlor trick compared to the 2 moves launched by Nightmare. The path where the blood dragon flew was destroyed into wasteland. A deep trench forming where it passed. It was more devastating than when both Rudra and Parallax launched their grand moves, destroying the battlefield. This was simply unheard of power from a tier 2 player. And this is not where he was supposed to be the strongest. He was supposed to be strongest in a battlefield where there was blood everywhere. He was a PvE class player. Everything about his gameplay is exaggerated and simply unbelievable. Rudra was baffled seeing the match. His eyebrows turned into a deep furrow. How the hell can he fight against Nightmare? From the start to the end, there was not a single time where he was in real trouble. This guy was not present in his past timeline. How did such a terrifying and exaggerated player rise up in this timeline? / What's the secret of Nightmare, guys? How will Rudra face this challenge? Well, drop a comment on what you think is the secret behind this character. If you are right, or close to the truth, I'll write a maybe on your comments. Let's see if you guys can guess it. If your conspiracy theory is better than my original one, who knows, I might just take your idea instead. / Chapter 3 for the simulation. Rudra watched the entire match. Chills going down his spine. The last 2 moves used by Nightmare, the Blood Bullet and the Blood Dragon, left a deep impression in Rudra's mind. They were absolutely terrifying moves that no tier 2 player should be able to perform. Just thinking about facing these moves, Rudra had to think of the best way to counter them. Rudra's ace in the hole was definitely his SSS class tier 2 promotion ability Full Counter. Rudra knew for sure that blood magic was also considered as a magical attack and not a physical attack. Hence, he could technically use Full Counter on it. However, Rudra was unsure about Nightmare's ability to dissipate the blood. Should it be returned back to him? Rudra's game plan relied heavily on the Full Counter move. And theoretically, no matter how good a mage was, suppose she was a champion of fire magic like Medivh, and specialized in such spells. If Medivh was to use Fireball on Rudra, and Rudra used Full Counter to send back the attack should hit Medivh nonetheless, causing damage. However, what Rudra was afraid of was that, theoretically, if he was fighting a fire giant instead of Medivh, who has fire immunity, if a fire giant uses a fireball, which Rudra returns, he would not cause any damage. What is the class special trait of blood warlocks? Can blood damage a blood warlock? If it can, then by how much can it damage? Will the full double damage work? Because it would be game over if it did. Rudra's brain worked at supercomputer speed, thinking of scenarios after scenarios, critically analyzing the match between Khabib and Nightmare. He thought of 3 major takeaways. First takeaway was that when Khabib speeded up, he was able to get out of the relentless attack from the blood lances, and was able to counter it. Hence, technically, Rudra, with his supremely superior stats, should be able to find himself not being bothered by those pesky blood lances, and would have a proper matchup with Nightmare without it. Second takeaway for Rudra was that Nightmare is extremely crafty, and has unimaginable mana reserves. His battle style was unique and his assaults were crafty. However, from the start to the end, Rudra never once saw his mana reserves bottom out, which is very peculiar. Rudra knows that there is nothing like infinite mana. However, he does not know for sure where Nightmare's bottom line is. Rudra had a crude assumption that Nightmare's use of the 2 big moves back to back was because of the fact that he wanted to hide his mana deficit. However, it was just a wild speculation with no actual proof to back it up. The third takeaway Rudra had from the match was that Nightmare had a low defense. The only move where Nightmare took damage was an axe throw right to his chest, which is the most well-protected area of one's armor. Technically it should not cause more than 500 damage, however it caused a 2,100 damage. This meant that the almighty Nightmare had a weak defense overall. This was the only deficit Rudra could find in his character. Rudra currently had no means to counter the blood bullet move, as it was not a single point attack, but a wide-ranged attack. Using full counter on it would be useless. Also, he lacked information on how often could Nightmare use that move. Hence, he needed to be careful. The more Rudra thought about the match, the more he realized he was out of his league here. The opponent was a character out of a superhero film. His fighting style, and his moveset and damage ratio, far above what any other tier 2 player could do. And now Rudra had to fight him. True Elites HQ. Real world. The upside. The atmosphere in the guild hall up till 5 minutes ago was extremely electric and happy. Guild leader Rudra had won his match in grand fashion, whereas Vice Guild Master Karna had won a gold in his event and Elder Neatwit had won a silver in his. However, after seeing the match between Nightmare and Khabib, the hall was silenced. It was as if everyone collectively came to the consensus that who the hell can win against that monster? When the victorious Karna and Neatwit came inside the guild hall, expecting a grand welcome and rowdy atmosphere, saw the silent crowd, they assumed the worst, that Rudra had lost. However, when their eyes laid on the live TV, where the blood bullet and blood dragon move was shown on repeat, the only reaction Karna had was that, "What under God's green earth is that?" Everyone else had the same reaction seeing it the first time around. So they turned to see who had the late reaction, only to see that Vice Guild Master Karna was back. A bit of the energy came back in the crowd, as people started to praise Vice Guild Master for his victory. They also congratulated Neatwit on his silver. Neatwit was not overly ambitious. He would have liked to win the gold. However, he was proud and happy with his silver too. His only desire was to level up and become the flag bearer next Olympic Games. He was little worried about the medals. When the duo was shown the footage of the 4-minute match between Khabib and Nightmare, only then did they realize the situation. The crowd was silent because Rudra was to face this giant the next match around. Karna too felt a lump in his throat. However, he could not let it show. Karna took the stage in the guild hall as he said, "Okay guys, let me spell it out for you. The guild leader has not lost yet. Sue those of you who have given up on him. Give yourselves a slap. Let me spell it out for the slower ones. The guild leader has never been defeated. Not once. And today won't be his first." Energy returned to the crowd. That's right. Rudra had never been defeated yet. Why were they thinking so negatively? If anyone can defeat the monster called Nightmare, it would be Guild Master Shikumi. Rudra's hands were trembling, thinking about the coming fight, as he asked himself, is this fear? The answer he got was mixed. It was indeed fear. However, fear was just 1% of the equation. It was 1% fear and 99% excitement. Rudra felt anticipation and excitement to fight the next match. Finally, after all this time, Rudra was not the top dog in a match, but much like his entire career in his past life, a very unlikely underdog. The odds of him winning this match were against him at 98:2. He knew it himself. However, that's exactly how it had been all his past life. This match was just more than a gold medal match for him. It was a chance to prove to himself that this life, this second chance, he was different. He had no prior knowledge about Nightmare, who was not a prominent figure in his last life. He was going in purely based on his own speculations, and no cheats or knowledge. Without his cheats, and without his knowledge, just as a player, how strong was guild leader Shikumi? He would get the answer in this match. If he wins, he would know that he had actually risen from the ashes after his rebirth. If he lost, he'd know he was more of the same. Either way, he looked forward to fighting the next match. Chapter 305 Finals. The forums. How could anyone fight against Nightmare? What the hell was that last move? How cool was that dragon? Question. Are Tier 2 Dark Faction players stronger than Tier 2 Light Faction players? We need to get answers from Cuber Corporation. Why do I feel I made a mistake choosing my class as an archer? I should have been a Blood Warlock. Everything else is rubbish. I have a friend who is a Darkness class player. He said that Blood Warlocks are inherently very weak. Only Nightmare is as strong as he is. Hey, does anyone on the forums believe that Shikuni can win in the finals? If you do, start a chain of me 1. Me 1. Me 2. Me 3. Me 694. To all the retards believing in the victory or Shikuni. You are moronic idiots, who need to watch the clip of the fight between Nightmare and Khabib. Noon beats Nightmare. Come kneel before the king. Shikuni is the strongest Light Faction player. He will show Nightmare the strength of us light faction players. Go Shikuni go. He can't win. If he wins, I will eat my dog's feces. Then be ready to eat dog as asterisk asterisk asterisk. Heated arguments ensued on the forums. The light faction players had made Shikuni their messiah. They refused to believe that they were inferior to dark faction players. Unknowingly, the stakes for Ridra's final match became even more exaggerated. Ethan Gray's mood became serious. He was losing a lot of money here. He was not an expert analyst in the analysis of a player's strengths or weaknesses. However, witnessing Nightmare's move live, even he felt that maybe this guy was stronger than Ridra. However, when he checked the online betting forums, which had the ridiculous odds of 98:2 payout, he felt an itch in his skin to place a heavy bet on Shikuni. His only regret right now was that he could not contact Shikuni to ask him if it was a good idea. He was losing a lot of money here. On one side, his logic told him that he should sit this one out and not place any bets. On the other side, his heart told him, ain't no bastard gonna beat his boy Ridra. Frustrated, he just placed a bet of $20 billion on Ridra's win. Even if he lost the money, then so be it. He did not care. He ain't ever gonna bet against his brother. If he could not trust him in ridiculous situations like these, where the world and logic was against his win, how would he make money? Ahem. Be called a true brother. Gambling. He now felt properly pumped for the finals. Will he win his money back 100 times or not? Ahem. Will Ridra beat all odds to win or not? Derek Ray, the final event. The gold medal match. This is it, Lee. The ultimate battle. Shikuni of Japan versus Nightmare of the United States. Who will win this one, Lee? Lee Dixon. Well, if you would have asked me this question 40 minutes ago, I would have said it would be a fair match. However, after that performance against I say Nightmare will steamroll this match, Derek. No question about it. Derek Ray, it will be an uphill battle for Shikuni, that's for sure. I won't use bold words, like a guaranteed defeat. But a difficult battle for sure. What was expected to be a clash of the titans in the finals of 1v1 fight turned into a David versus Goliath matchup. Can Shikuni pull off an upset? Lee Dixon. Well, the leader of True Elites is known to create miracles for his guild. And it will take a miracle for him to defeat Nightmare, that's for sure. Derek Ray. Well, that's it from our side for now, folks. The ring announcer is down in the arena. Let's go on to the introduction. Announcer. Ladies and gentlemen. Today's main event. The finals of 1vs1 fight. It is Japan Shikuni taking on Nightmare of the United States. Announcer. Introducing first. From Japan. The guild master of True Elites. The one who absolutely destroyed the flag bearer Parallax in the semi-finals. The Knight of the Light faction. Shikuni. Ridra walked out to the arena, both his swords shining in his hands, as he had a dead serious expression plastered on his face. His entire aura emanated the no-nonsense vibe. He was here to win. Crowd cheers lightly for Ridra. Announcer. Introducing next. The Blood Warlock. The Destroyer. The Blood Dragon Summoner. The Dark Faction player from United States. Nightmare. Nightmare walked out, crushing his blood vials in the process, creating a majestic blood arc at his back. Crowd cheers heavily for Nightmare. Screams of Nightmare. Nightmare. And Blood Dragon. Blood Dragon. Can be heard. He calmly takes his place and gazes right into Ridra's eyes unfazed. There are no words exchanged between the duo. However, both understand the tense atmosphere between each other. Nightmare's eyes convey the message, I'm gonna chew you alive and spit you out. Whereas Ridra's eyes say, oh shut up and just bring it. Ain't noon scared of your parlor tricks. The ring announcer went out of the arena, and the countdown for the fight started. 10, 9.8, Nightmare's blood dots change into long javelins. 7, 6.5, Ridra takes a stance as if he was going to dash at Nightmare for 3:21 fight. Ridra dashes towards Nightmare, who snickers and sends his 4 lances towards Ridra. Ridra, in a display of godly agility, weaves his movement through all 4 as he launches in the air. A distance of 25 meters between the two. Nightmare is confused as to why is Ridra doing something so foolish? He can't reach him from so far, then why? He maneuvers his lances to turn and go back on Ridra's tail. However, Ridra plunges a massively extended Excalibur into the ground as he uses his first skill, Earthquake. Chapter 306 Intense Matchup. Ridra came crashing down with Excalibur as he used Earthquake. Boom! The earth rumbled, and Nightmare was shaken. His control over the blood lances was shaken for a moment as they deformed a little. In that very small opening, Ridra used Darkness, Bind. Pitch black vines shot out of the ground as they bound Nightmare into an immobile position. As he watched in horror as to how Ridra was charging in his direction, his 4 blood lances trailing, as somehow they could not match up to Ridra's speed. Defenseless, he saw the attack in slow motion, as Ribra landed a vicious overhead slash with the elven sword onto his head. 50,000 critical hit. Bam! It connected, and Nightmare instantly lost about 60% of his total HP. The blood lances had caught up and Ribra was forced to create a 5-yard distance. However, the damage was already done. The crowd, which was silent just a second ago, was now roaring, absolutely going ballistic at the sequence of moves displayed by Ribra. Ribra was cautious. He did not want to recklessly charge in on Nightmare. However, he did not wish to give Nightmare a chance to recover either. Hence, he chose to use Darkness Blast from range. However, just as he was about to use that attack, suddenly splat. For 1,500, Ribra felt a searing pain in his back, where he noticed a blood arrow had penetrated. He did not understand how he had missed this attack. The 4 lances were clearly in front of him. Then how? Unfortunately, he was not afforded the time to think about how it happened, as 3 blood lances came flying towards him in full speed. While Ribra was shaking off the 3 lances, Nightmare held the 4th in his hand, as he used his skill, Blood Absorption, regaining 40,000 HP, bringing his health bar back up to the green shade. Ribra gritted his teeth at this sight. His previous efforts were nullified. However, he too was not going to back down. He was not Khabib, and these 3 blood lances were not fast enough to stop him. Breaking free of their constant attack pattern, Ribra found his chance to cast the dark spell. Darkness Absorb. Darkness enveloped Nightmare's feet, as he feared for another Darkness Bind attack, jumping to avoid its grasp. Unfortunately, this time it was Darkness Absorb, as the darkness shot up and pierced his body, and drained him of his life. 6,000. A damage appeared on his head, as Ribra regained his lost HP, now standing back at full HP bar. At this point, the contest had already evolved into, whatever you can do, I can do it too. Even better than you do it too. The crowd had went absolutely ballistic, roaring like a group of drunk Vikings. They were thoroughly enjoying this bout, which was seemingly evenly matched up to this point. Or one might say, slightly in favor of the Japanese player Shikuni. TV replay of how Nightmare slipped an arrow at Ridra's back. Derek Ray, look at this moment, ladies and gentlemen. When Nightmare was walking down to the arena, he smashes his blood vials and makes an impressive blood arc at his back, looking majestic. However, look at this exact moment, where he faces Shikuni, and a small part of his blood branches out of the arc and forms a small arrow hidden behind his back, obscured from Shikuni's view. Lee Dixon, he craftily maintains eye contact, and no challenger would back down from a stare down from his opponent. Taking advantage of this situation, he craftily sends his arrow high above the arena, where Shikuni does not suspect it to be. Derek Ray, when the countdown starts, he shifts the arc into his trademark 4 blood lances. However, it is to be noted that his blood arrow is still hovering above the arena. While noticing carefully, one will notice that one of the 4 lances is a little bit shorter in length. Lee Dixon, Shikuni has a banger of a start that throws Nightmare off guard, as the speed of his blood magic cannot keep up with Shikuni's agility, as Shikuni delivers a devastating strike to Nightmare. However, look how at the very first opportunity, Nightmare stuns the arrow right into Shikuni's back, as he is caught completely off guard. Look at his expression. He doesn't have a clue how his opponent did it. Derek Ray, yes, but points for Shikuni to recover from that attack and recover lost HP by using dark magic of his own. I don't know how he did it, but after this initial 1.5 minute, Shikuni has a slight upper hand in this fight. Lee Dixon, what a high-level fight, Derek. The mental level of these 2 contestants, the skills shown, the traps and the counters, completely exhilarating. What a matchup, worthy of being the finals of this 1v1 event. Derek Ray, you can't take your eyes off for a second there, or you will miss a trap laid by this duo. We have seen this move before. The blood dots are spinning, and they are multiplying. Does this mean Nightmare will bring out his first big move? Will we see the blood bullet? Ethan, who was looking at the match, could not understand why his blood was pumping so much. He was feeling like a teenager all over again. In his 2 lifetimes, there could be a handful of moments where the usually calm and collected Ethan Gray had his heart beating and his mind cheering in a mad adrenaline rush. However, right here, in this arena, watching this fight, he felt it. A roar escaped his mouth, much like the 200,000 others in the arena, as he cheered on for more action. This was interesting. Ribra was performing much better than he had anticipated. Seems like he needed to put more faith in his boy. However, he was happy overall. Seems like 20 billion was coming home 98 times over. Another wave of adrenaline pumped in his veins, thinking about the potential money gains. He was at an all-time high, feeling the joys of life. As he gambled and enjoyed a fight, he chuckled at the thought, thinking he had regressed back to the medieval times. Rudra's alertness was on an all-time high. He had only studied the blood bullet move once, and at that time, he had seen that it took Nightmare about 7 seconds to cast it, which was enough for Rudra to charge in and deal damage. Rudra knew there might be a trap set up by Nightmare if he charged in. However, by not doing anything he became a useless sitting duck, which could not be allowed either. Hence, he decided to move. However, at that moment, he was horrified to see that 2 sand hands had just emerged out of the ground beneath, as they grabbed onto Rudra's legs, restricting his movement. Even after exerting his full strength, Rudra could not break free. At that moment, he looked into Nightmare's eyes, which clearly said, "What, you think you are the only one with restraining moves?" Rudra, surrounded by 300 small balls of blood, was now a sitting duck for Nightmare's attack. Or was he? // bonus chapter thanks to the donation of Fatal Notion. Thank you for the patronage. // Chapter 307 The difference between 4.9% sync rate. 3,000 spheres of blood rotated at high speeds. As the anticipation in the crowd reached at an all-time high, everyone wanted to see that glorious move. Rudra was bound to the earth by shockingly a move that was not blood magic. It was a normal spell. It was a blunder on Rudra's part to think that Nightmare only had blood magic in his arsenal. However, Nightmare also made a mistake in thinking that Rudra was defenseless against him when the rain of blood bullets shot out towards Rudra. Unlike what most expected, he was not pelted with the bullets. Instead, Rudra busted out Twin Blade Hurricane. Twin Blade Hurricane, a dual-wielder skill, can be used to attack or defend. A very fast and intricate movement of 2 swords that can destroy opponent's armor and deal a lot of surface cuts, or help create a 360-degree strong defense. It was the same move Rudra used in his match against Parallax. That time it was to attack, and this time it was for defense. An extremely fast sword defense, as blood bullets pelted against Elven's sword and Excalibur. Naturally, Rudra's sword movements were not faster than a sea of bullets and did not provide 100% immunity. However, it definitely mitigated 70% of the incoming damage. Rudra's top-of-the-line knight's armor, a level 75, dark gold grade, full armor set, further reduced the damage dealt to him, as finally a damage of 7,000 registered on Rudra. Rudra was shocked that he still received 7,000 damage, while Nightmare and the rest of the crowd was shocked Rudra received only 7,000 damage. What the hell was that defense technique? A loud uproar erupted from the crowd. They lost their minds at this exchange. Rudra started to close up on Nightmare again, who recalled his blood dots back around him to create his signature blood lances. 3 lances shot out again towards Rudra, which he evaded successfully. This was by no means an easy feat, unless Rudra had such incredibly high stats. And unless he had such precise control over his character, he would have never been able to dodge this attack. Some lances literally missed his body by a centimeter, which was exactly the margin of error he was afforded. Had Rudra been using his VR helmet instead of the new pods, without that extra 4.9% sync rate, he was toast. When Rudra evaded all the attacks, the crowd anticipated him landing another blow onto Nightmare, just like the first time around when. However, when Rudra went in for the twin blade cross slash to hit Nightmare, his swords actually clashed against hard metal. Bam! The impact sent Nightmare flying, as he flipped mid-air to land back on his feet. Even then, the momentum forcing him to slide another meter. A shining black and red spear in his hand. A solid physical weapon. The 3 blood lances also regrouped alongside Nightmare, and transformed back into balls of blood floating around his body. A look of utter shock and confusion spread on Rudra's face, his eyes looking as if it had seen a ghost. It was not the fact that Nightmare had used a physical weapon to repel his attack that shocked Rudra. However, it was the weapon itself. Rudra knew that weapon all too well. It was not something that a player should possess. That blood red and black spear with a shining silver tip, inlaid with a golden dragon coiling along its body. This was a legendary grade weapon called Overlord Spear, used by that existence in that catastrophic event, about 2 years from today's timeline in his past life. Why did Nightmare possess it? Why had the timeline altered so majorly? Had Nightmare found out the route to the lost land of the dragons? A million questions arose in Rudra's mind, as a lot of things started to make sense now. The terrifying blood dragon move that Nightmare used. The Overlord Spear in his hands. It had to be. Rudra gritted his teeth, as he prepared for a brutal battle. His chances of victory had been slimmed down to an even lower probability than before. with the Overlord spear in his opponent's hands. A very difficult uphill climb awaited Ridra. The detail that Ridra currently missed out, however, was the fact that Nightmare was actually a very proficient physical fighter of the spear. But the reason behind him bringing out this weapon was not as simple as it seemed. He was out of mana. He needed time to recoup from his major mana expenditure in the battle up to now. Ridra had pushed him to the limits, where he needed to bring out the Overlord spear. Nightmare was at his strongest when he brought out this weapon, however. He was much more than just a blood controller who fought at distance. And the world would watch it firsthand. The only reason no one knew this fact was because never before did his mana run out before defeating his opponent. This was a first. And for the first time, would he face a player with his full might. Derek Ray, look at that shining weapon in Nightmare's hands, Lee. Seems like he is shifting his battle style to physical fighting. How about that? Lee Dixon, well, personally I don't think it's a good idea to fight the leader of the elites in a close-range hand-to-hand combat. I think he should stick to using his blood manipulation from distance. This is a double-edged sword that could see him buried deep into trouble. Derek Ray, well, we never know, Lee. However, let's take a moment and appreciate Shikuni. Coming into this match, nobody had any expectations for his victory. But he is doing pretty well, I'd say. This is more of a fight between equals, with twists and turns every minute. This is an excellent brawl between two champions. Who will win it? I'm not so sure anymore. / Well, a big hint about the past of Nightmare is dropped. Let me hear your revised conspiracy theories about his secret to power / Chapter 308, David vs. Goliath. Nightmare. Let me give you credit. Shikuni of True Elites. Noon has ever forced me to bring out the Overlord spear in a fight. You are a first. Ridra. Well, I hope your fighting skills don't disappoint the fancy weapon you have there. Nightmare. Oh, you speak as if you know of its value. Interesting. Very interesting. Ridra dashed in on Nightmare, who slammed the Overlord spear on the ground. A shockwave of air came rushing towards Ridra, which he had to jump to avoid. Ridra came crashing down on Nightmare from above, as both his swords clanged against Overlord's spear, creating ripples and shockwaves. This time Nightmare only had to move back 3 steps before he stabilized. However, Ridra was fast, landing a kick right to his gut. Now sent flying, Nightmare crashed on the walls of the arena, taking a minor damage of 700. Ridra understood one point, that his skills were superior to Nightmare in close-range fighting at this point. The opponent's moves were decent, but they were a far cry from the expert level that one would expect. Not wanting to give Nightmare any breathing room, Ridra charged in again. However, the outcome this time was tragic for him. Nightmare gritted his teeth and shouted, "Enough!" as the golden dragon coiled on the Overlord spear now started to wriggle, opening its eyes. 2 blood-red ruby-like gemstone eyes stared at Ridra. Ridra was petrified on the spot, unable to move. He got the following system notification. System notification? You have looked into the eyes of an ancestral dragon. You have been affected by dragon's fear. Unable to move for 5 seconds. What? Ridra cursed in his mind. He was immobile, and an open target for his opponent's attacks. Naturally, Nightmare showed Ridra no mercy, stabbing him at his vitals thrice, before giving him a kick of his own to send Ridra flying. 36,000. Critical hit. Ridra lost a third of his HP in this one move. Adding to the little damage he had taken earlier, he had lost about 40% of his total HP. His HP bar turning yellow as a result. Ridra cursed in his mind, as he got back up facing Nightmare again. However, he was not pelted with attacks when he stood up. Instead, what he got was a psychological attack. Nightmare, leisurely swinging his Overlord spear, said, "Monstrous speed, monstrous strength. That's all I can in here expecting. However, fighting with you for so long for understood that they are all lies. Anyone else would have taken about 80% HP bar damage from my previous move. However, you are still standing with about 60% HP left. Monstrous net HP bar. Terrific defense. And seeing how you are not even tired after going at such high intensity for so long, I assume a terrifyingly high stamina stat as well. And if my assumption is not wrong, all of them are equally distributed, eh? Am I right or am I right?" Ridra squinted his eyes, trying to maintain an aloof face, not to give anything away. He chose silence as his answer. However, alarm bells were ringing in his mind. His opponent was too terrifying. "Silence. I see. How amusing. No wonder you chose the night class. Ha ha ha. I think I have you figured out. Except for the part where I can't inspect you at all. It's odd. How do you hide it?" Nightmare said. Ridra gulped nervously. This guy was breathing down his neck, from his nonchalant attitude to him enjoying his time in this fight. Everything about his demeanor shouted, "You are no threat to me, and then I have this match in the bag." Rudra increasingly felt doubt over his chances at victory. And Nightmare's moves did not make it easy for him to think otherwise. Nightmare. "Alright. It's too bad if you don't want to talk. If silence is what you choose, better teleport you out of my arena." Saying so, he charged at Rudra. His blood dots revitalizing as blood lances. His psychological games were on point. But in reality, he was stalling for time to recover enough mana to fight Rudra head-on. Now with his 3 blood lances, and the Overlord Spear, he could finally suppress Rudra in a physical fight. This was his strongest form of offense. And Rudra sure felt the heat. 3 spears of blood precisely coordinated attacked Rudra's vitals. Whereas the only part where he could retreat without getting hurt was stabbed by Nightmare and the Overlord Spear. With only 2 hands and 4 weapons to defend against, Rudra was hard-pressed as he was forced to go on the back foot, taking a constant stream of damage in the process. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. His HP bar slowly, but surely started to turn from bright yellow to dark yellow to orange to bright red. He was thoroughly suppressed, without a way to counter. Finally, after a stab of Overlord's Spear on the ground, a air shockwave sent Rudra flying into the walls of the arena. 500 of damage appeared on his head. Things seemed to be going exceedingly in Nightmare's favor, as Rudra stood 15 meters away, with 13% HP. A evil grin spread on Nightmare's face as he shouted, "It's over!" True Elite's HQ. Real world. Upside. Shock, horror, and disbelief spread in the guild hall, where the entire guild had gathered to watch the guild leaders' finals. They went into the match having low expectations. However, Rudra exceeded their expectations, matching his own against Nightmare, and even having the upper hand at some moments, lifting the atmosphere in the room to an all-time high. The match gave the guild members a roller coaster of emotions. As they panicked, they rejoiced and they cursed. As the match progressed, it was a topsy-turvy match with many reversals and counters. However, the last 2 minutes had been a disaster for the guild members, as for the first time ever they saw their invincible guild leader be absolutely mauled by another player. Their hearts wrenched when they saw the continuous 1,000 stream of damage. However, they hoped and hoped that the guild leader would reverse his way out of this situation. Yet it did not happen. Now against a wall, he looked like a weak prey. Hence, when Nightmare declared it's over, the guild members feared the worst. Now they waited for the impending doom. // Okay guys, big announcement today. I am extremely gratified for all the love and support you have shown to this book. And December would mark the 6-month anniversary of the book. Hence, on this occasion, I as an author wanted to do something special for you guys. Hence, I have decided to do a coins giveaway event every week for the next entire month. And that's not all, there will be a special surprise every week on top of the event. Guys, if you have not joined the Discord server, this is your chance to join and get in on some really fun stuff. Link, https://discord.gg/kjtrdwcw94. Please read the author's notes for the detailed explanation of the event. // Chapter 309, Nightmare's Secret. Consider this chapter in third-person narration. The author's POV. What was Nightmare's secret? Was he a reincarnator like Rudra? Was he a transmigrator? Was he a wandering supreme magician whose soul was floating in the river of time before making home in Nightmare's body? What happened that altered the timeline Rudra knew so much that such a player was present as his opponent? Well, let me tell you the secrets of this very question. It will be interesting if you are a long-time reader, as references from the previous chapters of the book will be made. Let's take a moment and go back to chapter 138, where SMG and Karna raid the royal treasury and obtain this item. Seal of Draconia, Epic, a seal of the Dragon Kingdom of Draconia. Grants a party of 20 to enter the Forbidden Kingdom. Before going into details about how this item is linked to Nightmare's abnormality, let us talk about the distribution of light and dark faction in the game. The game whole world is divided into 4 continents. Northern Continent, Southern Continent, Eastern Continent, and Western Continent. On each continent, there are dark faction countries. There are light faction countries, and there are also NPC, dark or light faction allied countries. And finally neutral countries and ancient lands. Only after the second system update did the travel between different countries of same faction become possible, whereas travel between countries of different factions is still not possible. Light faction players can visit countries like the Elven Kingdom, which is an NPC kingdom aligned with the light faction. However, they cannot set foot in the NPC kingdoms of other factions. The same is true for dark faction players, who cannot come to light faction allied nations. One such dark faction NPC nation is the Kingdom of the Dark Elves. whose spy Rudra killed in the lead-up to saving Princess Ruby in the royal court of the elves. This was an event that was not supposed to initially happen, as it prompted a change in the storyline of the Dark Elves. If you are following the storyline so far, please hold this connection in mind, and focus on another isolated event I'm about to explain. The main storyline of the game, the one involving the archangels and the gods, whose progression was supposed to happen continuously over time, with difficult quests at every stage of players leveling up. It was a series of intricately linked quests, where the Dark and Light faction both worked for their respective aligned archangels in a progressive manner. However, Rudra disrupted the main storyline by saving the son of Archangel Serial and stopping the blood ritual meant to strengthen Lucifer. This caused a complete disruption of the events that were supposed to happen after that particular event. Cutscene 2. Dark Faction. VR World. Kingdom of the Undead. Lucifer's Church. Nightmare was just another blood warlock who had came to Lucifer's church to offer a blood sacrifice in exchange for a little buff spell from the priest. However, on that day, there was chaos in the church, as the church issued an emergency quest to get the blood of dragons, thereby sending every possible adventurer to the neutral kingdom of the dragons. The church provided a map with the location of the lost kingdom of Draconia and a one-person entry talisman that expired in 24 hours to every Dark Faction player present. Hence, unexpectedly, Nightmare gained an opportunity at a big gain. Fast forward to the quest, and although the church gave about 700 people the access talisman, only 3 were able to make their way into the Dragon Kingdom. This was because the terrain leading to the Dragon Kingdom of Draconia was a level 200 monster zone, which was impossible to traverse by majority of the players. It was only by sheer luck that Nightmare and 2 others were able to get into Draconia. Even inside the majestic Dragon Kingdom, they were treated as beggars and peasants. No dragon would even talk with them. They were lowly humans who would die at even a slightest breath. And that is what happened to the 2 players except Nightmare that went into the city. Nightmare kept a low profile and gained information about a ruin. The ruin of the fallen blood dragon, Razia, a tier 5 dragon, who was imprisoned inside the now ancient ruins 3,000 years ago. Nightmare was always a very smart guy, and sensing an opportunity, he decided his luck at the ancient ruins. And boy did he strike gold. Not only gaining the Overlord's spear from the tomb, but also the remnant soul of the blood dragon Razia, which can now communicate with him in his mind. Razia is cooperating with Nightmare for now, but actually it is just biding its time for the chance to eventually be reborn. However, for now, Nightmare has an ancient knowledge house in his brain, which helps him control the blood manipulation at a level which is impossible for other blood warlocks at tier 2, and also the reason behind his monstrous move Blood Dragon Strike. It is not a tier 2 move, but a tier 4 one. It is also the reason why Nightmare was able to guess about Rudra's stats. It was Razia with his immense knowledge speaking in his mind, giving him analysis. Nightmare was just a cunning player who got lucky. His own skills at fighting were decent at best. Without the Overlord spear in his hands, and without Razia, he was a nobody. Cut to the part where the Dark Elf spy dies. Razia told Nightmare of the method to gain access to the ancient dragon blood. That was the mission of his quest. Although he had Razia's soul, his body had long decayed, and trying to gain ancient dragon's blood in Draconia with Nightmare's current strength was suicide. Razia advised him to go to the kingdom of Dark Elves, where in the treasury he knows that there is ancient dragon blood. From Razia's tomb, Nightmare takes a skill tome called Eternal Surveillance, which is a skill that when used with a semi-legendary or higher grade viewing crystal can help spy on any corner of the world. When Nightmare reaches the kingdom of Dark Elves, they are in a pickle about what to do about the Elven Kingdom, as their spy there has been killed. Hence, when Nightmare shows up with a trade option, they are more than happy to comply. Hence, Nightmare gains the vial of ancient dragon blood, helping him complete his mission with the Church of Lucifer. Conferred the title of Bishop of the Church of Lucifer. He gained status and power in the Dark Faction. The effects of the title provide him with a 2x faster mana recovery, while as his reward from the quest, he chooses a fruit that permanently expands his mana pool. Nightmare is a nemesis that Rudra has created himself. By altering the timeline, he created an imbalance that results in the balancer called Nightmare to be born. Should Rudra not have altered the timeline so much, Nightmare would not risen. Razia would not have escaped his confinements early, and he would not be in such a miserable fighting position. However, Rudra is unaware of this truth, and is unaware of Nightmare's secret. He fears Nightmare to be a reincarnator such as himself, or maybe something else like a transmigrator or any of the other fictitious things. His logic stems from the fact that if he and Ethan Gray can reincarnate, there is no reason others cannot. He is not completely wrong. However, there is a mystery behind as to why he was reincarnated at the exact same day when Ethan Gray's previous life knowledge ended. So as to sum up to the question of what exactly is Nightmare's secret. His secret is that he is an opponent that the game created because of all the imbalances Ridra caused. By himself he is nothing special. His strength stems from the fact that he has an ancient dragon soul residing in his body. He has no special blood manipulation skill. Or a legendary skill tome. All the fighting done with the blood skills is done by Razia. // This is overall different kind of chapter than what I write usually. If you are a long-time reader familiar with all the arcs, I'm sure you would appreciate this chapter. If you do appreciate it, show some love in the comments section below. Also, if you don't like it, let me know so that I can learn from my mistake. I can't believe how close some of you guys were to figuring it out. When reading the comments, I just gulped sometimes. Everyone had a very interesting theory. Well, I hope to everyone who racked their brains to think of a secret this chapter ticks your itch. Yes, Rudra is also in possession of the Seal of Draconia. I did not name drop it without reason. I just wanted to remind you guys that he has it. Because it will be an important link in the coming chapters. // Chapter 310 Rise from Ashes. It's over, said Nightmare, as he prepared his strongest spell. The enormous blood dragon started to form over his head. As anticipation built up in the crowd, Nightmare looked down on Rudra in pity. He thought that he had surely won the fight at this point. Seeing the dull and defeated face of Rudra, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The blood dragon came tearing through the space towards Rudra. As Nightmare looked on fondly at his destructive move, the entire crowd held their breaths at the magnificent move. Not a single soul believed that this would not be the finish of the match. Not a single person, except Rudra himself, whose lips turned into a slight grin as he looked towards the massive dragon approaching. Nightmare, who saw this defiant face, had a chill sent down his spine, a bad feeling growing in his chest. Rudra took the elven sword in his hands, and just when the dragon was about to eat him whole and shred him to bits, Rudra unleashed his long-saved trump card. With extreme zeal and focus, he said, "Full counter!" To the shock of everyone present in the audience, and the billions watching worldwide, the massive blood dragon's momentum halted, clashing with the elven sword, as an intense vibration started to come from the sword. In the next 3 seconds, which seemed like an eternity, there was a stalemate, as Nightmare and the audience watched with bated breaths the outcome of this clash. Then, in the biggest twist in esports history, the blood dragon changed its direction, from towards Rudra to towards Nightmare, and almost doubled in size. With even more speed and power, the attack was returned towards Nightmare, who became bewildered at the sudden change of events. The remnant dragon soul inside Nightmare recovered more quickly than Nightmare himself, and tried its best to slow the momentum of the blood magic return towards them. However, alas, all it could do was slow it down a bit and not stop completely. The blood dragon devoured Nightmare, as he was buried in the momentum of the dragon as it destroyed the floor of the arena. 56,000. Critical hit. Nightmare undertook unprecedented critical damage that made his HP go into critical position down to just a mere 5%. He was left absolutely in shock at the sudden reversal. From the start to finish, he was in the blind about this move. He had never known Rudra possess such a thing in his arsenal. He looked in horror as he saw Rudra chug an advanced health potion in luxury, half an arena across from him, as he saw how Rudra's red HP bar regained a bright green vitality, while his own was now a very bright shade of red. Their roles reversed in a matter of 20 short seconds. Derek Ray, I don't know how to speak anymore, Lee. Are you kidding me? What the hell was that? What was that reversal? What was that move that Shikuni used to reverse the attack? How? What? Please someone explain. Lee Dixon, well, there is only one logical reasoning to all this, Derek, and it sends shivers down my bones. Shikuni had planned for this exact moment since the start of the match, Derek. Or maybe even the start of the tournament. Never showing his hidden card. He absolutely played Nightmare on walking into his trap. What an incredible comeback. Indeed, it is a full counter. Derek Ray, A56. 000 damage. Insane. Absolutely insane. The roles are reversed. Lee Shikuni but has to deal a little bit of damage to seal the deal. A mere 30 seconds ago, I was convinced that this match was done for. Yet 30 seconds later, the world has flipped upside down. This is a once-in-a-lifetime fight between two titans, Lee, the two absolute best players in the world. This match, this level, incredible. Simply incredible. Lee Dixon, will Shikuni win this match? Or will we see another reversal? You can't blink for a second in this match. Ladies and gentlemen, never before seen drama. Remember you watched it live on Kuberi Sports Network. The crowd went absolutely ballistic after Rudra's counter, as the entire arena was on its feet applauding and chanting Shikuni. Shikuni, Shikuni. Shikuni. Everyone, including Ethan Gray. Everyone loved the underdog, especially when the underdog surpassed unsurmountable odds. He came in the match, being seen as the definite loser, the one who was lightly cheered. However, over the course of the match, he became the crowd favorite, and he became the one everyone in the crowd supported. Now they only wanted to see him win. Ethan Gray had been convinced that Rudra had met someone stronger than him when he was being brutally beaten back into a corner, especially when the large dragon came. He sighed, thinking that here went his money down the drain, that he would never stupidly bet on other people again. However, the tables turned. Rudra pulled an incredible comeback that left him stunned and awestruck when he saw Rudra calmly chugging down a health potion, as he could visibly see his HP bar going back up. He felt goosebumps all over his body. What crafty planning. What incredible daring did Rudra have to pull this stunt off? For the first time ever in his life, Ethan Gray felt a slight fear and a lot of respect for someone in his life. Rudra looked into Nightmare's eyes as he calmly walked towards him, mimicking the same leisurely walk that Nightmare pulled on him just a few minutes ago, giving him psychological pressure. Rudra had delivered the physical blow. Hence, he decided to return the psychological blow too. Approaching Nightmare, he said, "Sue, how is Draconia?" Hearing these words, a million questions arose in Nightmare's mind, as he could feel his heart beating tightly in his chest, his expression revealing it all to Rudra, who knew his guess was on point. For the first time since splitting his soul into Nightmare's body, the ancient dragon Razia felt a very weird sensation. A sensation that he felt while facing the archangels themselves. A sensation called fear. / Okay guys, big announcement today. I am extremely gratified for all the love and support you have shown to this book. And December would mark the 6-month anniversary of the book. Hence, on this occasion, I as an author wanted to do something special for you guys. Hence, I have decided to do a coins giveaway event every week for the next entire month. And that's not all, there will be a special surprise every week on top of the event. Guys, if you have not joined the Discord server, this is your chance to join and get in on some really fun stuff. Link, https://discord.gg/kjtrdwcw94. Please read the author's notes for the detailed explanation of the event. / Chapter 311 Number 1. Both Nightmare and Razia were having a heated argument, as Nightmare kept pestering Razia to do something and save them. Alas, Razia too was not currently in his full Tier 5 glory. He was stuck inside this Tier 2 body, where he could only show a fraction of his true power. Also, the man leisurely strolling in front of him gave him chills. He was intimidated by a weakling, and as a proud dragon, he would never admit to it. Only when Nightmare finally calmed himself, regaining his poker face, that someone may know about the lost kingdom of Draconia, as it is mentioned in lore here and there that Shikuni must be grasping at straws here. Only by seeing his massive blood dragon move is he bluffing about knowing his secrets. He was trying to reason with himself when Shikuni dropped another psychological attack that completely destroyed his psyche. Rudra said, "That's a nice spear you got there. The Overlord spear. It's a spear with a great legacy, once belonging to the mighty blood dragon Razia." Nightmare was absolutely bewildered. He shouted at Razia in his mind, He knows our secret." Rudra enjoyed the look of shock on his opponent's face. This was actually all that he knew about the Overlord spear. He could never have actually guessed that the ancient dragon was actually residing inside Nightmare. However, he had successfully planted the seed of doubt in his opponent's mind. Rudra slowly started to pick up pace, as Nightmare started to retreat. Rudra wanted to finish this fight for once and for all. However, just because he was at an advantage did not mean he could be careless. If he could turn the situation around, so could his enemy. He did not underestimate the cunning of Nightmare. The only reason he chose to play mind games for a while was that he wanted to see if Nightmare used any hidden trump cards in his arsenal. Because right now is a situation where one needed to use everything they have got to reverse the fragile situation they're in. When Nightmare did nothing, Rudra assumed he had no more cards to play, and decided to carefully go in for the kill. Derek Ray, Shikuni is picking up pace. However, Nightmare is clearly running away. He wants nothing to do with Shikuni. Does this mean the end is near? What are your thoughts, Lee? Lee Dixon, I have no idea anymore, Derek. This match had to be over multiple times by now. It's just pointless speculation on our part. I'll believe that we have a winner-win. I see one. Logically, Shikuni has the advantage right now. Let's see if he can seal the deal. Derek Ray, well said, Lee. Shikuni should win this match. However, we never know what Nightmare might have in store for Shikuni. My god, is this nerve-wracking. Imagine being a contestant fighting this match. Lee. Nightmare's POV. Ever since Rudra name dropped Razia, the dragon had went silent inside a panicking Nightmare, who was desperately fleeing his enemy, screaming for help. Finally, after a few seconds, Razia said, "I'll give you one chance, kid. But using that move with your tier 2 body would mean that I will probably be put to sleep for a few months' time. And you will suffer from mana circulation problems. May even get a permanent problem." Nightmare was silent for a second after hearing this. He was a reasonable man. However, he was not over the concept of vanity. He wanted the fame and fortune that came with winning Olympic gold. However, at what cost? Rudra was closing in on Nightmare. Even though Nightmare was running at full speed, Nightmare cursed Rudra for his insanely high stats, before frustratingly agreeing to Razia. He said, "Do it! Now!" Razia sighed, thinking how he had to use forbidden magic to fight tier 2 ants. Nightmare stopped running as he faced Rudra. The Overlord Spear began to hum in Nightmare's hand. As 2 of the 3 blood drops that surrounded Nightmare started to merge with his Overlord Spear, the black and red spear began to turn into a completely blood-red color. As the golden dragon coiled on the spear, which initially only had its eyes open, now started to move. In a never-before-seen phenomenon, the dragon, about the size of a leg of an adult male, detached itself with the Overlord Spear, and hopped onto the solid ground. As in a deep voice that was unlike Nightmare's, Nightmare spoke. "Forbidden move, Dragon Manifestation." The crowd went ballistic in approval. Rudra's POV. As soon as Rudra saw the golden dragon detach itself from the Overlord Spear, Rudra frowned and did not charge at his opponent carelessly. He had never seen this move before, not even when the Great Cataclysm occurred and he saw Razia in action. This was completely new to him. Also, the deep voice in which Nightmare spoke was unlike his own. A lot of mysteries surrounded this move. With the single blood sphere that surrounded Nightmare, he started to absorb the blood to regain his lost HP. However, surprisingly, it was extremely slow, unlike the first time when he absorbed it within seconds. Right now, he was barely regaining a 100 HP a second, about the speed of a trash-quality basic health potion. The little dragon roared, and unlike its short stature, its roar was mighty and strong, enough to shake up the entire arena. System notification: all stats reduced by 20%. You are affected by dragon's roar. Rudra frowned even more. The little dragon was not to be underestimated. It was dangerous. The crowd roared along with the little dragon, as if they were sure that with this new addition, there would yet be another interesting development in the matchup. Nobody understood the origin of the plethora of trump cards used one after the other by these 2 contestants. Clearly they were in a league of their own. The ambitious players, who wanted to be on this stage themselves, were left with bruised and shattered ego. Compared to the 2 fighting right now, they were nothing. Noon had any idea that what Razia currently do was a tier 5 forbidden magic called Dragon Manifestation, whereby he using his dragon soul took control of an inanimate object. Razia was casting another powerful tier 4 spell in his mind, and only needed 3 more seconds to successfully deploy it. Just 3 more seconds, and he would secure victory for Nightmare. Unfortunately for him, however, Rudra did not give him 3 seconds. Nobody expected that after all this twists and turns and all this intense fighting, Rudra had never used 2 of his strongest moves, that he was still hiding strength. Hence, when he used these last 2 moves, he would inadvertently cause a huge controversy that would plague the internet for ages to come. Rudra used STRMBRINGR. A terrifying bolt of lightning was blasted on top of the golden dragon. It was very strong, however not detrimental to the metal dragon at all, who conducted the electricity to the ground without a hitch. However, in that one short fleeting moment, where the thunder hit him, he was blinded by the flash of the lightning. As when he focused his eyes on his opponent again, he was gone. Using Blink, Rudra had teleported right behind Nightmare, past the guard of the golden dragon, as he used WRLD on the neck of the defenseless player, who was absorbing blood to regain HP. 30,000 critical hit. Nightmare's HP hit 0, as he along with his spear and the golden dragon were teleported out of the arena. In a short time span of 2.5 seconds, Rudra had sealed the match, leaving in tier 5 ancient dragon, and billions watching worldwide baffled. A moment later, thunderous applause rained down from the crowd. After this topsy-turvy event, they finally had a winner, and it was Shikuni of the elites. As he stood there tall, with his fist raised towards the sky, his HP bar full at 100%. A question arose in the mind of the billions watching worldwide. What is his true level of strength? From the start of the match till the end, Rudra brought out moves after moves that he never used in his matches prior to this. The logical thing to do when you are in trouble is to dish out your strongest moves on the opponent as a show of strength. Yet Shikuni did the opposite, conserving strength and controlling the flow of battle. If he had moves like Thunder Blast, Blink and Full Counter, which he only used once in the entire tournament, how many more hidden moves does he have? How much more strength has he hidden? From the surprise appearance of the bombs to the introduction of the Archballisti, to his own fighting style, it seemed as if the leader of the elites was a hidden dragon, only showing his hand when needed. The most dangerous kind of opponent, whose strength could not be gauged. Ethan Gray almost had a tear to his eye when the ring announcer's words fell on his ears. Ring announcer, and the winner of this match, and the gold medalist of the 1v1 fight, from the island country of Japan, Shikuni. A thunderous applause rained from the crowd, along with a chant of "You deserve it. Clap, clap, clap. You deserve it." Yet Rudra himself was deaf to all this, his only thoughts being that he did it. He is not the same guy he was once. He is now Shikuni of the elites. Chapter 3:12 Victory Celebrations. Rudra had won his match. That meant another gold medal for Japan. His second one for the nation. Yet another one for the elites. The crowd went absolutely ballistic for his win, as he was scheduled to be interviewed next. On live TV first time ever. Ethan Gray, who was watching in attendance, was left breathless by Rudra's performance, as his mind quickly started to calculate his immeasurable gains. His only regret now was that why did he not bet more? Rudra absolutely smashed his expectations out of the box with today's performance. His respect for the man grew day by day. At the rate the elites were performing, it seemed as if they would definitely deliver the veto seat for Japan. A similar situation developed inside the General's conference room, as they celebrated yet another win for Japan in the VR Olympics. President Abe Shinzo was visibly elated as he could not hide his grin. Things looked smooth sailing for the country at the top of the medals tally. Rudra's interview. Live from the Grand Coliseum. Martin Tyler, congratulations on the big win, Guild leader Shikuni. Let the viewers at home know your thoughts on the match. Rudra, well Martin, it was a good fight. I think it's a finals that the fans would remember more fondly as time goes on, as it was good action. Overall I was dominant. Of course Nightmare is a terrific opponent, and he fought well, but the results came out in my favor. Martin Tyler, well every time you were in a bit of a pickle there, you always bring out a new move. A new counter. It catches your opponents by surprise, and makes us viewers wonder, just how many moves have you hidden? Rudra, haha. Martin, to be honest I was never in a pickle. I have never been in one. I'm a guy who comes down in a fight with a plan A, B, C, D, E, even plan freaking Z. I'm never out of options. Never fight from a corner. Of course I'm different from the young lads who are showy. I'm a guy who prefers to keep his cards hidden. Its use is the most effective that way. Martin Tyler, but do you have more secrets? Or did you try your best in this fight? Rudra, never gave my 100%. Next question Martin. No follow-ups. It was true. Rudra never used moves like Swift Retreat, using which during the onslaught that forced him to take nearly 80,000 HP in damage would have reduced it to 0. He was fighting at 85% potential. However, he never tried his best. Martin Tyler, alright. Then let me ask you, how do you feel about the performance of your guild so far in the Olympics? Of course they have all gotten stellar results. Today along with your gold medal, it's another one from Karna, and a silver from Neatwit, which makes it 2 golds and 1 silver for Japan. And for the elites? What are your thoughts on this? Rudra, naturally it gives me immense joy and pleasure. It's an honor to command a guild and a group of talent like the elites. The amount of potential those guys have is incredible. However, in organizations such as first-rate guilds and super guilds, these talents do not get the proper attention and nurturing they need to properly grow. However, inside the elites, we only accept a few and we focus on making the bunch of us strong enough to take on the world. Naturally, the results speak for itself. Martin Tyler, well, one of your guild's members, Kalash, has remarked that you make the guild members train like hell. To what extent is this true? And is it the reason behind your success? Rudra, haha. It's not that hard. Kalash likes to exaggerate. The training has been hard on him, because I asked them to do physical exercises, and he is a little weak in the department. But no, I can't take credit for their hard work. It's them who put in the effort. And them who bring home glory. Martin Tyler, alright. Last question. How many medals do you think the elites will bag before the Olympics end? Rudra, I'm glad you asked this, Martin. Rudra's smiling expression changes to a dead serious one. Rudra, As many as it takes to become number one. You lads watching this at home. Don't let me down, eh? The Elite's members watching at home had goosebumps on their skin after this warning. As they gulped nervously. Martin Tyler, haha. Well said. Cheers, man. Thank you for your time. Congratulations on the win. Rudra, thank you, Martin. Cheers to you as well. Commentators box. Derek Ray. Sue, that's it from the Grand Coliseum Arena for today. Day 5 ends with 2 gold medals and 1 silver medal for the Elites. It's funny how a group of not even 10,000 dominate the world scene. And it's all thanks to that man. Their guild leader Shikuni. Lee Dixon, what a thrilling match. What an amazing victory. I'll have trouble sleeping at night after this. I'm so pumped. Anyways, that's it from our side today. This is Lee Dixon along with Derek Ray, who are signing off for today. Elites Guild HQ. Real world. Upside. Note Rudra was logged in from his VR pod from his office inside the Elite Tower, and not from his house. Rudra's fight had inspired the entire guild. They were more motivated than ever. With Rudra leading by example, and turning a seemingly impossible to win match on its heels. Inspired the guild members to also aim for the impossible. Everyone had a fire to win a medal inside them. And those who did not get a chance to participate in the Olympics this time had a fire to improve and make sure to get there next time. Especially when Rudra asked them to not let him down. They felt as if the leader had commanded and that they needed to deliver. When the man of the hour, Rudra, walked inside the guild hall, the entire crowd broke into applause. They looked on in great respect and admiration as the man who defied all odds walked into the room calmly. Without an inch of ego at becoming the 1v1 medal winner. Just the same casual demeanor that said just another day at work. By him, he talked a bit with other members, encouraging them whose matches were left, while congratulating Karna and Neatwood on their wins. He naturally talked longer with the duo as he watched clips and talked in detail about their events. After which he quietly left to go home. The entire road home while he was driving his car. He could not help but smile. He was too damn happy. And although he tried to play it cool in the guild hall, the moment he was alone, the smile crept up on him. He wanted nothing more than a good night's rest now. But what he saw when he reached home was surprising to him. Surprisingly, Naomi was there at his home, helping his mother do the dishes. When he walked in, his mother rushed in to hug the boy, as she cried tears of joy on his boy's win. Naomi also congratulated him with zeal and an awkward hug. Apparently Father Rajput was out in a bar, watching the match with the boys. And as Max was not allowed to watch such gory content, he was put to sleep. Hence Mother Rajput was left to see the match alone at home. However, unexpectedly Naomi showed up, and became an emotional support for Mother Rajput while watching the match, not letting his mom get too anxious, and also hugging her in joy after the win. Apparently Naomi had won Mother Rajput's heart as the two talked amicably. Rudra watched the duo in silence. After a while, Mother Rajput nudged Rudra and pretended to be tired and retired to her room, leaving Rudra alone with Naomi. Mother Rajput winked twice at Naomi before leaving. However, Rudra completely missed it. Apparently she had gotten the approval from Mrs. Rajput to date his son, who was now helping her as her wingman now. Rudra coughed as he thought, damn, what am I supposed to do now? However, he felt emotions he never felt before, as his heart felt all mush. Hearing about how Naomi was thoughtful and came to help his mother and stayed by her side during the stressful match, made Rudra's impression of Naomi go up by a notch. An awkward silence set in between the two for a moment, after which Rudra said, "It's boring here. Want to go to my room?" Naomi's ears perked up at the question, as her face flushed red. She nodded weakly, and followed Rudra into his room. Rudra's room was messy, as the only thing neat was one VR pod on the side wall, and one VR headset on his desk. Clothes were laying all around, with most not having been washed for months. There were even some undergarments laying around, as Rudra in a rocket-like speed gathered it all, and threw it into his bathroom. Naomi chuckled at this. It was just like his brother, who was messy as well. Naomi took a seat on the edge of Rudra's bed, as Rudra sat awkwardly beside her. After a moment he said, "Thanks for helping my mom today. It means a lot to me." Naomi nodded, as she said, "You do so much for us. I'm glad I could do something for you." Rudra scratched his nose as he said, "Eve never had any female friends, you know. Acquaintances, yes, but not real good friends. I'm kind of clumsy at talking with girls. However, I think I just found my first real good female friend in you." Naomi was both touched and alarmed. This was bad. Was this dummy friend zoning her? Chapter 313 Conclusion 1. Naomi absolutely did not want to get friend-zoned by Ridra. However, it was hard to say anything when he was being so sweet about it. Maybe it meant a lot to him. And it would be rude of her to say that she wanted to be more than friends in this particular moment. Hence tactically turning the topic, she asked, "No female friends, huh? Only girlfriends, I suppose." Ridra facepalmed himself and started to chuckle. He said, "I wish. Actually, I've never properly dated a girl. The only date I've ever gone to was with Yua. And as for a girlfriend, I've never had one. Actually, you are the first girl I've brought to my room." Naomi was extremely jealous that Ridra went on a date with Yua. However, hearing how it was only once, and that he had never had a girlfriend, and how she was the first one to come to his room, she smiled. Seems like the road was seemingly clear. Building up the courage, she asked, "Sue, is there someone you like?" Ridra looked at Naomi for a moment, then blinked twice before smiling and saying, "Yes." It was an ambiguous answer that unleashed a torrent of emotions inside Naomi. She did not know who Ridra was referring to. His manner of speech was hinting Naomi that it was her. Yet she could never be sure. This would remain a mystery in her mind for now. The question of, does he like her? The individual events continued for the next few days. As the elites continued to shine on the world stage, SNG bagged a gold in the triathlon event, having a total time of half the silver medal winner. It was a convincing performance as he looked like a man on a mission. Karna got a silver in his second event, while Mediv, Cola, Rhino and Poison Toad Gamakichi won bronze medals. Skyla and Bold lost their bronze medal matches to come at 4th place. Overall, at the end of individual events, the medal tally was 1 USA, 9 gold, 4 silver, 13 bronze, 2 Japan, 7 gold, 2 silver, 9 bronze, 3 China, 6 gold, 11 silver, 5 bronze, 4 India, 6 gold, 5 silver, 11 bronze, 5 UK, 4 gold, 0 silver, 1 bronze, 6 Indonesia, 2 gold, 1 silver, 1 bronze, 250 Antarctica, 0 gold, 0 silver, 0 bronze. Japan was in an overall secure position with only 5 more events to play, with them expecting medals and to capture the flag. Dodgeball and National Battleground event. Dodgeball was the first group event where SMG was participating. Him working on his reflexes day in and day out had made them laser sharp, as he was a force to reckon with on the dodgeball field. SNG was a driven man after his loss in the prison escape event. He had this mad drive to prove himself, and to become even better than he was yesterday. However, alas, dodgeball was a team event, and even though he was undoubtedly the best individual player with insane agility, Team Japan was weak, and as it was a team event, SMG could only bring home a bronze for the country. A completely different scenario awaited on the second day of the event, where Ridra participated in the National Battleground. Him, Yum, Nero and Neatwit absolutely steamrolled through the opposition in the event, having 43 eliminations and winning the event by a huge margin. The opponents had a psychological fear of facing Shikuni, which led them to making unnecessary mistakes in fighting him. However, it was to be expected as Ridra was a changed man ever since winning the 1v1 fight, gaining more confidence in his skills. He had an threatening aura around him, bolder in his attack strategies, and ruthless in achieving his results. Only destruction awaited his opponents. Japan bagged a gold in the National Battleground event, hence securing their position in the top 5, irrespective of whoever won or lost the next matches. This came as a huge relief to the Japanese officials, and Ethan Gray, who started to plot Mithun Ambani's demise. Ridra, on the other hand, was the first player in the game to achieve a triple gold medal, as his legend went down in the history books. It was not announced yet, however, Ridra knew the rewards that would come with the closing ceremony. With his triple gold medals, he could finally get his hands on a legendary grade equipment. Just the very thought made him as excited as a 6-year-old before a school trip. The next 2 days were uneventful, as Japan could not get past the first few rounds in the other individual events, until finally it was the last day and time for Capture the Flag event, the last event for the VR Olympics. It was a high-stakes game for UK, who only had a 1-medal lead at its 5th place. They needed this win more than anyone else, and Edge was leading the team for this very task. Straight from the get-go in the lobby, sparks flew between Karna and Edge, who were the team captains of their respective teams, as Edge completely mocked Karna, even going as far as to make unruly barbaric gestures. However, Karna was never going to give him the satisfaction of an ugly reaction, as he stood there silently glaring his opponent, Johnny English POV. Inside the lobby, everyone was giving Team Japan, and especially Johnny English, dirty looks. Johnny was just too damn popular and too damn arrogant. His mesmerizing wins in blacksmithing and prison escape event had made him in the to-watch list. Every team who was doing their homework about their opponents talked at least an hour about one Johnny English and how to restrain this unpredictable man. And most decided to go after him early to eliminate him out of the contest. About 20% of the teams had decided to go after Team Japan's strongest link instead of the first white flag at the start of the event. Johnny, who was in the dark about the conspiracy behind his back, just kept silently sighing, thinking about the disappointing level of beauties participating in the event. Like not a single appealing woman in a crowd of hundreds made Johnny lose interest. Only God knows what would happen when about 50 players would try go after Johnny at the start of the event. From multiple countries at that. The start of the event is sure to be chaotic. True Elites HQ. Real world. It's the last event, and Rudra joins the team in watching Team Japan perform in the Capture the Flag event. Technically UK should win this event, just like his past life. However, with Karna, SMG and Mediv playing for Team Japan, a lot had changed from the last time around. Rudra wanted to know how much had making the Elites impacted the world stage. Is it enough to steal them a win without him being personally involved? Rudra sat with Neatwood on his right and Naomi on his left, the twins having almost similar reactions to everything that was going on in the big screen. While the crowd behind him cheered like barbarians whenever an elite was shown on the big screen. Rudra was new to this atmosphere, as he was usually on the other side of the screen, sitting here alongside the enthusiastic bunch. He realized he needed to do this more often. It was a lot of fun. After about 5 minutes, Rudra too broke into mad cheers whenever a guild mate was shown, much to the surprise of Naomi, who chuckled seeing the excited guild master, until silence descended in the room. When the countdown hit 0 and the event officially started. Capture the Flag event. Virtual world. Karna leads 6 members of the team including Patch Mori and Mediv to the central white flag to contest for the early flag spawn, while 2 members were left to defend their base. And Sir Johnny and King Spy were left between the 2 parties to provide assistance as needed. At the center a massive brawl had erupted, and Karna lead the group right into the heart of the fray, activating his mind's eyes and entering beast battle mode. Meanwhile, many groups made way to the Japanese base, where on their way, they encountered their target Johnny English. Very early into the game, 12 different squads, 50 players in total, had decided to take this bicide out early as they teamed up and surrounded him and King Spy. They were uneasy themselves, but had a tacit understanding of taking out Johnny first. Johnny was voted as the key player to watch for by the forums going into the event, and Japan was voted the most likely to win the contest. Hence, coming in as the favorites, they were naturally target first. The camera angle cut to Johnny, who was dumbfounded seeing himself surrounded by so many members. However, the words that came out of his mouth next completely stunned the entire world, as it would become an immortal meme for all times to come. Johnny, scanning his surroundings, only calmly spoke. 50 of you came, yet not a single pretty girl amongst you. As he silently drew his cane sword. / Okay guys, big announcement today. I am extremely gratified for all the love and support you have shown to this book. And December would mark the 6-month anniversary of the book. Hence, on this occasion, I as an author wanted to do something special for you guys. Hence, I have decided to do a coins giveaway event every week for the next entire month. And that's not all, there will be a special surprise every week on top of the event. Guys, if you have not joined the Discord server, this is your chance to join and get in on some really fun stuff. Link, https://discord.gg/kjtrdwcw94. Please read the author's notes for the detailed explanation of the event. / Chapter 3:14 Conclusion 2. Johnny took out his cane sword as the enemies rushed in on him. King Spy was bewildered at the scene as he was standing back to back with Johnny. He had lost all hopes of getting out of this scuffle alive. This was one of the drawbacks of Capture the Flag event. If you died, you stayed dead. To be honest, Johnny himself had absolutely zero hopes of getting out of here alive. Yet if he was going to die anyway, he would make sure to go out in style. Johnny charged at an opponent, and the arrows and long-range spells of other team members started to rain down on Johnny. Now, under normal circumstances, when Johnny is surrounded by teammates, he is the most unlucky man in the game. However, surrounded by enemies, there was noon luckier. This is because of how Johnny's hidden stat worked. His enemies got affected by a 190 luck stat, while his allies got affected by a 47.5 luck stat. Hence, while raiding a dungeon surrounded by a bunch of elite guild members, Johnny was a walking disaster for the team. His own 95 luck stat being a force of doom, adversely affecting the team. However, surrounded by enemies, Johnny's 95 luck stat was insignificant to theirs, which were almost always higher than 150, assuming average player has a plus 45 luck stat, which meant that everything that could go wrong for his opponents did go wrong. Arrows aimed at his head would miss by a hair's breadth and hit another team member attacking Johnny in the eye. Spells directed at him would end up blasting the opponent he was fighting at close range. A random tree branch would fall on a player's head when someone else's spell hits the base of the tree. Within 30 short seconds, the 12 teams were embroiled in an unseen chaos, as nobody believed that the other party was not scheming against them, hence breaking out a free-for-all. King Spy, who was fighting normally, was stunned at how many attacks of him landed as critical hits. He felt like a god on the battlefield, completely unstoppable. The opposite emotion was faced by the teams that wanted to ambush Johnny. Their swords would get cracked. An arrow would penetrate them right at the small spot their armor did not cover. Overall, it was bad. Everyone cursed everyone else, saying words like, "I knew I could never trust you Mongolians. Die! Traitors, die!" Johnny was no longer even fighting. He casually leaned against a tree, his cane sword in hand placed on the ground, as he chilled while watching others fight. On a few occasions, he would throw out an assassin's dagger, piercing necks of unsuspecting enemies, as within 3 minutes, all the ambushers lay dead, as King Spy and Johnny walked back casually towards the base. The end scene was Johnny saying, "You see those daggers that I pierced the necks of those kids with? They were handcrafted by me. The same design that won me gold medal in blacksmithing. What do you think? Pretty good, eh?" King Spy, "No way. You threw like 15 of them. They can't all be epic rated. Can they?" Johnny, "Of course they are epic rated. I crafted them." King Spy's mouth twitched at the remark, as he looked back at the battlefield. 15 epic rated daggers just laid there. What an astronomical waste. Just how rich was the elites to afford something like this? And how talented was Johnny to pull this off? The commentators and the billions watching the whole fight play out were left with their eyes twitching. They could not make sense of the whole event that transpired. 50 men tried to ambush Johnny English, yet ended up fighting and killing each other, letting Johnny walk away from the entire event unharmed? This made no sense at all. Meanwhile, Karna had successfully brought back the white flag and given the team a head start on the points table. However, in the central scuffle, they had lost one member of Team Japan, bringing their total numbers to 9. This made things a little more tricky, as the 5 points had come at a big cost. The next 4 hours were uneventful as Karna led the assault squad of 5 members and captured the flag of as many teams as he could find, hunting like a fanatic, widening his gap with everyone else. In these 4 hours he captured the white flag twice, and 17 team flags to earn lots of points, solidifying his lead at the top of the table. Karna fought like a complete war machine, slaughtering any and every enemy in his path. This was the most formidable performance anyone had ever seen by the Vice Guild Master of the Elites. Rudra, watching it from back at the HQ, was extremely happy to see Karna finally showing skills of his true potential. This battle machine mode of him was exactly the reason why Rudra went to such great lengths to specially hire him. Team Japan was 20 points clear of the second place Team UK with 2 hours left in the event. It is then that the captain of Team UK, Edge, decided that he needed to intervene to stop Karna's momentum. He knew that in the department of sheer skills and individual powerhouses, Team Japan outclassed his own. However, he was a great strategist. Hence he brewed a sinister plan of taking out Karna himself. Surrounded 10-1 to cut off the head of Team Japan. He was sure that without Karna keeping the others in check, the other were only a bunch of misfits. The only problem was how to isolate Karna. For that he needed to play dirty. And to win the gold medal, he was willing to go as dirty as needed to ensure his win. / dropping Nitro randomly today on the Discord channel. We'll do it for the entire month. Come join if you guys want a chance to randomly get Discord Nitro / Chapter 315 A Ploy. Edge had decided to bait Karna by infuriating him and leading him right into a trap where an ambush party would be waiting for him in advance. Much like what happened in the conquest for Purple Haze City. Edge planned on taking down Karna using sheer numbers. However, what Edge did not know was that he was a little guy when it came to scheming. Nowhere near the sophistry of what Rudra had achieved in the field. Karna had a talk in great length with Rudra about how if he would be a team captain playing against Team Japan, what would his game plan be to win? And naturally Rudra thought long and hard about this question, and finally arrived at the conclusion that the best way to win was to dwindle the team's numbers. Capture the flag was a volatile event. The moment a team's overall member count fell below 7, it greatly limited what one could achieve. Hence Rudra had explicitly told Karna about how he would single out opponents and plan ambushes. In addition, he also warned Karna that he himself would be the first target of this scheme, as he was the most critical member holding the team together. Karna naturally took Rudra's advice to heart. He had faith in his guild leader's words. Hence he came up with a counter-strategy to come out of any ambushes and turn the tide on his enemies. Hence when Team UK accidentally intercepted Team Japan near the central white flag, and after a short scuffle the other members retreated towards their base, but Edge pretended to be singled out and ran in a different direction, taunting Karna about how he was never going to win this event, and about the time where he slaughtered him to his death. Karna naturally knew the ploy at work. Even so, Karna pretended to bite the bait and started to get agitated, responding with insults of his own. He decided to chase after Edge, breaking away from the rest of the group, to whom he instructed to return to the base with the white flag. The other members were hesitant to leave the leader alone. Yet, orders were orders. They obeyed. Rudra, who was watching this event unfold live, had a frown on his face, as he thought, calming Karna, "This is obviously a trap. How can you fall for such petty insults, man? I expect more from you." Rudra was worried that another defeat at the hands of Edge would ruin Karna's self-confidence. Hence, he watched anxiously as Karna chased Edge through the forest. What Rudra did not know was that Karna had already made a plan to outsmart Edge's plan. He had already requested backup from the greatest mercenary of all time, as he was preparing to put the ambushers 6 feet under. Arriving at the scene of the ambush, Edge abruptly stopped, as he started to laugh. He said, "Calm in, man, Karna. Even I did not think you would be this dumb to chase me alone. Almost makes me suspect that you have a bigger scheme than the one I have. However, our Ranger Scout says that 7 of your team members are back at your base. What is your endgame here?" Karna smiled, as he took out his second sword. He said, "Of course I know about your little ambush here. Honestly, that barbarian doesn't even know how to hide. Both his shoulders are visibly outside the tree he is hiding behind, while your assassin lays behind a bush. Sigh. I expected more from your group, Edge. These bunch of amateurs. I'll take them on myself." Saying so, Karna took out a third sword and put it between his teeth, taking the Zoro's swordsmanship path. Closing his eyes, he decided to put all his training to use. The last time he fought against Edge, he was severely injured and ambushed by hundreds. Agreed that the 10 players present here in the Olympics could never be compared to those average Joes. However, how could Karna call himself a true elite if he could not take on 9 such punks? Edge laughed. He said, "Honestly, I was kind of to separate, trying to bait you in. You have one hell of a team under your command to put up a 25-point lead above us. However, I'm sorry to say that you are not my opponent. You are a brawler, but a brainless idiot. This is not a taunt. This is my honest opinion of you. You are no leader, Karna of the elites. You will die here, and I will win this event." Karna said nothing, Zoro's sword in mouth. He charged at Edge, while the ambush party sprung into action. Karna's skill was put to the test as 9 of England's best attacked him all at once. Edge himself was an excellent swordsman who would punish Karna at the slightest mistake he made. However, to the surprise of billions watching worldwide, the brawl of 1 versus 9 was a shocking stalemate. Karna moved like a madman, finding flaws in enemy attacks and maneuvering his way through every attack, delivering counters like a true fighting machine. The sight of him taking on 2 barbarians with 1 sword, 2 swordsmen with another, while cutting a mage's neck with a third, would forever remain imprinted in the minds of everyone watching worldwide. However, the question for Karna was, for how long could he keep this intensity up for? The way he was maneuvering, his stamina would not last him for more than 2 minutes. What would he do after that? // Today is December 1st, and hence starts the month of gratitude. For week 1, the target is to release 25 chapters total. We started at 313. Let's see if we can end it at 338. Along with that, let's get the first event started. Here is the first riddle for you guys. I will only post it on the Discord channel after 12 hours, giving you privileged readers a head start. The code is this: 1081-514-1425, 514-712-9198. Decode this code and drop a comment down in the comments section or DM me on Discord, and if you are one of the first 10 people who solved it, I will gift you a coin code worth 100 coins. All the best, guys. // Chapter 316. Never stab a dry tree. Edge never panicked, even after Karna was able to hold his own against his entire team. His scout, and the only member not involved in this fight, confirmed the fact that the others from his team had not shown any movement and that no reinforcements were coming. The rate at which Karna was fighting, he was sure to tire himself sooner or later changing the tides of the fight. Hence, he was patient in his approach towards Karna. He commended his fighting skills, however snickered at his stupidity to come alone. However, the situation drastically changed when suddenly 7 zombies appeared out of nowhere and started to attack Edge's team members. It was the work of the Dark Faction Zombiemancer from Karna's team Patchmori. Karna grinned behind the sword in his mouth. The zombies were here. It only meant that it was only a matter of seconds before he came here too. And indeed, he did arrive within the next 5 seconds holding a crystal orb in one hand and an assassin's dagger in another, as he threw the dagger right through the neck of one of the English team healers, sending her packing back to the lobby. Edge looked at the reinforcement that had arrived and gritted his teeth seeing who it was. The scout mentioned that 7 members were at the base, and 1 was unaccounted for. That unaccounted member was Johnny English, who had came with a crystal orb in hand, which was a special item of the Zombiemancer Patchmori that allowed him to control zombies over large distances. Johnny walked in and insta-killed the team healer, as he said, "What an ugly-looking the asterisk asterisk asterisk." Then looking at Karna he said, "Hey there lad. Don't worry. I'm here now. Go do your thing." The entire game changed once Johnny arrived. The healer died, and Karna's moves suddenly started to become more and more threatening, with the zombies interfering and Johnny randomly throwing arrows. The English team members were forced to divert some of their attention from Karna, which was the worst move they could make, as without all of them working together to ping Karna, he was a killing machine with no restraints. Going on a killing spree, Karna killed 2 barbarians and the swordsman partner of Edge within the next 40 seconds and engaged in a fight against Edge. Edge was dumbfounded. The way Karna had responded to his strategy was as if he knew about it since the start and had planned for it since the beginning of the game, going as far as to make him feel safe that no reinforcements were coming. Yet when Johnny showed up, he came up with a long-range mana control orb that helped Patchmori control his zombies from the base, clearly meaning they had planned this beforehand. But he himself only decided to use this strategy on the fly, because he was hard-pressed to win. Then how did Karna plan for it beforehand? It was almost like fighting an opponent who knew your every next move. It was unfathomable. Also, to his horror, his years of honed swordsmanship was actually being pressed back by Karna's erratic way of fighting. Over his many years of fighting countless experts, Edge had never fought a triple sword wielder who just fought as he liked. There was no sophistry behind Karna's moves. It was plain power and clean swings. Yet it gave Edge immense pressure. The foreign fighting style left him incapable of mounting counters, as more and more hits kept landing on him. After a 3-step combo that connected to 3 vital points on Edge, he received a horrendous critical damage, dropping his HP to a pitch dark red. Karna at this moment let go of the sword in his mouth, as he looked at Edge and said, "You are right. I am no leader. However, I don't have to be one. I have a great leader leading me. Even when he is not here, he can see through your petty schemes from a mile away." Saying so, he unleashed a sword skill, sending Edge to the afterlife. Seeing this scene at the HQ, Rudra had a tiny tear escape from his eye. He wiped it off quickly and pretended to be normal. However, Naomi had already seen it. She remained silent as a soft smile appeared on her face. Rudra initially only wanted to hire Karna for his skills. However, over time he genuinely gelled up well with the guy and had immense love and respect for him. Boys usually don't express emotions too well. Karna would have never told the same statement to Rudra's face. Hence why it was so touching to the man. Neefwit also had a half-similar reaction, as he barely contained his tears. Seeing which Naomi chuckled, thinking it's okay to cry, boys. However, kept her thoughts to herself. Karna had slayed one of his previous shortcomings. It was sure to give him a stronger belief in himself. As he looked around to notice the carnage left on the battlefield, he finally noticed Johnny wrestling an English team player on the ground, both men having a red HP bar. Karna cursed, "Oh shiz." He completely forgot to check on Johnny in his fight. He had killed 4 members, while Johnny had to fight the other 4. After killing the healer with 1 strike, Karna quickly came to Johnny's aid, as they double-teamed to end the English player's life. However, in an event Karna never saw coming. After the party wipe, Johnny got so excited that he decided to stab a dagger into the nearby tree in elation. However, the impact caused a dead branch to fall down, crushing Johnny beneath it. As Johnny had not yet healed, his dark red HP bar hit 0, as he was teleported out of the arena. Karna, Rudra, the commentators, billions of viewers watching worldwide. Lesson of the day: never stab a dagger into a dry tree with dead branches. Amen. Chapter 317 Victory Celebrations. Karna went on to steal the flag of the near-wiped Team UK on his way back to the base. After losing Johnny, He decided to take it slow and just maintain his lead. With Team UK gone, the next team was 40 points behind Team Japan, meaning that Japan had effectively sealed the deal. And that was indeed the case. 2 hours later, Japan bagged in another gold medal, bringing the total gold medal tally to 9. Johnny and Karna also became triple gold medal holders alongside Ridra. The two of them were hinted for a big surprise at the closing ceremony of the event. A big celebration party broke out at the True Elites HQ. The moment the winning group had came back, the entire world was now talking about the guild called True Elites. After their absolutely dominating performance in the VR Olympics, it was the go-to guild for every solo player who thought they had what it took to be an elite. It almost became a taboo to say that you are an elite gamer if you were not a member of the True Elites guild, as the bar had been set really high by that one single guild, totaling at 9 gold medals, 1 silver medals, and 6 bronze medals. It was the highest individual organization medal tally in the world. Without the contributions made by the elites, Japan would only have 1 silver and 2 bronze medals. That was the difference they had made in the country. Everyone knew this, especially the ministers of Japan, who had continually tried to make ties with the organization as its success became more and more evident. However, Ridra was absolutely cold when it came to such talks. He was not interested in politics, and he let it be so. That Ethan Gray had to become a person of contact should anyone want to approach his guild. It became clear to everyone soon enough that the elites were inseparable from the Gray Corporation. Hence a new wave of benefits fell on Ethan Gray's feet. Ethan was definitely not stingy while throwing the elites a victory party, as the grandest luxury party ever seen in the world was thrown by Ethan Gray for the grand results achieved by the group. For the elites, it was just their sponsor showing them appreciation, as chefs from all around the world along with exotic ingredients were flown into Upside. A grand feast was thrown for all members with things like $25,000 gold flake covered steak and $70,000 gold crust pizza being on the menu. It was luxury at its peak, with each item on the menu being worth more than what an average person earned in a year. And this was just the food. The booze was on another level, with 150 years aged scotch and 70 years aged double malt served on the rocks. Waiters were literally carrying a 100 grand worth of drinks on their serving trays, giving them out to anyone asking for one. The elites were a bunch who knew how to appreciate good booze, as they drank the fine alcohol like a bunch of rowdy Vikings. As a result, Pirate Kalash was back, showing his girlfriend his hidden side. Yua, Naomi and Skyla drunk like a civilized bunch. However, the incredible beauty table naturally attracted a lot of stares from fanboys, especially Skyla, who hogged most of the spotlight with her ample cleavage at display. Skyla sighed as she did a bottoms up and said, "So many idiots are giving me the stare. Yet look at Karna. He doesn't even care. I dressed up so nicely for him. He is such a dummy." Yua also chimed in, "Yes, he is a bozo not to give attention to such a pretty girl like you. Look at him chatting with Rudra, all laughing and chuckling. I like both the boys, but they need to be separated. The two of them forget the world when they start chatting about Omega. Especially Rudra. He doesn't give me time at all." Naomi wanted to scorn at Yua, who was openly laying her claim on Rudra. Yet she could not help but secretly agree with Yua. Karna and Rudra and Neetwit were a bad fit. When these three started to talk, they would absolutely forget about everything else. The boys did need to be separated. Naomi had said, "Let's separate the boys. I'll help." Skyla perked up at the idea. Although she was a bit drunk, she wanted to spend more time with Karna today, especially after his big win. She wanted to celebrate the night with him, preferably naked, the alcohol fueling her courage. She nodded to the girls as the three made their way towards the boys. Skyla leaned on Karna's shoulder and wrapped a hand around his muscular chest, who was surprised to see her for a second, but immediately took a firm stance to let her head rest. It increased the feeling Skyla had for Karna, who was just such a gentleman. Yua and Naomi looked on enviously, as they knew that they could never do something like that with Rudra. They just smiled awkwardly as Naomi pulled her brother to a corner while Yua chatted with Rudra, giving Skyla her chance to be alone with Karna. And it clearly worked, as after some time, they were seen leaving the party together, with Skyla in Karna's arms. Yua and Naomi both wished her luck. They wanted her to at least succeed in her love affairs, when they themselves could not. Such was the mentality of girls. They were just soft when it came to matters of the heart. They could be having a really messy fight a day ago, yet they would always help a comrade when it came to getting her man, and today was one such day, as half-drunk rivals Yua and Naomi teamed up to help a fellow friend Skyla get the man of her fancy. Chapter 318 Closing Ceremony. After a day of very hard partying, Rudra was seen with dark circles beneath his eyes, as he walked through the corridors of the elite tower. However, Karna was worse off than him, having bite marks all over his neck and arms. Rudra was perplexed by this phenomenon. What could have happened to give the man such bite marks, he wondered. However, except for him, whoever else saw Karna gave him a big fist bump as if they knew his secret. Especially Yua, who yelped in extreme excitement and joy. Rudra was confused as he asked her, "Why are you cheering?" Yua looked at him like she was looking at a 2-year-old as she sighed and said, "Guild Master, I think you should buy a premium subscription of Cartoon Network. You are too naive for reality." Rudra was even more confused. He said, "Of course, I have a premium subscription of Cartoon Network. Max loves the shows." Yua just facepalmed herself. Sarcasm clearly did not work on Rudra. However, soon she started chuckling. Perhaps it was one of his more endearing qualities. Inside the VR world. The closing ceremony for the VR Olympics. Derek Ray, after all these days and all these competitions, it's time to say goodbye, ladies and gentlemen. Time to reward the brave for their wins and commend the others for their effort. Lee Dixon, the top 5 nations stemming from the VR Olympics are USA, Japan, India, China and UK. These are the new veto power countries of the world, responsible for world peace. Derek Ray, well, the countries have got their rewards. Now for the performers, there is a surprise by the Kuber Corporation. For all those bringing home glory for their nations, the Kuber Corporation wants to gift with a special bonus. Lee Dixon, for the exchange of 1 bronze medal, a contestant can get a dark gold item from a list of 300 special items. Derek Ray, for the exchange of 1 silver medal, they can choose an epic item from a list of 500 epic items. Lee Dixon, for 1 gold medal, the contestants can exchange them for any semi-legendary artifact from a list of 100 artifacts. Also, they can choose to not exchange their medals and save them to be used next year, or even a decade later. The offer stands till the same date 10 years from now. Derek Ray, also one can finally exchange 3 gold medals for 1 legendary item. A choice of 1 from an array of 25 choices. That's it from our side, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for the successful event this year. I hope to see you next year. This is Derek Ray, along with Lee Dixon, signing off. The announcement was met with cheers from all medal winners, who immediately received a system prompt about if they were willing to exchange their medals. And even if they were not willing, everyone decided to check the list out for the possible list of artifacts to select. There were a very select few triple medal winners, namely Rudra, Karna, Johnny English and Angel. Angel was an American player, who was also a light faction player. A mage at that. The guild master of the super guild ran by Elon Musk. However, even then Rudra doubted that anyone would choose to trade their 3 gold medals for only 1 legendary item, when they could get 3 semi-legendary items. And that was indeed what the other 3 did. However, Rudra knew exactly what he wanted from the list. He wanted a specific legendary item. One that was only available on this list. An overpowered item that had to be nerfed by the Kuber Corporation because it was too strong. Opening the list of items, Rudra scrolled past the other legendary treasures. There was the Eternal Flame in there. The same one that was seen by SMG and Karna inside the Royal Treasury. There was also the original sword Excalibur, of whose replica Rudra currently used in his fights. Obviously, the real thing was far superior to the imitation he used, and using it would improve Rudra's combat strength by leaps and bounds. Yet Rudra even did not want that. Of all the priceless treasures before him, 25 legendary grade items, each with its own unique use. Rudra only wanted a small bracelet. Sun God's bracelet, legendary, bound, a bracelet that once belonged to the sun god Amun-Ra. Nourished by the essence of the divine entity, it has the power to harness the sun's energy. Effect 1, Solar Restore, uses 1/3 power of the bracelet to restore 200,000 HP. Effect 2, Solar Flare, uses January 8th power of the bracelet to create a blinding flash of light. Effect 3, Solar Blast, uses January 6th power of the bracelet to create a destructive mini-sun, with an unstable core that blasts. Effect 4, Solar Descent, uses 1/2 of the power of the bracelet to create a 20-meter cube mini-sun, which burns at a 3000 degrees Celsius temperature. It can be used to absolutely scorch a part of the battlefield, or melt entire forts. Effect 5, Solar Beam, uses 2/3 the power of the bracelet to unleash the power of sun's nuclear fusion. Anything that comes into contact with this beam of light will turn to ash. It is as powerful as a tier 4 spell. Recharge time, 12 hours under the sun. Current power, 45%. Wasting no time, Rudra unhesitatingly decided to trade for this weapon, putting it on his right hand and dripping a drop of blood to bind it. The bracelet embedded itself into Rudra's arms, giving him searing pain as runic tattoos started to emerge all over his hand. Rudra looked like a walking Egyptian tomb with all the hieroglyphics on his arm. However, to the opposite gender, it would look extremely appealing as it increased Rudra's overall charm. Rudra now had a new overpowered tool in his possession. One that could change the tide of any battle he wanted. Compared to himself in the VR Olympics, he was already stronger. Chapter 3:19 City Affairs. With the VR Olympics over, Rudra finally returned to Hazelgrove Kingdom and Purple Haze City. Buried under a pile of work in his long absence as the mayor of the city, the first thing Rudra did after coming back to Purple Haze City was to check his stat panel. To check on the progress of the mysterious egg. Player name: Shakuni/Augustus 1 Knight. Title: Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Reputable Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Honorary Bishop of the Church of Life. World-renowned. Heir of Augustus 1 Knight. Limit Breaker. The one who defies all odds. Dragon Slayer. Class: Knight. Subclass: Explosion Artist. LVL: 76. Tier 2. Stats: AGI: 802 plus 401 DIT: 802 plus 401. Int: 802 plus 401 STA: 802 plus 401. PHY: 802 plus 401 HP: 112. 000/112. 000. Unassigned stat points shot. Hidden stats: Luck, Charm, Infamy, Invalid. Status: Healthy. Equipment: Knight Armor Set, LV 75. Lich's Ring. Concealer Mask, not equipped. Retractable Shield, Epic. Sun God's Bracelet, Legendary. Weapons: Wind Cutter Sword. Common Bow. Quiver of Arrows. Excalibur Sword, Replica. Elven Sword, Semi-Legendary. Skills: Darkness Bind. Summon Knight Durahel. Wind Slash. Critical Absorb. Berserk. Darkness Blast. Death Slash. Eyes of Truth. Earthquake. Critical Block. Blink. Stormbringer. Swift Retreat. Illusion Sword. Suppression Art. 3-point Stab. Twin Blade Hurricane. Twin Blade Cross Slash. Claymore. Overheard Slash. Solar Restore. Solar Flare. Solar Blast. Solar Descent. Solar Beam. Class Specific Skills: Knight's Companion. Knight's Valor. Golden Ratio. Full Counter. Mount: Grey Wolf. Pet: Mysterious Egg, incubating, 199/200. The mysterious egg had only a few hours left before it hatched. And honestly, Rudra was feeling extremely excited to see it. According to his past timeline, it would be a ferocious fire dragon that would be born from the egg. The little dragon would grow up into a full-sized adult in just under 1 year, by which point it would become instrumental in conquering other cities. Rudra dreamed of how he would ride on the dragon's back once it grew to full size and scorch the battlefields. He with his solar powers, and the dragon with his dragon's breath. Rudra chuckled at the exciting times that were sure to come ahead. He only needed to wait a little before that. And he wished to deplete a little bit of his accumulated work pile before that happened. Rudra brought up the city stat panel. City name: Purple Haze City. City area: 464 km². Total population: 12.1 million. Security index: 4565/100 good. Culture: 3031/100 poor. Public order: 3545/100 neutral. Military: 100. 000 enlisted. Education: 72 greater than 73% literacy good. Unemployment rate: 33 greater than 4% good. Public sentiment: 25 greater than 35% poor. Tax income: 112. 000 gold. Overall evaluation: the city has started to recover from the beast tide. The new mega projects undertaken by the city mayor has greatly helped alleviate unemployment. The increase in jobs has also brought an increase in public safety and order. It is only a slight beginning, but it may lead to emergence of a new middle class. The citizens are starting to get optimistic about the new regime, as a few tangible changes can be noticed. However, they are still unsatisfied about the mayor not doing anything to improve the quality of life. Note: a lower cultural index will have people migrating away from the city in search for better places to live. There may be a mass migration if the city's sentiment falls below 20%. Rudra was satisfied after seeing the screen. The massive reinforced wall project had costed him a shitload of money. Yet its effects were evident. The unemployment rate went down, and with it went down the crime rate. The streets were safer. People were sleeping with their bellies fed. Overall, the city was developing smoothly. The wall was actually coming out ahead of the planned schedule, as the outline could clearly be seen around the city. Tax income for the first month was finally in. And it was not as much as Ridra expected. Yet it was a little bit of money. The current taxation laws are too lax and needed to be changed. However, such changes could only be done gradually and in phases. Ridra would soon set up the teleportation array inside the city, connecting it to the rest of the world, hence charging a fee for its services. The teleportation array was an absolute goldmine. It would constitute for over 60% of the city income in the future. Ridra's next immediate plans included the making of the teleportation array and training his pet, while going on dungeon runs with the guild members to level up. Outside the game, Ridra would start the enrollment of the Elite Academy, welcoming the first batch of recruits. Strengthening the guild and strengthening the city were the top priority for him in this peace times before the cities became open to attacks when the 1-year cooldown ended. By that time, Ridra planned to have at least one batch of recruits 30,000 strong within his ranks, and other 30,000 at least halfway into graduation, with 2,300 archballistae mounted on top of 13-foot wide walls of reinforced concrete. Ridra wanted to turn Purple Haze City into an impregnable fort. Whether the elites managed to win or lose other territories in the future would be left to be seen. However, Ridra wanted to make sure that Purple Haze City would forever remain theirs for all time to come. But to afford this massive expenditure, Ridra needed to find ways to make more money. Only because Karna and SMG raided an entire royal treasury could they sustain such grand expenditures. If Ridra wanted to make the city culturally richer and introduce luxury buildings like public baths or giant libraries, he would need to increase his source of income first. The training of the military had started, with there being a force of 120,000 strong. The average level of the military so far was Tier 1, level 55, which was good enough for Ridra, as by the time they were done training, they would most likely be all Tier 2 soldiers. That would make it a formidable force for the current level of player base. Chapter 320 Secret of the Mystery Egg. Ridra was busy working about the administrative duties of his mayor role, when finally he got a notification. System notification. The egg you were incubating is hatching. Please remove it from the inventory space to hatch. Ridra got excited. The baby dragon was about to hatch. He excitedly took the egg out and placed it on his office table. Ridra looked on in delight as little cracks started to appear on the egg, as it started to shake a little. Then the cracks got a little bigger. Ridra encouraged the egg, saying, "Call me a little eggy. You can do it. Come to Papa." The egg started to shake more violently, until finally a small head popped out of the egg. It was a cute-looking little head. However, it looked soft and furry, not scaly. Ridra wondered if dragons were born with fur. The backside of the egg broke next, as two tails popped out of the egg. Ridra was shocked again. Is this little fellow the legendary twin-tailed dragon? But the twin-tailed dragon had a spiky ball at the end of its two tails, while the little one's tails were soft brown with white tips. Then a third tail emerged from the egg. Ridra was even more perplexed. A tri-tailed dragon? Ridra had completely no idea now. He waited patiently for the little one to come out of the egg. After 15 minutes of intense struggling, the bees finally came out of the egg, and a system notification came. System notification. Congratulations, player. Your pet is the 9-tailed fox. Pellis name her to bind. Race, divine 9-tailed fox. Gender, female. Owner, none. Disposition, curious. Level, 1. Tier 0. Skills, nibble. HP, 15/15. Ridra was stunned. Why was his pet a 9-tailed fox? Where was the fire-breathing dragon? Why did the beast inside the egg change? He had even thought about what he wanted to name the dragon. He wanted to name it Drogon, after the Game of Thrones dragon. However, as the little 9-tailed fox that had only 3 tails as of now flailed around his desk trying to stand up, and rubbed its soft fur against Ridra's hands, something inside Ridra just melted. He felt immense love for the cute little furry pet. And at that moment, he just decided to SCK it. I'm just gonna spoil her. No need to raise a fighting machine. Ridra had lost all combat thoughts he had previously about his pet. However, the fool missed a crucial information about the little fox. It was not a normal 9-tailed fox, but a divine 9-tailed fox, who would grow to have a combat potential so terrifying that even dragons would cower at its presence. Divine is only added to a race when one of its ancestors is capable of reaching the Tier 6 realm. Only then would its descendants have the racial name Divine attached to it. Not interested in making it a battle pet. The names that came into Ridra's mind to give his pet were Poochie, Poodle, Noodle, Doodle. Then he thought about Karama. but looking at the little fox nibbling on his little finger, he sighed and thought it was too fierce for this furball. Hence, he decided to name the little one Furball. Rudra said Furball, and the nine-tailed fox looked at it with its small round eyes. She liked the name, it seems. Hence Rudra finalized the name to be Furball. A golden light enveloped both Rudra and Furball. As their bond was made, Rudra spent a lot of time in the following day with Furball, just stroking its fur and patting its soft head. Rudra found it to be very anti-stressful. He could just pat on Furball's head as he worked, and he would have a good day. Rudra smiled in satisfaction. Although he did not have the terrifying dragon, he had his cute little Furball, and he was satisfied. Not everything needed to be about combat. He was a man who knew how to enjoy the finer things of life too. Pets were an integral part of Omega, although currently they were not very widely used. In the future they would become an inseparable part of gaming. Rudra knew it firsthand, as there were a variety of pets available. Tracker pets, hunter pets, combat pets, or just anti-stress pets like Furball. As the pets leveled up, they would learn new skills and mature. However, in pets, the nature of the pet was a very important factor. Not all pets would follow every command of their owners, especially if the owner was weaker than the pet. This was a very common issue. And the stronger the pride of the pet species, the stronger the opposition to being submitted by a human. Hence why Rudra during his first tier promotion chose the skill of Knight's Companion. That let him control his pets and mounts better. It was an investment for the future, and he did not know how worthwhile it would become. As the cute little Furball he was patting currently was a species so superior to humans that it would never let a human touch it, much less pat it like Rudra did. The difference between a normal egg and the mysterious egg was exactly this. Karna's egg had the label already with it saying Kraken's egg. Hence when 2 days ago his egg finally hatched, it was indeed a mini Kraken. However, the mystery egg did not say dragon's egg. Rudra was not completely informed about this matter. However, the truth of the mysterious egg was that it inherited the qualities of the person that incubated it. Should the person have a fiery hot demeanor, destructive in nature, like the guild leader of Demolition Boys, it would indeed have been a fire dragon. However, Rudra was a cunning strategist, who was also a noble and regal guild leader and mayor. Hence his pet turned out to be the nine-tailed fox. That was as intelligent as a human. Yet Furball was not a normal nine-tailed fox. It was the race of the divine nine-tailed fox. Chapter 321, Gathering the Band. After a long time it was time to go questing again. The objective of the quest being to procure key materials needed to make the teleportation array. Namely, 1. Bohemian Crystal, 20 PCS, large. 2. Arcanian Crystal, 100 PCS, medium. 3. Ceramic Glazed Crystal, 20 PCS, small. 4. High Quality Mana Stone, 20,000 PCS. 5. 10 tons of silver, roughly 10 million silver coins. 6. 1 piece of rhodium crystal, humongous. If one tried to buy these items off the market directly, just one high-quality mana stone costed around 1,500 gold coins. Hence the 20,000 mana stones itself would bankrupt a treasury, not calculating the price of other rarer crystals, especially the humongous rhodium. The teleportation array was a complex formation, where different crystals with different nature was needed to be placed at different conjectures of the array. The heart of the array being the massive rhodium crystal, where a group of 100 could stand at a time to be teleported. It was the standard size, and the load that could be carried out by the teleportation array Rudra planned on building. A larger array that teleported 1,000 people was possible to be made. However, Rudra did not want to entertain such designs due to 2 main reasons. 1. The cost, which would be 100 times more than the one he was building. 2. Security reason. Rudra needed to make a thorough checkpost around the teleportation array. He could not let unsettling characters into his city. Hence Rudra wanted to only let 100 people immigrate at a time, to inspect them all, and deny them access to his city if they were coming with malicious intentions. Rudra was not worried about the mana stones. He had the cheat called the Chalice of Purity. He would just refine cheap basic mana stones into purest advanced mana stones. However, the rest of the crystals needed to be procured, and it would be a massive expedition to say the least. While the other crystals could be stored inside the system inventory, rhodium was a crystal with special spatial properties. Hence why its use in teleportation arrays. However, it could not be stored inside system space, as it did not obey the spatial laws. The size that Rudra needed to make his teleportation array was about that of a house. The first challenge being finding such a large crystal, and the second challenge being the bringing of the massive crystal back to Purple Haze City. All the crystals mentioned in the list were only available in a level 80 map called the Valley of Crystals, and it was a 2-day journey on foot to reach. With the wolves it was about 18 hours. However, the problem was in the return trip back home, as the safe transport of such a large crystal was a very dangerous ordeal. The excavation of rhodium was also a very difficult process, because there was a special kind of explosive worm that usually nested around rhodium deposits. They were nocturnal in nature, and would explode upon coming in contact with sunlight. On top of all this, Rudra was not really 100% sure about taking his team into the heart of a level 80 map, because the average guild levels were only around 65. However, the making of the teleportation array was an urgent necessity for the future plans Rudra had in mind. Many new kingdoms would open up, and trade would flourish. Hence, he needed to carefully plan this next expedition. Rudra needed people with a minor subclass. Also people with knowledge about crystals. Within his current guild member base, there was only a single miner called Pick the Tax. However, Rudra needed at least 10 more miners. Hence, he had to outsource that labor from the Miners Union, where he borrowed 10 NPC miners and 1 crystals expert at 5 gold an hour rate. Rudra finally decided to bring along Karna, Neatwit, SMG, Naomi, Pink Lotus, Skyla, Mediv, Poison Toad Gamakichi, Tank, Rhino and Fatty Kalash for the expedition. Rudra wanted to bring along Sir Johnny English. However, he was currently on a secret mission for Ethan Gray, hence unavailable in the game. Along with all these guild members, Rudra took a small contingent of 500 soldiers from the Purple Haze City forces with him. The reason being that he needed reliable workforce to ensure the safety of the crystals in their journey back home. Finally, Rudra purchased 500 NPC slaves, which would slog the weight of the crystals back to Purple Haze City. Kalash had prepared a wooden log platform, which could be loaded with a large rhodium for transportation. Hence, the initial preparations had been completed for the expedition. The large envoy of mixed people started their journey. Rudra, the elites, and the miners rode on their mounts ahead, whereas the soldiers on horses were tasked on bringing the slaves on foot to the location within 1.5 day time. On the entire journey, Rudra kept playing with little Furball, as B had placed it in front of him on his mount's back. Rudra had grown extremely fond of Furball, as he spent increasingly more and more time with the little beast. Rudra even fed it with the most exotic treats and foods, expenses that he would never make for himself, and Furball also responded in kind, showering Rudra with cuddles. Naomi and Yua were instantly in love with the cute pet, but Furball just won't let anyone except Rudra touch it, biting whoever else tried to. Within half a day of the journey, it became clear to Yua and Naomi that the little one had outranked them both in getting Rudra's attention, as Furball clearly marked Rudra as her property. The little fox was very clever. Its innocent side was only shown to Rudra. Otherwise, it was overly possessive of its human, stealing his attention back to herself when he talked with any other female. However, not caring at all when he talked to Karna or Neatwit. The two girls knew at that moment that they had a new furry competitor. Chapter 322 Valley of Crystals. The Valley of Crystals took the team nearly 20 hours to reach instead of the expected 16, as there were stops that needed to be made to fight against level 81 insect monsters. There was a large centipede with crystal scales that refused to take damage from Mediva's fire spells, until Rudra had to use World Slash to lay it to bed. However, even after reaching the Valley of Crystals, things did not look so good for Rudra and company. 3 other groups seemed to already be mining inside the Valley of Crystals, including 2 guilds that they were all too familiar with. Frozen Thorns and Eternal Rebels were here in the mine, Edge being present. The moment Karna saw Edge, his mood soured. He plain hated this guy. Now that he was here, getting the resources would surely be more difficult. Karna started to think about calling for more backup from the guild, seeing that both Frozen Thorns and Eternal Rebels were here with at least 200 members. The more he thought about the problem, the more he frowned. However, contrary to him, the more Rudra thought about the current situation, the more brightly he smiled, as after piecing the plan in his mind correctly, he gathered everyone around and declared, "Alright guys, as you must have noticed by now, we have company. And from fighting these guys during the conquest for Purple Haze City, we know that they are lying backstabbing bunch of hoodlums and robbers, and that we need to be wary of them." Karna nodded. He firsthand knew how scheming Edge could be, and everyone else who participated in the conquest for Purple Haze City also knew the difficulty they needed to face to win the contest because of these 2 first-rate guilds. Hence, there was definitely no love lost here. Rudra continued, "If this was an anime, here is what would happen, guys. We the good guys would take our time, put in the effort, get the crystals, find the large rhodium, and then when we would be leaving back for our city, they would try and rob us, and to be honest, that's what would happen here too, if we choose to go about it that way." Rudra paused and looked around and smiled devilishly. Yua and Naomi were both enchanted by this sight. Ever since Rudra had gotten the tattoos on his right arm, he looked even more intimidating and appealing. Coupled with his devilish smile, he looked extremely handsome. Enough to make them a little wet between the legs. Rudra continued. But guys, this is neither an anime, nor are we the good guys. We have enough morals as to not rob them. However, there is nothing wrong with us outright extorting them, is there? Let's do this. Let's tell them plain and simple to give up 80% of their collected crystals so far and peacefully leave the Valley of Crystals. Or we annihilate them. It's a fair offer, guys. What do you all think? Everyone else gulped nervously. The leader just casually spouting threats of annihilating first-rate guild parties was scary. When after the finals of the 1v1 fighting event the world guessed the true strength of guild leader Shikuni, so did his own guild members. Nobody knew Rudra's true limits, as no matter the situation, he always had some unseen cards to play. Hence him saying that they would annihilate the other party meant that he was actually sure of making it happen. Everyone got chills down their spine. However, their blood pumped at the same time. It was a weird feeling, however, looking at Rudra's confidence, they felt confident as well. It sounded crazy. A small bunch extorting two first-rate guilds to give up resources that they rightfully mined. But Omega is a world where the strong have the final say, and if there was one thing that the elites were, it was undoubtedly very strong. Now the question came about whom to send to deliver the threat. Rudra and Karna were the guild master and vice guild master of the guild. Them going personally to deliver petty threats was kind of insulting for the guild. Naomi and Yua conveniently declined to do this work. Hence the lucky draw fell between the other male members. And after a roll of dice, it was Fatty Kalash who was the unfortunate guy chosen to become the messenger. Fatty Kalash gulped in fear. He was absolutely terrified of walking into an enemy camp and delivering a threat of extortion or annihilation. However, it was him who lost the dice roll fair and square. Hence he had to go. Well, if he had to go, he was sure as hell not walking in there sober. Hence, he decided to chug down a bottle of rum and walk inside the Frozen Thorns enemy camp first. As drunk as a sailor, with the guild robes draped on, the shining silver-wold insignia bright on display, Fatty wobbled his way to the enemy camp as he was stopped by guarding patrolmen. Frozen Thorns member 1, excuse me, sir. This is a base from where the first-rate guild Frozen Thorns is currently working on a mining expedition. I implore you to not approach any further or prepare to face the consequences. Fatty Kalash puts up a finger, indicating 1 moment please, and burps loudly, beating his chest, and taking another sip of the rum. He says, Listen to me, laddie. Call me thy captain. I come from the great pirate ship of true elites, bearing a message from the king of all pirates, Shikuni himself. Bring me to your leader, or prepare to fight me. Ha 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 ha. Burp. The Frozen Thorns member scanned Kalash from top to bottom, as a frown appeared on his face. He seemed to know this man, however he could just not remember where he had seen him. Then it clicked to him. He said, You are the drunk pirate Kalash of the elites, the bronze medal winning blacksmith. I saw you live from my home TV. I'm a big fan. Fatty Kalash. Asterisk burps asterisk. Chapter 323, Not Just Empty Threats. Kalash was given audience with the Frozen Thorns leader Yeti next, along with dignity at that. Seemingly Olympic medals were given a lot of respect around the player base. And since Kalash was one such medal winner, he was almost a mini celebrity. What would seem as a rude personality now came across as a unique trait that Noon seemed to mind. Yeti said, Sue, I hear that Shikuni sends a message for me. Are you guys also here to mine the crystals to make a teleportation array? Fatty Kalash, i.e. We are here for the crystals. But laddie, we ain't here to mine. We pirates are here to loot. More precisely, loot you. The leader sends a message that you land dwellers give up 80% of the loot and vacate thy pirate ships. It is our ship now. Mwahahaha. Yeti. The others. Yeti, what pirate ship? What land dwellers? What give 80% of the loot? Fatty kicks his chair where he was seated and puts a foot on Yeti's table as he leans in. The Frozen Thorn members draw their swords. As Fatty says to Yeti eye to eye, Burp. Frozen Thorn members. Yeti, oh it stinks. Fatty Kalash, mwahahaha. Serge you soft pony land dweller right. Come to the sea and a goldfish will scare your soft bum. Ha 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 ha. Yeti sighed. It seemed as if he needed to personally make the trip to meet Shikuni. Talking to this drunk pirate made no sense. Sue playing ball, he said. All right. Tell thy captain that myself come to his presence to talk. Eh? Fatty Kalash went ballistic. Are you trying to impersonate me? And you what? Is this funny? Is this how you land dwellers make fun of us sea boys? Making fun of our accent? Did I make fun of your British accent? Did I ask you to give me a bowl of water? You idiotic twat. Yeti face-bombed. He was from Nepal, not at all British. As he said, I apologize, good sir. Let me off the hook for my mistake. Fatty Kalash, a smart lad. A good lad. Come drink with me. Wahahaha. Hence over the next 5 minutes Yeti entertained Kalash before Kalash took his leave to visit the next camp. A member from Frozen Thorns asked Yeti after Kalash left. Why did you entertain his rude behavior till such an extent, guild master? With your temper, he should have been skewered on the spot. Yeti said. I'm not scared of this fool. I'm scared of the man behind him. Shikuni of the elites. Him and his bottomless strength. His feats are legendary. And I won't make an enemy of him as far as possible. The guild member agreed. The elites were a small guild, but by no means were they weak. All of Japan's gold medals came from a single organization, with the leader and vice-leader being triple medal winners. The world stage wasn't something that someone could take by storm due to fluke. The elites were very strong. And they deserved the respect. This was a very smart move by Frozen Thorns. However, their rivals and current mining neighbors, the Eternal Rebels, were unfortunately not so smart. When Kalash approached their camp, he was taken hostage and presented before Edge in bounds. Their approach was clear. They would not bend to the elites. Edge. So tell me, is Karna here? Your vice guild master costed me a lot of money, you know. It is good that UK made top 5 in spite of my slip-up, or else I would have been disowned by my family. I have been put under a lot of trouble due to your stupid vice guild master, you know. Tell me, drunk elite, why do you come here? Fatty Kalash. Asterisk burp asterisk. Ag. Sorry, that one was stuck for a long time. Were you saying something? A vein popped on Edge's forehead. He was clearly extremely pissed at the situation. Barely restraining his anger, he said, Why, you call me? Why have you come here? Fatty Kalash. Why? Edge. That's what I'm asking you, why have you come here? Fatty Kalash. How would I know? Why did I come here? I don't even know why I was born. Or what is my purpose in life? Edge. Restrain this. Brain dead drunk to a tree. Send a guy to his camp. Informing them, we have him hostage here. The ransom price being 50,000 gold. Fatty Kalash. Mwahahaha. The bounty on the head of a great pirate. Mwahahaha. You are a fool to extort the captain. Who plans on extorting you? You are a fool to resist. Edge. What plan to extort me? Fatty Kalash. The plan where you either give up 80% of all collected crystals and leave this place, or he annihilates the entire party. Plan. Edge. What? Meanwhile, real world. Gray International Tower. Ethan Gray's office. Johnny English was seated across from Ethan Gray. As Ethan talked about an upcoming mission for Johnny, Ethan said, Sir Johnny, these are 65 assassination targets that I need to be removed within the next month. I know you are retired, but they are high-level officials from Country X. Nobody else will take this mission for any amount of money. Only you have the skill to pull it off. I know you retired, but will you do this one last favor for me? Johnny English. What is the time limit? What is the highest profile target? Ethan Gray. 1 month's time. The highest profile target is the Prime Minister. Total budget is $3 trillion. I will get you everything you need. And I know that 30 days' time is too less to make 60 assassinations. But I will be satisfied with even 5. Please help me, Sir Johnny. Johnny English. It's too much, Ethan. Ethan Gray. You can take 60 days. But please, complete the mission. Johnny English. You misunderstand. It's too much time. A week is all I need. I'm Johnny English. Give me some face, Ethan Gray. I'm not the amateur mercenary. Prepare a jet for me. I leave tomorrow morning. Ethan Gray was left speechless, as his fists balled up in joy. If Sir Johnny was doing it, it was sure to succeed. Chapter 324 The Threat. Unlike Yeti, who decided to visit personally, Edge decided to hold Fatty hostage and send a messenger of his own to respond to Rudra's threat. It was nighttime in Omega, as all mining activities had been stopped because of the nocturnal earthworms that came to the surface. It was unsafe as these worms were level 85 creatures that gave a tough fight. When Yeti came to negotiate terms with Rudra, he was offered a seat at the dinner table where food was being served right beside Rudra and Karna. Rudra actually chatted with him for a while after confirming his reason for visit. However, when instead of Fatty Kalash returning from the Eternal Rebels Guild came a messenger, Rudra lost his temper, absolutely furious that his guild member and a messenger was taken hostage, and that Edge was so bold to openly mock his threat. Rudra decided to make true on his promise. Actually, it was not possible for Rudra to just annihilate an entire party of first-rate guild members and forcing them to vacate mining premises, with just 12 of his guild members. But this was the Valley of Crystals, and the earthworms were roaming out in the open. These worms would explode at the slightest contact of sunlight, and although the real sun could not be shined at night, Ridra's bracelet could still be used. The situation being in favor of him, he was ready to make the entire Valley of Crystals into a blast zone. Hence, he called over Yeti, and the messenger sent from Eternal Rebels Guild, as he decided to make a show. Ridra said to the messenger, "Relay what your guild leader said to me. Word for word again, please." Ridra put a hand around his shoulder as he said this, the messenger sweating buckets from the intimidation. He hesitated a bit before saying, "We are not afraid of the elites. How dare you try extort us? And how dare you send a drunk, brainless idiot to negotiate with us? If you want his safe release, you will pay us with 100,000 gold and a letter stamped with the guild insignia that says that you apologize for your transgression. The rebels are not some weak force that you can just bully if you are looking for a fight. Come! We are ready!" The messenger read the letter written by Edge word for word, as Yeti stayed silent. This letter was pretty much exactly what he wanted to say to Ridra also. However, fearing the unknown, had decided to stay silent. Ridra maniacally laughed. "Your guild leader misunderstood something. We were never looking for a fight. Since you are so bold as to imprison one of us, I think it's only fair that I send you on an expedited journey to the Church of Light." Pointing towards east direction, Ridra said, "That is your camp, right, Yeti?" Yeti nodded and said, "Indeed." Ridra now pointed west and said, "That is your camp, a rebel?" The messenger weakly said, "Yes." Ridra started to laugh maniacally as he said, "All right then. Time to die." Using the power of his bracelet, Ridra used the special move Solar Descent, as a miniature sun appeared in the skies above the rebel camp. Exactly like a real sun, it had the same luster and scorching heat that could be felt even at the elite camp 1 kilometer away. Boom, 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 boom. The sounds of explosion rang throughout the western rebel camp, as the nocturnal earthworm self-destructed under sunlight. The solar descent also striking at the heart of the camp, creating a massive explosion. A series of notifications rang under Ridra's screen as he leveled up twice due to all the XP. Yeti watched on in horror, as the messenger had become as cold as a block of ice. He frantically ran back to his camp, only to find it in shambles and ruins. Where there was once the rebel camp, now only scorched ground and large craters remained. Not one of the 200 party members survived. Yeti looked at Ridra in fear, as if he was looking at a demon. There was no bloodshed. There was no warning. There was not even a struggle. Most likely his own guild member, who was being held hostage, was also dead. Yet the enemy was completely annihilated. Scary. Too scary. This was not someone he could even remotely choose to offend. When Ridra looked at him, he felt chills go down his spine. He was looking at him as if asking Yeti, "Are you going to submit, or shall I send you back to the church as well?" Yeti gulped, as he said, "The crystals will be delivered within the next hour. Sorry for the intrusion." Yeti literally ran for his life next, afraid of the madman slaughtering his base too. Within 1 hour 80% of their mine loot was given and their camp vacated. The Frozen Thorns, a first-rate guild, decided to run for their dear life. While facing Ridra, the Meyer team under Ridra just calmly went to the destroyed rebel camp and picked the crystal one after the other. The explosion and the large craters made excavating them extremely easy. Within 1 day of the elites arriving, they had successfully collected all the crystals they needed except for the large piece of rhodium, making them 3 days ahead of schedule and saving them a lot of unnecessary trouble. They even had an excess of a few crystals that they could choose to sell at a later date. Meanwhile, in real world, Johnny and Bo have arrived in Country X, disguised as Caucasian tourists. Tensions seem high in Country X, as the elections draw near, with tensions with Japan at an all-time high, and the only supported they have being China. The country was barely dodging international sanctions due to China vetoing. The regime needed to change, and the change in regime would be the fatal blow to the coffin for Mithun Ambani. With Ethan Gray funding one party and Mithun Ambani sponsoring the other, it was a stage for business politics. Chapter 325, Finding Rhodium. Rhodium was abundant inside the Valley of Crystals. However, usually they were small crystals, the size of a palm. What Ridra needed was a rarer type of rhodium deposit that was as big as a house. It typically needed 40 years to build up, and would only be found at places with abundant mana. Hence, why the nocturnal worms were also found near it. Even after 2 days of looking for it, no clues were found, and the party members started to get anxious. The Valley of Crystals was big, but that big that it could not be completely scouted in 2 days' time. However, what even professional miners could not find was found by Heaven's son Karna. Accidentally at that. While bored, Karna decided to spar with Neatwick for a while. And in the intense battle, he needed to rely on Mind's eyes. When he activated it though, he could perceive the terrain around him differently. As he located the rhodium deposit, it was 35 meters below ground. As nearly 16 earthworms surrounded it, mining it would be a very difficult task. While the miners saw no sign of rhodium being 35 meters below where Karna had indicated, Rudra had full faith in the Son of Providence. Hence, under Karna's direction, the team started mining under Karna's direction. Whenever an earthworm would pop up, the 12 elites would use teamwork to swiftly deal with them, as they gained bountiful experience points from it. Finally, after 2 more days of hard work, they killed all 16 earthworms and excavated the rhodium. Much to the surprise of the miners, it was legit a 50-meter cube piece of rhodium. They questioned Karna about his methods, but naturally Karna would not let his secrets out too easily. However, the important part was that all the necessary parts had been obtained. Now started the laborious process of bringing it back home safely. Firstly, a ramp had to be dug out with a 15 degrees inclination that connected the surface to the rhodium deposit. As 300 horses and 500 slaves pulled it hard just to load it on the wooden wheel platform that Fatty Kalash built. Hence started the slow march back home, where the glowing rhodium was slogged by 500 slaves, guarded by 500 soldiers, and overseen by 12 elites. However, the slow journey back home was anything but pleasant. The rhodium that had been nourished by mana for decades attracted too many monsters, as Rudra lost soldiers to scuffles every hour. Even if Rudra himself took action, there was a limit as to what he could do alone. He could not protect the safety of the entire contingent. There were bound to be some delay at his arrival. However, the soldiers of his city at Tier 1 were genuinely no match for these 80-85 level insects. They were easily skewered. The initial party of 500 slaves and 500 soldiers was reduced to a party of 350 slaves and 450 soldiers at the end of 1 day of travel. This led to a further reduction of speed, as the 350 slaves had an increasingly difficult time in pulling the weight. Having no choice left, the horses from the dead soldiers had to be used to supplement the shortage of labor force, which helped alleviate some of the immediate speed problems. However, what the group was not aware of was the fact that they were marching towards an extremely large ambush contingent of angry rebels. Edge was furious at the way his party was annihilated in the Crystal Valley, and decided to take revenge at any and all costs. As he marched 20,000 guild members towards the path back to Purple Haze City, waiting to ambush the coming elite party. This was a fact that Rudra did not know as of yet, as a day's journey separated the ambushing party and the elites. The elites were walking into a trap of a size they could not handle. Real world, Country X. Bo was extremely excited to do mercenary work again, especially alongside Sir Johnny. To build a good impression, he worked extra hard in getting the details of all the members that needed to be assassinated, and the best chance to kill them all was inside the Senate, where they would all gather together. Bo thought of everything from poisoning their food and water to assassinating them through bathroom, and enthusiastically discussed it with Johnny English. However, Johnny remained unimpressed, as each plan that Bo said had some evident flaw or the other. Bo kept looking at Johnny for answers to such problems. However, all he could see Johnny doing all day was behave like an actual tourist, going to tourist locations and eating local delicacies. Bo could not understand what his plan was at all. However, things seemed to progress in a positive direction when Johnny rented a hotel near the Senate, from where he set up surveillance on the street. Bo was getting more and more anxious as 2 days passed without them taking any actions. Johnny had told Ethan he would wrap this up within 7 days. Yet at day 3, they had absolutely no plan to move forward at all. Finally breaking silence, Bo asked, "Sir, so I have proposed all these plans to you. Which one do you think we should go forward with? If none of them satisfy you, please guide me and teach me what I am doing wrong." Johnny said, "Your plan to gather them all at one place is not bad, Bo. But the Senate is a place that is very heavily protected. Also, there are friendly ministers inside there too. Unless you can ensure killing them all without causing chaos, which is impossible. It's not advisable to carry out assassination in the only political house of a nation," Bo said. "But sir, the time limit. If we kill 1 or 2, the others will be placed under police protection or underground safe houses. It would get very difficult to kill them all." Johnny was irked by the kid. He was too smart for his own good. Johnny could not tell him that he had absolutely no plan, that he just rolled with whatever happened. Hence Johnny raised his tone and said, "Boy, assassination takes patience." Taking a gun from his bag, Johnny cocks the gun and loads it, pointing it at the window. He said, "Do you think it's as easy as cocking a gun and shooting your enemy?" Johnny shot the bullet out of the window just to make a point. However, that stray bullet hit the neck of Mithun Ambani's son, who was visiting the bar across the street and had just excited his Rolls Royce. Before his private security could even react, before he could even take a second step to stand up and get out of the car properly, he died. There was mass panic down the street as Johnny glanced over and told Bo in a deep voice, "For me it is." Chapter 326 Two Traps. The fallout of the assassination of Mithun Ambani's son was massive. The stock of Ambani Corporation actually saw a slight rise, which showed the relief the market had about him not going to inherit the company. Mithun was furious, and the entire police force was scouring the city to find two Caucasian males, thought to be the culprits. Johnny English and Bo naturally had to go into hiding. The entire trip sped by Bo in silence, his only thoughts being on that one moment at which Johnny shot the bullet killed Mithun Ambani's son and safe. "For me it is." How far was Johnny thinking? Was he just being a pesky kid to him? What methods was Johnny English taking to eliminate his opponents? Bo just could not fathom his plan. Apparently Mithun Ambani was inconsolable at the loss of his son, and swore revenge on whoever was behind it. Mithun had a huge suspicion naturally on Ethan Gray, to whom he personally called several times to lash out on like a rabid dog. However, Ethan genuinely denied about the knowledge of his son being killed, because that was actually not what he ordered Johnny to do, even going as far as to offer his condolences to Mithun Ambani, who found the act extremely revolting. The government officials who were supported by Mithun started to get anxious, as Mithun was blaming the government for the fact that the killers were still roaming free. On the second day of his son's death, there was a burial ceremony, and he had explicitly stated that before he buried his son, he wanted the killers buried first. However, as the government and police force failed to deliver the culprits, almost the entire faction supported by Mithun Ambani went to the funeral to console his anger. Watching the ongoing funeral and the weeping Mithun Ambani, all 60 targets were present. As Bo counted speechless, Johnny said, "See, now you have all the culprits gathered at one location, outside the Senate House. So tell me, Bo, how would you assassinate them?" Bo dared not speak. He was ashamed of himself. He was just an amateur lucky enough to be on a mission with the greatest mercenary of all time. Yet just like the proverb, the empty pot makes the most noise. He kept yapping all trip long, giving suggestions to Johnny. Learning his lesson, he chose to keep quiet. However, Johnny's words gave him courage. "I'm old now, boy. I brought you along to teach you how to walk the ropes. I'm not here to belittle you. I'm here to guide you. So speak. I'll correct you where you go wrong." Bo's heart moved. He thought for a while before saying, "Chemical weapons. Poison gas would be the best. However, it would also come into contact with the other non-targets, the friends and family of Mithun Ambani. If their lives are compromisable, we can proceed to seal the deal." Johnny nodded. "Indeed. But remember, boy, never kill more than you need to. Human life is precious. Don't turn into a mindless killer. The day you kill one person more than you need to is the day you will lose your human part of your soul. This is a job, but always try to do it with morals. So if you want to assassinate them without killing the others, how would you do it?" Bo fell into thought once more, after a while saying, "Long-range sniping. However, even with both of us shooting rapidly, we can only kill so many before the rest take cover. I can't solve this problem, Sir Johnny." Johnny was really looking forward to Bo's answer, as he himself had absolutely no fucking idea about what to do next. However, he had faith in himself. He was Johnny English. Hence he said, "Okay, you go to the roof and snipe. I will take care of the rest. The final ceremonies will last 30 minutes. Set your watch to 15 minutes from now, and start shooting. Take as many down as you can. Then escape. Don't stand to watch what I do. I'll tell you how I dealt with the rest on the plane back to Japan." Bo nodded, setting his watch timer. He scaled to the building's roof. As he calibrated his sniper, he was at a 420-meter distance, and the wind speed was 3 kilometers per hour. He took aim and waited for his time. Inside the virtual world, en route to Purple Haze City, a scout was reporting to Edge. "Sir, we have spotted the elite party. They seem to have about 800 numeric strength. However, only 12 of them seem to be from the guild. The rest are soldiers and slaves. They will come at the ambush location in 3 hours' time." Edge nodded at the report, as he looked anxiously towards the ambush plan. He was a careful strategist. He knew firsthand the might of the elites, hence he was even more careful in his planning. To him, this revenge meant everything. Ever since losing to Karna in the Olympics, he dreamed of taking revenge on him and the elites, as he absolutely hated them to the core. The elites had costed him his Purple Haze City and an Olympic gold. putting him under a lot of pressure from his Rothschild family. This ambush was a very small payback compared to all the pain he had to suffer. However, he planned to loot their rhodium and kill them all, to satisfy his anger of being driven out of his mining spot. He had lost face with his guild members when the party was annihilated without even a trace of struggle. When they collectively spawned back at the Temple of Light, they looked disdainfully at their leader Edge, under whose command they had tasted defeat again. Some who were unhappy with the way he ran the guild muttered under their breaths about how he was a pretentious bast ***** and a Shikuni wannabe. This insulted Edge to the core. A deep cut to his psyche. He needed this small win over the elites, even if it was just a symbolic gesture, because without it, he would fall into a shadow of a wannabe leader in the eyes of his guild members. Chapter 327 Walking into an Ambush. Rudra did not expect an ambush from Eternal Rebels. It was a tactical error on his part to think that Edge would tuck his tail and run. Hence when the arrows and magic spells suddenly rained down on the group. For a second, he was clueless. Many of the slaves died. Even some of the soldiers got injured. Immediately Karna shouted, "Ambush!" as everyone became on guard. Rudra was calm now. The initial surprise had waned. He was not the same man he was once when Edge snatched the Maritoke's hand, and he just froze. After winning against Nightmare, he had found confidence in himself and his skills. As he was calm and critically started to analyze his position, they were surrounded by a hill on one side and forest on the other. The road was overall narrow, and places to retreat were non-existent. Truly a great place to lay an ambush. When Rudra looked back, he saw some people wearing Eternal Rebel Guild colors, as they dropped boulders at the road where Rudra and group came from, cutting their means to retreat. Rudra spotted about 5,000 enemies on the hill, and 2,000 more inside the forest line. He made an assumption that a total of maybe 10,000 members laid ambush, and thought that maybe 3,000 or so would march on the narrow road towards them, engaging in close-range conflict. Rudra gave the call. "Alright guys, it's the rebels camping us. Karna and Neatwit will take the front. Pink Lotus, you have to guard Mediv at the center tank. You are with Poison Toad Yamakichi. You take the forest line. Naomi, keep the soldiers healed as much as possible. Only use mass heal spells, and not individual ones. Conserve mana. I take the hillside. Go!" Saying so, Rudra used Blink, suddenly teleporting at the top of the hill, Elven sword and Excalibur at hand, starting to massacre the hillside troops. Rudra wasted no time as he started with using the World Slash and 10,000 cuts. It was one special move after other, as he used Twin Blade Hurricane, Overhead Slash, Cross Slash, Claymore, and Swift Retret in quick succession. He was a walking slaughter machine, as he alone had a damage output greater than Neatwit and Karna combined, who were also on a terrific slaughter run. The forest side was performing weak. However, with Mediva's support and Naomi keeping the soldiers alive, the situation seemed balanced as of yet. However, it was all about to change very soon, as Edge led a party of 10,000 troops from the front, all clad in level 55 or more full-set armor. The slaves were quickly slain, and Karna and Neatwit started to be progressively pushed back as they started to lose a chunk of their health. Real world. Bo's POV. From a rooftop. Only 30 seconds remained until the time limit that Johnny gave him was up. In the previous minutes that Bo had to himself, he made a priority list of whom to kill first if given the chance. Hence, when the time came, Bo steadied his breath and pulled the trigger on the first enemy on the list. Then, reloading at superhuman speed, he made the second and third shots too. When the first shot hit the first target, it hit him square in the skull, passing straight through and even hitting a second target. While the crowd tried to process this, a second bullet also killed 2 people, and a third killed 1 and injured another. Screams quickly followed as panic gripped the crowd. They were terrified seeing their fellow comrades die at their feet. The local police quickly closed in with bulletproof shields in hand, as they tried to make a protective barrier around the ministers. However, they were too slow, as Bo was able to kill 15 more of them, bringing his kill tally to 20, before the rest were secured. Seeing how he had no more shots that could be made, Bo unhesitatingly left the station and bolted to go to safety. This was the best sniping he had ever done in his career, better than his top score at Mercenary Academy, as he had taken out 20 opponents in 17 shots. Meanwhile, Johnny was calmly eating a Subway sandwich at a nearby parlor, as mayonnaise dripped from his fingers as he licked them dry. Sound of loud police sirens started, as they zoomed past his location towards the funeral place. Loud sirens saying that this area was now under lockdown, and that Noon was allowed to leave. Johnny, who was done enjoying his sandwich, calmly wiped his hands and threw his waste in the dustbin nearby, as civilians in the background panicked and started to run in a frenzy to back inside the shops and clear of the streets. Johnny too wanted to go inside a shop, but when he tried to walk, he realized that his feet felt extra sticky for some reason. As he looked under the sole of his feet, he saw that there was a chewing gum attached to it. Johnny instantly became disgusted and first walked over to a nearby red fire hose, as he rubbed the sole of his feet against it to try remove the chewing gum. Coincidentally, the fire hose was an old construction, there since 2020, having rusted to the core, not being ever used. Hence it cracked under Johnny's boot, spraying water out at high intensity. Coincidentally, the first police car, which was a security car clearing the way for the escaping ministers, was hit right in the windshield with the water, which cracked under the immense pressure, hence the water hitting the driver. The first police car hence abruptly pressed brake, causing the car right behind him, escaping in panic to crash into it, the first car flipping by the impact. Soon a third car, and then a fourth, all got blocked by the traffic jam. The escape route of the ministers was abruptly cut off, all because Johnny wanted to wipe off a chewing gum. Chapter 328, Breaking the Ambush. Things went downhill real fast for the elites, as both the Forest Line and the Northern Road Line started to fall back under pressure. Rudra had slaughtered nearly 1,000 men on the hill. However, it was not enough. They were all archers and rangers weak at close-range combat, who did not even pay attention to Rudra killing them. They were only interested in raining arrows on those down below. They were up there with a suicide mission. Whoever planned this ambush had prepared to lose a few troops to stick it to the elites. A sacrificial move, to minimize risks. Rudra quickly thought about his options, and all roads lead back to his new and ultimate trump card, the solar beam. Currently the bracelet was at 100% power, and the solar beam would take 66% of it, leaving him with only 33% power to use. With 33% power, his second offensive option was using solar flare and solar blast back to back. Hence, using solar flare first, he created a blinding white light that stunned the sensitive-eyed lunge-range rangers and archers, blinding them for 5 seconds. In that 5 seconds, Rudra used solar blast at the heart of a ranger party, the blast killing nearly 200 of them at once while injuring 800 more. For a moment, a vacuum had been created that needed at least 10 seconds to refill. In that 10 seconds, Rudra used blink and teleported in front of Karna and Neatwit, only saying, "Cover me." No more instructions were needed for Neatwit and Karna, who instantly used their best moves to drive back the Northern attack line. Edge saw Rudra and Karna standing at the Northern fight line and shouted, "ITS fuel Shakuni! Karna! I win this one!" Nearly 12,000 troops were marching on them from the roadside. About a 3-kilometer long line. No matter how many of them were killed by them, they could not possibly wipe them all out, not without leaving the hillside flank open, and being open to backstabs and arrows. They were bound to fall sooner or later. Edge had made the perfect plan. Except, he could never have imagined the move that Rudra was about to unleash. A tier 4 spell that Noon should be able to use. A terrifying spell that would destroy his entire Northern line, front to back. All 12,000 at once. Prepping his attack. Rudra only looked into Edge's eyes and said bye-bye. Boom! An unprecedented supernova just exploded out of Rudra's right hand, the recoil dislocating his shoulder and sending him in searing pain. Yet Rudra was one tough SOB. He used his left hand to forcefully hold his right in place, as the tier 4 spell turned the entire rebel army to ashes. For 5 kilometers from Rudra's location to far beyond what the rebel lines were, not a single soldier was left alive, all being teleported back to the Church of Light. The soldiers from the Northern Line and the hillside, when watching this horrendous move unleash, subconsciously peed themselves in terror. It was the most terrifying thing they had seen in all their lives. And it was not just them. Even Karna and Neatwig gulped and looked at Rudra in horror. The collective consensus was made to abandon the fight and just run for their lives. They could not fight a demon like Shakuni. They could not fight someone who could eliminate 12,000 troops at once. This was the day where the infamy of Shakuni of the elites reached an unprecedented scale. As the man who slaughtered 10,000. Real world. Somewhere in Country X, a police officer was struggling to get out of his car, as blood dripped from his head. Johnny helped him out of his car, when the man desperately tried to tell him something. However, with blood flowing from his mouth, the only thing he could say was, "Frag!" Apparently, when he was trying to get out of his car, the frag on his waist got stuck with a protruding piece of metal and got unhooked. Johnny panicked and threw the frag on the ground away from himself. The frag landed in the center of a group of 5 cars and exploded. The explosion killed 5 ministers, as more cars of other ministers were damaged due to the shrapnel. Johnny had created a deadlock now, as all 35 remaining ministers were forced to vacate their cars by the security police, who tried to rush them all into one single house to safety. The police secured the windows of a nearby house, as they created a bulletproof passage, and lead all the alive ministers inside it to safety, completely setting up a perimeter around the house. However, to Johnny English this was the dumbest thing they could have ever done, as for the first time, he had a genuine bright idea. The gas line in front of the house. The house was a civilian house with a legitimate gas line for cooking. Hence when Johnny aimed his gun at the gas line and at the house and shot, the gas line in the house exploded, setting it on fire. In the aftermath of the fire, due to the entire road being blocked by cars, the fire trucks were unable to reach the location. One thing led to the other, until the entire house was burnt down, killing all 35 ministers trapped inside. Johnny casually then walked into the Subway shop and ordered another sandwich, placing his gun on the table, absolutely intimidating the shop owner. This job of Johnny was about to go into the history books as one man bringing down a government, as the tale of the greatest mercenary's feat of making the impossible possible grew even larger. // Guys, I'm sorry for the glitch in the chapter uploads. It was not my fault, I had already scheduled them to be released, but there was server fault. Do not worry, the issue is resolved now, and we will go back to being normal. Thank you for the patience. // Chapter 329 Fallout. Edge was left depressed following his defeat to Ridra yet again. That single move that wiped his entire army seemed incomprehensible to him. Like Ridra had cheated. Time and time again. It seemed he could never get a one-up on the elites. He was Edge Rothschild. Yet he could not get one over and nobody like Ridra Rajput. This entire concept was foreign to him. He was not a Shikuni wannabe. If anything, he believed Shikuni should be an Edge wannabe. Yet after this defeat, he questioned that again. Just how strong were the elites? Was it worth fighting with them at all? Could the elites even be defeated? Such dark thoughts entered his mind. Yet a bigger decision haunted his mind currently. At first, he never wanted to consider this option. Yet the news about his yet another failure were bound to reach his family, where this time he would be heavily rebuked. Hence, that offer seemed even more lucrative to him now. Edge was having a moment of weakness. A moment where he could not find the courage to ward off the lure of the devil, and invited him into his house. Making a deal with the Chinese trades, Edge decided to betray the Rothschild and go into business for his own, selling family business secrets and important money-holding account details. Edge was about to renege, his only 2 demands in return for this service from the triads being 1. Money and power. 2. Making the life of the elites a hell. The Chinese accepted these terms and helped Edge escape the confines of his family. Edge Rothschild hence signed a deal with the devil, where he traded his integrity with his desires. Nothing good was ever going to come from the deal. Yet for the moment, while Edge was still useful, the elites had made a new enemy, and a very powerful one at that. Their enemy being from the underworld, the most notorious criminal gang in the world. The Chinese trades. Purple Haze City. Hazel Grove Kingdom. It took Ridra and Group 3 more days to bring rhodium back into city walls. It was a hard and long journey, with a brutal battle involved. Yet nobody wanted to speak about it. Their minds even 3 days later were focused on that single move that Ridra used during his battle. The destructive solar beam. Everyone had varying reactions to this event. Neathwit was only impressed but overall indifferent. He was an easygoing guy overall, and did not pry into others' personal matters. Karna was both shocked and impressed by Ridra, his respect for the leader going up a notch. However, he was also a little bit worried about Ridra. He felt that this was some sort of forbidden power used by Ridra at a great cost. That Ridra was forced to do a move he was not ready for, as evident by his broken shoulder, which was only healed by 3 days of continuous treatment by Naomi. Naomi, much like Karna, was worried about Ridra a lot, as she did her best to keep healing him. However, through her healing process, the little furball kept glaring daggers at her. However, knew that she was helping her owner, hence did not provoke her any further. Little Furball had been very frustrated that she had been immediately called back into Ridra's soul space as soon as there was sign of danger. She was a very smart beast who knew that she was currently useless in battle, hence had nowhere to vent her frustrations. When she came out to see Ridra so heavily injured, she felt very sad, as she continually stuck by his side, licking his neck and shoulder, as if her licks could heal his pain. Ridra kept patting the little fox. Her company gave him warmth and joy. Only those around Ridra were sad. He himself was feeling very good about using that move, and was in high spirits. now that he saw its power for himself. He was so happy that he chose this as his reward. It was indeed worth all his hard work to win the 3 gold medals. His shoulder did ache. However, no matter how much advanced health potions he drank, the pop shoulder would not heal, even at full HP. His shoulder pained a lot, which seemed unusual to Ridra. What he did not know was that it was the pain stemming from the tattoos on his arms, which were used in full power by this frail body, which could not withstand the pressure. The tattoos were like a circuit on cooldown, and it took constant cool healing of Naomi to cool it down to normal, and hence healing Ridra. The only person having a positive reaction to Ridra using that move was Yua, who kept chatting with Ridra happily about how it was so damn cool. She did not mention Ridra's injury once. Not because she did not care about Ridra, but because she thought it was the best way to deal with boys. Boys did not like to be mentioned by girls how they felt pity for them at their injuries. Boys liked to pretend to be tough and strong and liked women who believed so too. Hence Yua never mentioned it to Ridra. Ridra was actually thankful for it. As for once, he found his conversations with Yua pleasant, which irked Naomi a lot. However, irked little Furball even more, who kept making growling noises, which sounded like soft purrs of joy whenever Yua talked with Ridra. // bonus chapter system for the month of December. Normal chapter rate, 14 chapters a week. We have doubled the normal chapter rate for December. Hence, irrespective of the tickets and bonuses, it will be 2 chapters a day. But there will also be bonuses. Bonus chapters, 1 for 2000 PS. Bonus chapter 2, 1 for 200 GT. Bonus chapter 3, super gifts. Chapters will be out on 11 PM and 11 AM every day, with bonus chapters having no fixed time. Enjoy. // Chapter 330 of video surfaces. Apparently one of the rangers from Eternal Rebels on the hill was recording the entire event. When Ridra used solar flare and blinded his vision, the screen turned white for a second. And then, there was the solar burst that sent him flying a few meters, deducting a bit of his HP. However, when he crawls back into position, after a few seconds, he is horrified to see the entire Northern attack force annihilated. The actual attack and reason behind the vanishing of the troops are not present in the video, however. A manual description tag is added at the bottom, which describes its ferocity. This video goes viral on the forums, as it involved the very famous True Elites. However, much debate is being made at the legitimacy of the claims put forward by the video owner. The forums went into a heated discussion. This is BS, guys. If Shikuni had such a powerful move in his arsenal, wouldn't the final match of 1v1 have ended before it even started? The Eternal Rebels are sore losers, who are cooking stories to hide their team's shortcomings. Holy hell! Just how strong is Shikuni? What move did he use to annihilate so many people? Is it a skill scroll we can buy? I am willing to pay $1 million for it. Are you an idiot? If such a strong skill exists, not even 100 million can buy it? Says an ugly poor twat, who can't even afford to spend $20, much less $1 million. The only person who can buy that skill from Shikuni is probably Ethan Gray. Guys, this video is a fake. Don't fall for such Ponzi schemes. This is breaking the game balance. Ban Shikuni. Moderator, user number 22334511127, this is your first warning. The mod warned me. I think Shikuni is illegally the son of the Cuber Corporation. They always protect him. Moderator, user number 22334511127 has been banned from the forums. Nobody said a word after that. However, many questions were raised in people's minds. This video was extremely controversial. But the bigger debate currently was the sudden disappearance of Edge, who according to guild logs had left the first raid guild 4 hours ago, making the vice guild master the de facto leader. The Eternal Rebels were in a state of chaos, as there was a sudden power shift. Granted, they were dissatisfied with Edge in the recent days, however. It was not to a point where they would have revolted. They still respected their leader. Hence his abrupt quitting the guild raised some questions. Some thought he just kicked the bucket, and some thought he went on in search of other avenues. Real world. Gray International Tower. The upside? Ethan Gray was desperately waiting for Sir Johnny and Bo to land safely. His mind was blown at how Johnny outperformed his own ridiculous time limit and completed the mission in 6 days. Seeing the events on TV, he was dumbfounded at the methods used by Johnny English, assassinating Ambani's son, making the ministers come in the open for the funeral, and then snipe them dead. Then block the only escape route without making anyone feel any wiser, and forced the ministers to leave the safety of their cars to retreat into a house. Then blow the house's gas line to set it on fire, with the cars blocking the way of the firemen. What needed months of planning and extreme precision to execute with a million things going wrong, Johnny did in 6 days. From making the plan to executing it flawlessly. The name of Johnny English spread far and wide, as the underworld knew that the old man stepped out of retirement for this one last request. When Johnny finally landed, Ethan Gray personally went to greet him, which was huge considering Ethan did not do such a gesture for even the president. However, just as he shook Johnny English's hand, he looked at Johnny, who looked sad. Ethan thought it was a money issue, as he said, "Thank you so much for your hard work, Sir Johnny. I will wire you the money, the full $1 trillion in 1 hour. If you have any other requests, please tell me. I'll personally look to them." Johnny sighed as he pointed at Bo. "I'm sorry, Ethan. I failed your mission. I will not take the money for a failed job." Bo looked down on the ground, clearly ashamed. Ethan was perplexed as he asked, "You did it splendidly, Sir Johnny. Why is it that you call it a failure?" Johnny pulled out an iPad as he showed the photo of a target. It was a minister who was critically injured by Bo's sniper bullet, but only in coma and not dead. Johnny said, "I'm getting old, Ethan. I could only kill 59-60 targets you gave me. By the time I realized one was alive, I was on the flight back home. I never thought I'd end my career this way. With a failed job." Bo looked like he wanted to bury himself right now. Very, very ashamed of himself. While Ethan had no words to speak. He wanted to say that it was more than fine if he missed one. But he did not even miss, just put him in coma. Which was as good as dead for Ethan. But for a man like Johnny, it was a failed job. Ethan could not find words to console him. Johnny said, "I like the place, the upside, and I like the guild and the company of the young guys. Rudra, Karna, Bo and the like. I'm happy here, Ethan. Since you gave me security and a place to stay, I return the favor with this job. So no need for the money. From today onwards, Bo is the new #1 mercenary in the world. I'm too old for this." Saying so, Johnny patted on Bo's shoulder as he told him, "You are a good mercenary, Bo, but too orthodox in your approach. Think about option 3. There is always an option 3. Saying so, Johnny walked off. As long as he was concerned, he had passed the torch. While the news that Johnny considered this a failed job spread like a wildfire in the mercenary world. Chapter 331, Shining Too Bright. The elites had collected all the necessary equipment needed to build the teleportation array. Hiring skilled NPC labor force. Paid by the day. Rudra made an expedited construction plan for the teleportation array. The project was set to complete in 25 days, extending to a maximum of 30. Currently 2,500 people were building the array in the outer district in Sector 7 of the city. The reason for this was simple. Sector 7 was a market and goods sector. It had some inns, and it had the most flourishing shops and black markets. It was the best area for tourist visits. However, it was also the easiest to contain. Should something unfortunate happen, away from the inner district, and away from the truly mega structures of the city, like the Grand Library, the Church of Light, and the City Administration Office, it ensured that the inner city would not be easily compromised. Moreover, being a semi-industrial sector, it was still inside the city wall, hence well protected, but also away from the residential districts of 1, 2, 3 sectors. Hence, even in a conflict, although there would be material loss, the loss of life would be minimal. There was another advantage to setting it up in Sector 7, as now under the pretext of city security, Rudra could place checkpoints at all roads entering and leaving Sector 7 and increase patrol in the area. This would decrease crime, and Rudra would have eyes on what goods the merchants were trading. He would virtually now have eyes over the economic lifeline of the city, from where he could slowly enact laws that would show customs certificates to bring in goods. Smuggling and illegal trading would suffer a massive blow due to this, hence having various benefits. The massive construction began in Sector 7, while slowly the patrol in the area was quadrupled, with a small military contingent permanently stationed. These changes did not go unnoticed by the world, as players would start talking about every action that the elites took, from undertaking one massive project to another. It was clear to every onlooker the elites had really deep pockets. Most assumed that it was Ethan Gray funding them. However, that was not the case, and only those who studied corporate and had a track over finances like major banks knew the secret that the guild was actually giving Ethan returns and not borrowing money. Naturally, such news were secretly sold to other influential people, who alongside the rise of the elites in the Olympics, slowly became very interested in the organization. Usually Noon would be able to get past Amelia to meet Rudra. She took care of everything in game and even outside. She was the ultimate secretary for Rudra. The fact that the upside was such a protected community was probably one of the reasons behind her job being a little easy. But even so, just like Ethan Gray had his own team working for him, Amelia made sure to schedule important meetings and declined everyone she did not deem fit to meet Ridra altogether. She was started to gain a reputation inside the elites. As the head of logistics, she was only a level 5 player. However, her authority within the guild was absolute. Except for Ridra and Karna, who were both goofs, and except for wars, and things related to fighting were absolutely useless, she was the real boss of the elites. Deciding the pay of the members, the benefits, approving equipment requests, maintaining the warehouse, looking over all the ambitious projects Ridra started, while also keeping an eye on world and in guild events, and reporting to Ridra. She was a one-woman show, known to have a fierce temper, an extreme professional attitude that was court and formal. She came off as a cold businesswoman, a workhorse who worked about 14 hours a day in game and worked 2 hours in real life before calling it a day. She was the literal lifeline of the guild, and Ridra knew it very well, paying her extremely well. Ridra would shower her with bonuses and gifts so expensive it would make even billionaires' wives blush. But Ridra knew it was worth it. It was a symbolic gesture to show Amelia how much he valued her as a member. And Amelia knew it very well. She liked working in the elites exactly because Ridra appreciated her so much and gave her a total autonomy. The work became worship for her, as the potential of the guild just kept skyrocketing. Hence, with Ridra being out of reach, soon outside investors started targeting Amelia. They knew that the boss woman was the only way to meet the boss. However, no matter the income, or the offer, or the threat, Amelia never buckled. Hence, when Ridra came to the guild hall and saw Amelia anxiously waiting at the corridor for him, he was shocked. Amelia instantly said, "There is a very dangerous woman waiting in your cabin. Guild master, think of your next actions very seriously." Seeing Amelia so serious, Ridra knew that something serious must have happened. Someone who could force a meeting from Amelia and cause her to be so worried must be a real big shot. Ridra walked into his own conference room. Yet he was not intimidated at all. Throwing a glance at the woman seated, Ridra calmly walked up to the head of the table where his seat was and sat down. Glancing at her, he said, "How may I help you, miss?" "How me?" the woman said. Ridra's eyes widened. He knew the name of one of the bosses of the Chinese trades, the infamous sadist who liked to torture her victims to death. The rumor said that none of her lovers have survived more than one night with her, as they end up in either coma or dead the next morning. And now she was here, in his cabin. "Oh, so you know my name. I'm famous, I guess, especially among men," Hami said, seeing his reaction. / bonus chapter for hitting the golden ticket target. Good job, guys. / Chapter 332. This is my city. Hearing how Hami gloated about Ridra and knowing about her reputation, Ridra decided to end the woman's career right then and there. Who the hell did she think she was? This is Purple Haze City. She was inside his guild hall surrounded by elites. Ridra was not going to be intimidated in his own territory. Ridra said, "I'm sorry. If you are who I think you are, then I saw you in an adult entertainment clip. It was thoroughly underwhelming at that. Perhaps why it gave me a lasting impression." The smile vanished off Hami's face. Only for a second, though. As soon it was replaced by a calm composure. She said, "I'm Hami, the leader of the Shanlin Mafia. A triad leader. You are mistaken if you think you saw me in inappropriate content sites. However, if you do wish to see me inappropriately, you have to but ask Guild Master Shikuni. I am quite willing to bed you." Ridra coughed. Damn it, he was weak when faced with such shameless woman. He was a virgin, hence got flushed easily. Hami chuckled at his behavior. She found the guild leader Shikuni to be amusing. Ridra said, "To what do I owe the pleasure of meeting a crime syndicate leader?" "Hami, oh? I thought you were close to Ethan Gray." My. Have you not met him? There is not much difference between us both. He uses his money to buy political support and grow his business. His core product being stocks. The triads deal in arms and drugs. Except for our core competency, there is nothing different in our methods. Killing our enemies. Buying politicians. Having our own territory. To be honest, I'm quite impressed with Ethan Gray. The man truly has some excellent foresight." Ridra knew that what Hami said was not technically wrong. The trades were like a conglomerate. Just because they dealt in selling stuff that government labels as illegal, they are portrayed as a villainous organization. Ridra knew firsthand that Ethan Gray was not a clean man himself. None of those who stood at the top were. Everyone had their hands soaked in blood. However, Ridra would not get swayed by her words. The triads were different from Ethan in the way that they were lawless and did things on their own whim. Each triad gang member had a license to kill, and the organization was very loosely regulated. Ridra said, "So are you going to tell me why you are here, or are you going to beat around the bush?" Haomi raised an eyebrow then said, I am willing to invest in your guild. I am especially interested in this city you are building. I want to make it a base for my organization. Sell me 30% of your guild shares, and sign a contract with me that allows me to operate from here. I am willing to pay any price for this. Even my body. Rudra knew he would reject Haomi's offer. However, his objective now was to gain as much information as needed. So he played ball. Rudra's first question. Why Purple Haze City? Why the elites? Haomi smiled as she said, the way you are developing this city is unlike any other. The massive wall, and the teleportation array coupled with the fact that this is an already excellently developed capital city even before you took over, makes this location very preferable. The teleportation array is like an airport in real life. Any major city has to have it. However, the construction cost is not minimal. However, we know the secret that even with the massive wall and the teleportation array being made, the elites have not borrowed money from the Grey Corporation at all, and rely on its own finances. Such capabilities are extremely admirable. As well as the elites have a very strong positive impression on the world, providing a perfect cover. Rudra started to read between the lines. He was obviously looking right past all the flattery, and at the essence of her words. He asked, who did you approach before us? Haomi laughed out loud. What makes you think anyone has the guts to reject us? If I approached anyone before this, I wouldn't be here. Rudra shook his head. You would have approached us sooner if that was the case. My guess is Eternal Rebels or Frozen Thorns. Someone who could not mine the crystals. Haomi's eyes widened. However, she maintained her poker face as she said, I'm here to negotiate terms, guild leader. Tell me your price. Rudra looked at her with all earnestness and replied, I'm sorry, miss. This is my city. And my guild. And it's not for sale. Haomi did not buy this explanation. For her, everyone had a price. And Rudra selling 30% to Ethan was a testament to that. She thought Rudra was playing hard to get, hence said, oh. So you sell to Ethan Grey but not to us? What does Ethan Grey have that us triads don't? Is it money? Ha ha ha. Let me tell you, guild master. We can buy 10 Ethan Grey's if we want to. Is it the safe haven and the elite tower in the upside? Come to China. Come to Shanghai. Come to our safe haven. Shang-Chi. You will live like kings there. So let me rephrase my pricing. $30 trillion for 30% of your guild. And you live like kings for the rest of your life. You still own 40% of your own guild, being the one having management rights. It's a good deal. Take it. Haomi extended her hand. It was good that Rudra had nerves of steel. A weaker man would fall to temptation. Even within Ambani. His entire Ambani corporation was not worth $30 trillion at the moment. Rudra could literally become one of the wealthiest persons on Earth with this transaction. In the eyes of the triads, the elites had a $100 trillion valuation, making it as successful as the largest tech companies in the world. It was a very high evaluation, as high as a few super guilds with 1% members. It was true that he sold his shares to Ethan Grey under pressure once. However, the elites were not for sale. His dream had no price point to it. Hence politely Rudra said, not interested. This time Haomi was genuinely shocked. She could not comprehend. What exactly gave Rudra the confidence to reject her? What did he think the trades were? Some farmer conglomerate? She gave him such a sweet deal, and he still had the audacity to reject? Fine, she thought. If the carrot won't work, then she needed to pull out the stick. Chapter 333 Price of Arrogance. Haomi thought that Rudra was perhaps not aware about the terrifying reputation of the triads. He did not sufficiently know their threat. It could be the only reason in her mind why he decided to reject her. Haomi hence turned serious. She was not someone a kid like Rudra could bully. She had personally came here to recruit him, and he had the gall to reject her. It was very disrespectful to her. Haomi said, her voice laced with killing intent. As she said, are you sure you can bear the weight of rejecting me? Honey, this little guild of yours. One snap of mine, and it can be erased from existence. How dare you be arrogant in front of a triad? We deal with hundreds like you on a daily basis. Some of them even end up on our dinner table. It would be a pity to have your handsome face in my dinner plate. However, I sure as hell won't lose any sleep over it. One way or the other. If Purple Haze City is what we want, the Purple Haze City is what we will get. All this development you are doing, it will fall under our hands. It will be for naught. All because of your arrogance. A lesser man would be intimidated. However, Rudra was not. He just chuckled a little and said, tell me, ugly ponytail be ****. You being in my city, in my guild headquarters, in my conference room, what exactly will you do? Hao Mi's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never seen a man with such a spine. Usually men would prostrate before her at such threats. But not Rudra. There was not a hint of fear in his eyes. Hao Mi, just because you live in the upside, do you think you are safe? Do you think the Triads cannot penetrate that little fortress of Ethan Gray? This may be your city. But is your family in this city? Is your little brother here at school? You have that cute little mercenary of yours in your team. That oldie Johnny. A triple medal winner. Man of focus. One of your best In the Triads he will not even make captain. Just because you win some inconsequential wars against citizens. Do you think you are some sort of a gangster? Let me tell you here. Honey. You are not. My men will decimate your guild. Not with numbers. But being outnumbered 10-1. So yes. I may not be able to do anything to you right now. However, I can decimate you. I promise that. Rudra felt a bead of sweat go down his spine at the mention of his real-life family. For the first time, he started considering Hao Mi's proposition seriously. However, his heart was just torn. For how long will he keep bending the knee under someone stronger? Is this his fate? How will he achieve his dreams, with the Triads running rampant in his city? No, he could not accept her terms. He had to find his own footing. He had to reject her here, and deal with the consequences that came his way later. Hao Mi was almost 99% sure that Rudra would buckle now. That his tone would change. However, Rudra's next words shocked her to her core. Never in her life had she been as humiliated as she felt next. Rudra said, "See, all those threats and all. I'm really intimidated. But let me tell you something. It's hard to be intimidated by a middle-aged woman who dresses like a lowly succubus. It just makes me laugh. I can't go out there and tell my guild mates that this ridiculous-looking, ugly, wrinkly lowly intimidated me into selling guild shares. Haha, I mean I'd lose too much." Rudra was continuing to insult her when a tight slap landed across his cheek. Rudra smiled, as this was exactly his plan. System notification. You the mayor have been attacked in your city. Inside the safe zone. The perpetrator of this event is player Hao Mi. Choose how you wish to punish her. 1. Permanent ban from entering Purple Haze City. 2. Jail for 30 days. 3. Both. Jail for 30 days followed by a permanent ban. Rudra unhesitatingly pressed 3. As a devilish smile appeared on his face. Within seconds local police authorities swarmed in his building. As Hao Mi was shocked at being arrested. Rudra calmly looked at her, and then gave the order. Drag her through the streets, and shout to the streets that this is Hao Mi, a Triad boss, being imprisoned for performing crime in Purple Haze City. Go! Hao Mi glared daggers at Rudra. She could not believe the gall. She was a goddamn Triad boss. For her to suffer such humiliation, it was unheard of. The moment Rudra came out, he looked for SMG as he said, "Take your entire squadron, guard the moving interroge, and kill everyone who tries to interfere." Amelia looked extremely worried. However, she understood what choice the guild leader had made. It was sure to bring some turbulent tides their way. When Karna saw Rudra in the corridor along with a 25 city guard contingent, he naturally asked Rudra what's going on. To only get one order. Take the entire guild. Tell the NPC citizens to throw rotten eggs and tomatoes at the passing criminal. Kill anyone who tries to rescue her. Go! Karna had never seen Rudra so serious. He immediately complied, and rallied everyone present for the cause. Only when they were escorting the interroge on the street, and the guard started to declare the name of the Triad boss and her crimes, did Karna realize the opponent Rudra had just made. He wanted to commend Rudra for his courage, however slap him for his stupidity. His thought being, so we fight the Triads next. The entire guild had the same thoughts. As a bloody skirmish broke out throughout the path to jail, the Chinese Triad naturally did not travel alone to Purple Haze. But as it was only a political visit, she only brought 500 men with her, who tried their very best to save their boss's dignity. But to no avail. This was Purple Haze City, not a place where they could act rampant. The NPC citizens looked down on criminals. They liked the new mayor's regime and naturally did not care about any Chinese Triad or anything else. They pelted Hao Mi with rotten eggs and tomatoes. Hao Mi was fuming inside. As the players of the world recorded this incident, it was sure to lose her a lot of face. She wanted to dig a hole and bury herself in it. However, there was nothing she could do about it. Her logout button had turned unavailable. Until she was dragged to jail. She had to endure this. However, swore to annihilate this city once she got out. The forums were flooded with the video of the trade boss being marched inside the streets of Purple Haze City. They labeled it as the Walk of Shame. And it was the largest blow ever given to a member of Chinese Triads. The ramifications of this event were sure to be huge. Rudra was in for a storm. / guys, there is a new function added by Web Novel for the month of December. In the spirit of giving, they decided to add the feature that every super gift that readers gift to a book will give fellow other readers either coins, FP, EXP or points, through a random treasure chest, limited to fans of the book. Hence, if you guys want to give your fellow fans such gifts, and also get a bonus chapter from me as well, please send the book supergifts / Chapter 334 Ethan Gray is the real big boss. The moment Halmy was imprisoned and had the option to log out of the game, she did. Ribra knew at that very moment that he had a very limited time before hell broke loose. Wasting no time, Ribra told every elder to log out of the game and meet inside the Elite Tower conference room within 10 minutes. Naturally, everyone complied. Within 5 minutes, everyone was inside the real world conference room in the upside. Amelia had also panic called Ethan Gray, who was present in the room as well. Ribra looked across the room and said, "The Chinese triads wanted to buy ownership of our guild and turn Purple Haze City into a center for their illegal activities inside the VR world. From setting black markets to slave trading to every other illegal activity punishable by the Hazel Group national law, and wanted to use our guild as a cover for these activities. For me personally, this guild is not for sale and Purple Haze City is my home. I decided to retaliate, and the next fallout of my actions is known by all of you. Halmy is imprisoned in our jail. I know I made this decision on my own accord, but I'm here to listen to all of your opinions now. What's our next step?" Karna sighed. Ribra was just impossible. He had clearly declared war, and was now asking for opinion. He did not mind this at all, as finally he agreed with Ribra and his choice. The elites were not for sale. Ethan Gray, however, had a different opinion, as he calmly asked, "How much money did they offer?" Ribra replied, $30 trillion for 30%. 100 trillion valuation. Fatty Kalash spat water from the glass he was drinking, as he looked dumbfoundedly at Ribra. Why did he reject such an offer? It's 30 freaking trillion. He was going to faint. This conversation was too much for him to handle. Ethan Gray, however, sighed. "Damn, that's a really good offer. If it were me giving a generous evaluation of the guild, I would put it more at the $80 trillion evaluation. She was really paying premium." Ribra remained calm, seeing how Ethan Gray was not panicking hearing the information, and instead asking about unnecessary things. Told him he was not really worried. Ribra asked, "Halmy threatened that she would infiltrate the upside and kill my family. That she would ravage the guild upside down. What are your thoughts on this, Ethan?" Ethan Gray started to laugh after hearing this, as a tear escaped his eye. He said, "Let me tell you a story. There was once a gala where antiques were on display. Bloody overpriced Chinese vases with dragons painted on them. I went there for, let's say, socializing reasons. That time a woman took fancy to my gray eyes and handsome face. Wanted to bed me. But she dressed like an ugly lowly. Hence naturally I had no interest in bedding her. But not being able to handle the rejection, the lowly insisted on taking me by force. Hence a tight boot lander on her nose fair and square, breaking it in 2 pieces. The gala was a social event, where I went at invitation. Naturally I was kicked, but she was not allowed to assassinate me. That day the girl was humiliated. However, she swore to kill me that day. That ugly lowly is Halmy. And as you can see, I'm very much alive and kicking to this day." Ha 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 ha. Ribra raised an eyebrow. He had to admit it. Ethan Gray was too damn cool. Ethan continued, "I'm glad to know that by **** got ked by my brother as well. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, man. Ethan Gray did not build a safe haven called Upside for no reason. It is for the very purpose to fight against the world while being assured of your and your family's safety. Don't worry, not a hair will be harmed on those people under my watch. That is my promise." Everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what Ethan Gray had to say, especially Ribra. Now that the biggest thing weighing his mind was no longer a concern, the rest could be managed. Let them march an army of 1 million at Purple Haze City. He was not afraid that the city would fall. Ribra was strong-armed into selling 30% of his guild to Ethan Gray. That was true. However, it was worth the price to get Ethan's support. Without Ethan and his back-end help, the elites would not be able to soar like they did. And naturally the elites delivered too, making Ethan both money and political power in a world where Omega was the biggest market, even though his decision was made under duress. Ribra was truly glad to have Ethan as his partner, and the feeling was mutual for Ethan Gray. He absolutely was in love with the true elites and Ribra. He was not letting his golden goose be threatened under his watch. Ethan Gray continued, "There are 3 major mafia groups in the world that are richer than 4 of the 6 trillionaires, And then, there are 7 noble families, making the world's power structure of the richest and most influential non-government organizations at 16. The 3 major mafia groups are the Chinese triads, the Russian mafia, and the Mexican cartel, with the Russian mafia being the overlords of the underworld, followed by the Chinese triads and the Mexican cartel being the weakest. However, make no mistake, even the Mexican cartel has more assets than the 4th richest trillionaire if we count money alone. However, as they are illegal in nature, there is no exact amount as to how much do they have. It is only an assumption based on the economy floating. However, this does not mean that the Mexican cartel is more influential than me, or the Chinese triads have more power than me. In Japan I am supreme. Japan is my territory. And Japan is a nuclear country. Hence my political power places me above the Mexican cartel, but under the Russian mafia and Chinese triads. I won't bore you guys with the world power structure and its specifics, but currently you need to understand that the Sheikh of Dubai, the Rothschild in England, and the other noble families are also a very dominant force in world politics. Japan is not my puppet state, but I have near immunity in Japan, as I drive nearly 40% of the country's GDP. Have me gone and the population will starve. The same goes for others. Hence with me warning the state, the immigration of the Chinese trades into the country itself will be a huge challenge. Plus the areas and entry points to the upside will be heavily guarded. So you do not need to worry. Ethan Gray's explanation really opened Ridra's eyes. The world of the trillionaires was really different. They were playing at a stage where money and power were all deeply convoluted. Ethan then dropped a huge bombshell that Ridra never knew or expected. He said, "The main reason as to why I doubt the Chinese triads will even send a single man to upside is because of my secret. Not bragging, but quite literally. They are scared of harming a single hair on me. Like if they do, they know that the triads will go 6 feet under." Now this shocked everyone in the room. Who the hell was Ethan Gray? And if that was the case, why was Haomisu oblivious to all this? Ethan saw everyone's perplexed expression and said, "See, although on paper it seems like the triads are 3 branches of one organization, it is not really the case. Haomi is the weakest of the 3 trades and has the least say in the general direction of the organization. The real boss is Lu Shu. And Lu Shu knows he can't offend me because of my lover/mother of my child." Ridra's eyes widened at this information. Ethan Gray had a child. And a lover. Such information had never reached Ridra's ears. Ethan did not appear to be a family man at all. Ethan sighed and said, "The boss of the Russian mafia is my lover. In the same gala we betted each other. I have a 5-year-old son." Amelia covered her lips to hide her smile. Ethan was annoyed because of this relationship. It was a secret very few people knew. Ethan said, "The woman is too clingy. Sue is the kid. But never mind. She has her use. Her temper is such that if anyone dares come to the upside, the Russian mafia will literally slaughter the Chinese trades alive. Sue, there it is. One more reason why they can't declare open war on you. Chill out, man. Rudra with me here, the sky won't fall." Rudra was thoroughly impressed. Ethan Gray was truly the one big boss. Ethan continued, "That being said, I can't do anything about whatever she will do to you guys in game. I'll leave the meeting at this point. I think you gamers are more capable of talking about such matters. But let me warn you, at her inability to send men to the upside, and the degree of humiliation she has suffered, her threat is not to be taken lightly. The men that serve her are as good as the assassins that are under SMG. These are not the average Joe. Hence I assume that their threat during war is not to be taken lightly either. That's it for me. Peace out." Saying so, Ethan Gray casually walked out of the building. Only when he left did people even sigh loudly. Such was his presence and pressure. Now that Rudra was truly feeling easy of mind about his family's safety, he turned his attention back to the issues inside the game. He now knew that the moment that the cooldown of the safety period ended, there would be war at Purple Haze City's footsteps. The guild was on a time limit. They needed to gather as much strength as they could at this period, as conflict was now inevitable. Karna cracked his knuckles and asked Rudra, "Okay, now that that's out of the way, what's the plan, guild leader?" Rudra looked around the room, and he was glad to see that Noon threw him any accusing glances. That asked him, "Why did you drag us into this mess?" "Only determination. To help and move on." Rudra took a deep breath and started to say, "Okay guys, listen up. We are on the clock. Here is the plan. / bonus chapter for hitting the Power Stone target. An extremely long one at that. Enjoy. / Chapter 335 The Plan. First and foremost, we need to talk about bolstering our ranks. We need to have speed on the Elite Academy project. Speed up the enrollment process and tighten the screening. We need fresh blood as soon as possible within our ranks. We can no longer use the traditional recruiting method for immediate relief, because we never know who is a spy for the Triads," Rudra declared. Everyone in the room nodded. The Elite Academy was an ambitious project by Rudra, and even though Ethan Gray had literally built the academy from the ground up to fully functional in a month, it still needed time for recruitment. People would fill up forms. They would come for screening. The elites would evaluate their gameplay, etc., etc. The course needed to be finalized, the teachers, the routine. It was a lot of work. Now that Rudra wanted to expedite the process, it meant a lot of work would fall on the shoulders of everyone. At this point, SMG suggested something. "I think since we are already making an elite academy, we should also have a branch for training new and upcoming special agents. That can work both in real life and in game. I can personally train these young people into the most skilled and disciplined assassins. Then we also have Sir Johnny who could take classes." Everyone looked at Sir Johnny, who nodded all right. Now the decision was left to Rudra. Would he induct such a division within his academy? The more Rudra thought about it, the more he felt like it was a brilliant idea. However, the compensation for such people needed to be higher. Also because they would be field agents doing dangerous work. Their families had to be taken care of. As if on a cue, SMG said, "We will hire orphans only. Don't worry, Guildmaster. It would be voluntary and worth it for them. I will make sure of it." Rudra nodded in ease. He did not wish to be a Triadic guild leader. Just because the situation became desperate, Rudra said, "Okay. Set up a division for 3,000 strong SMG. Let's call it Black Ops. You will be the head of the department. I will leave the finalizing of training and decision of syllabus to you. Reserve a lecture for Sir Johnny, who will come up with his own course to teach the children. Talk with Bo and Skyla if they want in on the department as teachers." SMG nodded. Him and his 300 brethren would recreate the sect-like environment they came from, and train the kids to the bones. He was confident in making an elite squadron within 6 months' time. Rudra continued, "Rapid expansion needs strong logistics. We set up School of Business and Analytics, the head of department being Amelia. We have a few business geniuses and retired Harvard professors in the upside. Fork out a big check. Get them in on the project. Have 1,500 loyal and efficient players ready within 6 months." Rudra then looked at Fatty. School of Lifestyle. 3,000 slots. Spend more time on elite lifestyle economics and nurturing them into fine workforce. High pay. High skill demand. Bring me some goddamn master forgets Fatty. Make it a practical course. I want to see them in our shops within 2 months, of course, starting with their products being sold manually by them within the Purple Haze black market. The passing criteria to be to make 20,000 gold within 4 months' time. Taking a deep breath, Rudra said, "Lastly, we need the main workforce, the combat division, with 30,000 slots. Karna will be head of department. Combat is a very comprehensive course. I will personally come up with it. What I want in the recruits is a way of analytical thinking and a bunch of party leaders. Everyone should come out with knowledge of formations and siege warfare. They should know all the skills and moveset of the opponent class and know the best way to counter them. I need a bunch of statistical nerds with skills enough to back the knowledge up. Neatwit, Mediv, Kola, Gamakichi, Gamabunta. Every single elite member good at combat will spend hours sparring with these contestants. By the time they come out, even a barbarian should beat a wizard, and a wizard should beat a barbarian. That's the kind of recruits we need to raise. That brings the first batch total at 37,500, a bit more than we initially planned. I want the recruitment finished within 7 days, and classes started by next Monday." Everyone felt Rudra's passion and energy and understood the urgency of the project. Perhaps most won't be able to sleep for 7 days to actually see this thing through. But Noon complained. The elites always worked in full gear. They were more used to hustling like this than the slump that followed the Olympics. Rudra continued, "Next objective is to make the teleportation array as soon as possible and find a way into the lost land of Draconia." Karna and SMG's ears perked up at this. They had been the ones to rob the royal treasury, from where they obtained this token. Hence, at the mention of Draconia, they got excited. Rudra said, "I have no idea where Draconia is. We will need to search for information." Amelia put out a guild mission. "We need information on the Lost Dragon Kingdom. However, what I do know is that only big opportunities await once we reach there. That's my gut feeling." Everyone became excited. Adventures with the guild leader were always extremely rich in experience points and loot. Nobody wanted to be left out. Rudra continued, "Lastly, Fatty, we need an increased revenue stream. Increase the output of our gold mines to maximum, and try amass as much wealth as you can from our shops. Increase product prices. or introduce a new line. I don't care how you do it. But when I come back with new projects, I don't want to hear that we can't implement them because of money constraints. Alright, that's it guys, 7 days time. Let's buckle up. On to your tasks. Ribra distributed tasks to everyone. The general direction of work was set. Now is the time to improve and expand. Chapter 336 Unexpected. The world reacted strongly to Ribra making Haomi walk down Purple Haze City while being pelted with rotten eggs and tomatoes. Some commended Ribra for his bravery and his spine to stand up against the Chinese triad Su vocally, while some claimed his actions to be downright stupid. There would always be people like that, who would find fault with everything. For them, making a woman parade on the city streets while being pelted by rotten eggs and tomatoes was a traumatic experience to watch. They felt that it was excessive of Ribra, and that in this exchange, he was the real bad guy. A heated debate ensued the world forums, as the elites were in the spotlight again for all the wrong reasons. However, one thing was absolute, and that was the fact that Haomi lost a lot of face because of Ribra. With the world news covering this event, it was a well-known stain on the reputation of the emphatic triad leader. Hence the fact that the other two triads rejected her appeal to send men to capture and murder Ribra and his family inside the Upside made her flip out. Not only was she rejected entry into the Upside, but also told that if they even got a whiff of foul play from her, and that any of her men even laid their eyes on the Upside, she would be excommunicated and hunted by the other two triad factions. Haomi found this entire situation to be unacceptable. Unaware of the prowess Ethan Gray had, she kept asking them for answers. Ethan Gray was a character she hated to the core, which was partly the reason why she wanted to buy the elites and rub it in his face and gloat. However, things did not go as she had planned. Frustrated, she could only turn to Inside Omega, as she gave orders to raise the most terrifying battalion within Omega to take down Purple Haze City. She explicitly commanded to find ways to get past the city walls and their massive archballistae. They had roughly 8.5 months' time before the protection period ended, and an attack could be launched on the city. And Haomi swore to get her revenge the exact day that the protection period was over. What she did not know, however, was the rising dissatisfaction under her leadership by her troops. When a leader loses face, so does their subordinates, and many were dissatisfied with the image of their boss. A newcomer within her ranks was aware of this fact, and with a skill to play both sides to gain maximum favor. Edge Rothschild was quickly rising through the ranks of her organization, tasked with coming up with countermeasures for the elites. He was indeed working his butt off, earnestly trying to think of ways to destroy Purple Haze City, all the while trying to fan the flames of the faction. Dissatisfied with Haomi, Edge's plan was simple. He wanted to rise to the position of commander, lead the troops to a glorious victory at Purple Haze City, and then create a mutiny to become the new leader. And for this to come true, the true elites, his old nemesis, stood in his way. And this time, he wanted to make sure to bury them 6 feet under properly. That one single move that Ribra dished out was a source of his nightmare. He could not get over it. He knew he could not get over it until he chopped off Ribra's head. Royal Library, Purple Haze City. Ribra was within the Royal Library, trying to gain information about the lost land of dragons. Ribra found a few books that pertained to this issue, where he found out invaluable information about the actual Dragon Kingdom, its customs and its magnificent structures. But he could not find the geographical location of the Kingdom of Dragons. Only vague descriptions were present. However, one positive sign that he received from his deduction capabilities was that it was at least present in the Northern Hemisphere, because the seasons as described inside the books coincided with those in the Northern Hemisphere. So at least the southern continent could be ruled out as not a feasible location. While Ribra continued to rack his brains over the issue, an unexpected problem arrived for him. Patricia one night was looking for him, and it seemed urgent. The moment Ribra crossed eyes with Patricia, she only said, "Come with me." Urgent. No conversation. No time for Ribra to reject. He was forced to follow his sister back to the one-night mansion. Ribra did not know reason behind this visit, but he was pretty sure that Patricia could have sent a servant to fetch him rather than coming personally. However, when a second Patricia walked down the steps of the mansion, Ribra was a little bit surprised. The first one disappeared into thin smoke. When the second one came, it was the Tier 3 skill doppelganger. Ribra had heard about it, but it was his first time seeing it in action. He had to admit, it was very impressive. Patricia said, "Hello, little brother. You may be wondering why I called you so urgently. However, what I will tell you now must not leave the walls of this room. It will decide the fate of our family and this kingdom. So listen carefully. Prince Amon, that be ********, is not the rightful king. Emperor Cervantes is still alive and locked up within a strange illusion barrier. The prince has lied to me and to our people. He is no king, just a rebel sitting on the throne. We the one knight only serve the one true king, and now that our liege is in trouble we must save him. System notification, Force Quest. Save the fallen emperor, SS, Emperor Cervantes is trapped in a never-ending illusion. Infiltrate the royal palace and free the emperor. However, beware that doing so would result in you becoming a traitor to the current king, and the one who sits at the throne of Hazelgrove. Failure penalty, 6-month imprisonment, followed by banishment from Hazelgrove Kingdom. Revokes the title of one knight from the player. Ridra gulped in hard. He never expected this quest to suddenly appear. This was not what happened in his past life. Should he fail this quest, everything would be gone. His position within Purple Haze City, his guild, his lifestyle shops, everything. Just when he was preparing for an existential battle for the future, he had to fight another one in the present. Chapter 337. Down the rabbit hole we go. Thankfully the quest did not have any time limit, but only after persuading Patricia for a long time that they need a game plan and more intel on the situation did Ridra get her to agree to execute the mission in 3 days' time. Patricia had apparently lost her mind. After finding out that Emperor Cervantes was alive, things were moving in a different direction this time around than Ridra's last life. In Ridra's last life, Emperor Cervantes was murdered and not kept alive, when eventually Prince Amon usurped the throne. Apparently Ridra's intervention, and the fact that Amon got his hands on the illusion ruby, changed things in ways he did not know about. Currently Ridra knew that Amon was a tier 4 necromancer. He was not someone Ridra could take on one-on-one, or even someone that the entire true elites could hope to match. It would be a party wipe no matter how many times they tried to fight against this boss. Then, there was the tier 4 servant wizard of the prince, Rahim, who was a terrifying power in his own right. Ridra only had one shot at this, with him not even being a match for Amon. Adding Rahim into the difficulty mix was bringing it to astronomical heights. Yet the mission was rated SS, and not SSS because Ridra had Patricia in his corner, a tier 4 powerhouse herself. She was the only one who could contend with the attackers. While Ridra was thinking about ways to possibly counter the duo, his mind went back to the beast-tide attack on Purple Haze City, Rahim's power, and the frightening display of Amon bringing down a dragon. Ridra had chills all over his spine thinking of that matter. However, thinking about it, his mind went back to the 100,000 merit token that he refused to surrender at the end of the event. Ridra was patting little Furball as she nuzzled asleep under his palms on his work desk, when Ridra brought out the merit token in his hands. Instantly, the little Furball woke up, as it started to intently smell the token in Ridra's hands. After a while, it started to lick and purr at Ridra, as if to tell him to feed the token to it. The token contained the scattered soul fragment of the immortal phoenix. Ridra was unaware of the true worth of the token, yet he had decided not to turn it in to the king, on a hunch that it might be valuable. Ridra adored Furball a lot, by now amongst his top favorite things. Furball was only below Little Max, who Ridra loved even more. However, the treatment Furball got was the same, a constant patting on the head and stroking of fur, while Ridra worked. Ridra did not have the heart to reject Furball, even if he knew that the token might be a priceless treasure. In front of those cute eyes, Ridra was helpless. He thought, since I don't know what it is anyway, might as well feed it to little Furball. Hence, not thinking much about it, he decided to give it to Furball. Little did Ridra know that this single decision of his would alter the entire landscape of Omega Gaming by a huge margin. The changes that happened to Furball after eating that token were astronomical. Furball was at level 5 at the moment, as Ridra rarely allowed it to go into the wild or to hunt. However, its level started to skyrocket after eating the token. 10, 20.30, broke through tier 1, 40.50 60, broke through tier 2, 65.66 67, it gained 62 levels at once. The once light brown fur changed into a gleaming golden, although there was no evident size change in Furball's overall look. The moment Ridra lifted her up, his eyes widened. Furball was incomparably more heavy, almost as if his very bones had gained weight. Ridra was baffled at this development, and called up Furball's status screen. Race, Divine Nine-Tailed Fox. Bloodline trait, Awakened. Name, Furball. Gender, Female. Owner, Shikuni. Disposition, Overprotective. Level, 67. Tier 2. Skills, Bite. Mass Revive. Mass Teleport. Fireball. 3 copies. Bloodline Special Skill, Queen's Aura. Appearance Alteration. Replace. HP. 65,000/65,000. Ridra just simply blinked 5 times. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. How the hell did Furball just change so much by eating 1 token? Did Ridra just unknowingly feed her a divine grade item? Should he have eaten the token himself? What the hell was going on? Ridra could not comprehend the change in Furball. While the 9-tailed fox was apparently extremely satisfied with its power-up, its disposition had changed from curious to overprotective. Ridra rarely let her go out in the wild to level up. But she was strong now. Strong enough to help Ridra steer out of harm's way. The immortal phoenix's soul awakened the divine bloodline inside Furball, while also imprinting a ton of battle experience memories to the beast, providing with a level up. What Furball ate was only a fragmented and degraded divine item. However, the effects were still incomparably amazing. Ridra looked at the heavy new Furball awkwardly in his arms, as it wiggled its 3 tails, and tried to lick Ridra's nose. After a moment, Ridra came to the conclusion that it was still as cute as before, and its fur was even softer now. The token was worth being used on Furball. Ridra at this point finally had a thought about using Furball in combat, because of the skills he had in his arsenal were all super rare and super useful. However, somewhere in his heart, he was reluctant to use it. Yet. ///// Alright guys, a big shout out to Cervantes91 for a 15,000 coin gift for the book. Click on his message and redeem the treasure chest to get EXP, Fast Pass or coins. Make sure to leave a like on his profile for being so awesome. As for every super gift, bonus chapter will be out soon. //// Chapter 338, A Schemer Scheme. Ridra started to test out Furball's support skills. Mass Revive, Mass Teleport, and Replace. Mass Revive was just like its name suggested. A spell that could revive the fallen comrades in battle, albeit at 10% HP once their health bottoms out. It was a skill that a tier 4 priest should have. Hence, it was shocking to see the tier 2 9-tailed fox have it. But it worked exactly as Ridra hoped. With a 5-second time constraint, any dead member could be revived, the maximum number being 20. Hence, if due to some strong spell, the entire party, or if half the party is wiped out, then Furball can use this spell to bring them back to life. Overall, it had its limits, due to Furball only being able to cast it once, and the revival time limit window being only 5 seconds. However, undoubtedly it was a very useful move to have in one's arsenal. Mass Teleport was actually a tier 4 spatial magic spell that mages specialize in. Another skill that Ridra was shocked to see in a tier 2 beast like Furball. It could teleport a party of 20 people to any location that Furball had previously visited. Ridra could insta-teleport to the Valley of Crystal should he choose to. Naturally, larger the distance, larger the consumption of mana for Furball, whose current limits remained untested. The third was a peculiar move that was considered to be a special racial move. It was called Replace. The move was basically a combo move between Ridra and Furball, as they could actively interchange their positions when Furball used this move. Kind of like Sasuke's Rinnegan. It was a versatile move that could have potentially endless applications. Overall, Ridra was extremely happy with this. The biggest thing that Ridra was happy was that Furball was 100% obedient. She was intelligent and understood the meaning behind Ridra's orders, that even he was not able to clearly convey. Ridra's love for his pet increased as a reason. Furball was a game changer for Ridra, as finally a plan started to be formed inside Ridra's brain. Ridra put himself in the shoes of Emperor Amon, and started to think along the lines of what would the prince do. Ridra knew for a fact Emperor Cervantes was a diligent emperor who was having a lot of political troubles to take care of. The emperor leaving the royal castle was an event of great joy for the citizens, as Cervantes was an extremely beloved figure amongst the masses. Yet Ridra was sure no such event occurred near the time where he went missing. Hence Ridra made an educated guess that he was imprisoned within the royal palace. The royal palace was not a place where even as the mayor of Purple Haze City Ridra could casually walk into. Ridra was like a state government official under a union government. Although he did manage the capital city, he exercised no powers over the king. Ridra thought about it from Amon's perspective. He thought like, what if he was a piece of trash son, and a cowardly necromancer hungry to usurp the throne? Emperor Cervantes was a veteran tier 4 existence close to entering tier 5. He was not someone Amon and Rahim could take on if he was at his full glory. Hence it must have been a sneak attack. And the only place such a sneak attack could occur within the royal palace should be in his own chambers, in his own room. Ridra came to this conclusion knowing that Amon would have wanted to avoid conflict as far as possible and take the most dastardly way out. But he needed proof. And he needed plan. Ridra knew his step 1, which was to visit the royal palace in guise to meet the king. and have Furball memorize a suitable location for teleportation. Step 2. Him. Patricia. Karna. SMG. Johnny. This was the party he chose to carry out this mission. Although Furball could teleport 20. This was a mission where quality trumped quantity. What he needed was experts, and not cannon fodders. Step 3. Rudra wished to free up Emperor Cervantes. Before engaging in a fight with Amon and Rahim, he knew that at the end a conflict was imminent. And only with 2 tier 4s on his team did he stand a slightest chance of coming back out alive. The finer details needed to be ironed out, and the party needed to be prepared. But for now, he had a palace to visit. Real world. Elite Academy. The elites were currently more popular than the most famous boy bands in Japan. They were a part of the Dream Grey International conglomerate. And also the national heroes. With Omega growing and growing in popularity, this became a dream job for many young teenagers straight out of school. Naturally, the turnout for the applicants was massive. Nearly 2 million application forms came in to the notice of the elite recruiting. The Elite Academy was currently the talking point for the country. Amelia was currently stumped with work. However, she did her best trying to conduct press conferences and spread as much positive image as she could about the academy. As more and more people tried to enroll, it made her job tougher. However, it was good for the elites as they were sure to get the best talent that was still young and could be molded into the exact guild members Rudra wanted them to be. Only 3 days remained until the round 1 for recruitment started, and whom to invite for the round 1 interviews was becoming a talking point for the respective heads of departments. The elite guild members, who were drafted as teachers, were also buzzing with excitement and energy. However, SMG and Karna were suddenly pulled out of their work by Rudra for some urgent business. // bonus chapter given for the gracious gift given by number 1 fan Cervantes 91. Thank him in the comments. // Chapter 339 I am only a human. The look that Karna gave Rudra on being called back for yet another emergency mission was priceless. He just stood there with his arms folded, looking at Rudra like, "What did you mess up today?" Due to Rudra moving up the recruitment plan, he was already working overtime, and yet Rudra just pulled him out of important work for apparently even more important work. But he could not even get mad at Rudra, because he knew that the situation must have been out of his hands. But one thing that Karna understood with being around Rudra for so long was that the guy was a walking disaster magnet. No doubt he was a great leader that could be counted on to get the party out of any tough situation, and a man worth following. But there was no peace and quiet for being an elite. There was non-stop action and drama. He had not slept for 48 hours, and was in a little irritable mood, hence throwing Rudra extremely dirty glances. However, Rudra just chuckled and patted him on the back, while breaking the imminent news of their doom. Rudra had to unwillingly let the gang in on his secret as being a one night. Only then could he explain his connection to this Patricia and how he landed into this mess. But Johnny, SMG and Karna were people who were good with secrets, hence they decided to keep it buried between the 4 of them. A lot of things that did not make sense initially clicked into place. However, the consequences of failing this mission gave the crew jitters. Johnny was cool about all this. For him, it was just another day at work. Or so it seemed on the surface. On the inside, he was thinking, I'm screwed. So screwed, my presence alone is going to send this mission down the pothole. Rudra, who had already completed multiple SSS-rated missions, he was not freaking out much on the surface. However, on the inside, he too was like, no biggie guys. If you screw it up, everything I've worked for will be gone. However, was all smiles on the surface. SMG, who was a professional assassin trained for such situations, probably had the best mindset. Which was like, since they could not control the consequences, might as well focus on getting it done. Finally, there was Karna, who was just looking around the room with a weird face, thinking guys freak out more. It's a big deal. Am I the only normal person in this room? Rudra explained to them the game plan, and asked them to take the day to prepare as much as they could for the mission, which started in 14 hours exactly. Rudra planned on carrying the mission out in the cover of night as quickly as possible. He had a meeting scheduled with Emperor Amon for today in 2 hours. He was going to meet the soon-to-be arch-enemy of the guild, but had to pretend to be civil and subservient. It was a perfect role for him. Rudra was great at faking feelings. He had a lifetime of experience in it. He worked corporate in his last life, and although he hated his superior and boss to the core, to the point he would think of gruesome beatdowns and insults to hurl at the boss and scenarios in the mind, while happily chatting and laughing with him in real life, just like any other corporate employee. Hence he knew that he was going to be fine, sweet-talking his way with the king, something Patricia, being the simple bloke she was, could never do. Disgust would start to drip all over her face. Once she catches even a glimpse of the usurper. Rudra had tried to ask Patricia many times about how she got the information that the king was alive, but she never spilled the beans, calling it a secret he did not need to worry about. Rudra was hence worried about a bigger ploy being at work here. However, there was nothing he could do about it even if there was one. Hence, without a better course of action, Rudra had no choice but to let it be for now. Rudra brought up his status panel. Player name, Shakuni/Augustus 1 Knight. Title, Viscount of Hazel Grove Kingdom. Reputable Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Honorary Bishop of the Church of Life. World-renowned. Heir of Augustus 1 Knight. Limit Breaker. The one who defies all odds. Dragon Slayer. Class, Knight. Subclass, Explosion Artist. LVL, 79. Tier 2. Stats. AGI, 822 plus 411 Vit, 822 plus 411. Int, 822 plus 411 STA, 822 plus 411. PHY, 822 plus 411 HP, 122. 000/122. 000. Unassigned stat points shocked. Hidden stats. Luck. Charm. Infamy, invalid. Status, healthy. Equipment, Knight Armor Set, LV 75. Lich's Ring. Concealer Mask, not equipped. Retractable Shield, epic. Sun God's Bracelet, legendary. Weapons, Wind Cutter Sword. Common Bow. Quiver of Arrows. Excalibur Sword, replica. Elven Sword, semi-legendary. Skills, Darkness Bind. Summon Knight Durahal. Wind Slash. Critical Absorb. Berserk. Darkness Blast. Death Slash. Eyes of Truth. Earthquake. Critical Block. Blink. Stormbringer. Swift Retreat. Illusion Sword. Suppression Art. 3-point Stab. Twin Blade Hurricane. Twin Blade Cross Slash. Claymore. Overheard Slash. Solar Restore. Solar Flare. Solar Blast. Solar Descent. Solar Beam. Class-specific skills, Knight's Companion. Knight's Valor. Golden Ratio. Full Counter. Mount, Grey Wolf. Pet, Furball, Divine Nine Tails. He looked at all the titles he had won in his one-year gameplay at Omega. Honestly, he had won more titles than he could have ever imagined. And one of the titles he was most proud of was that Dragon Slayer title. Rudra could not help but wonder if a Kingslayer title will be added beside his Dragon Slayer 1. // Alright guys, new week, and a new mini-game. It's a new variation of the riddle game we played last week. You guys know the drill by now. First 10 people to DM me the answer in Discord gets the 100 coin redeem code. Here is this week's challenge riddle. Yugersofen, sex klabithajages Yugersofen. Hint, the answer is a phrase that has something to do with the number of gold medals Angel won in the VR Olympics. Good luck. // Chapter 340 Meeting Amon. Rudra walked into the palace gates escorted by 2 Tier 2 guards, clad in full red armor. At level 105, Rudra had no doubt that he would be evenly matched at best against these two, without his trump cards, should a fight break out. And this was only because of his monstrous stats. Any average Tier 2 player at level 79 would get skewered by them. In a fight, Rudra gulped as he looked around. Hundreds of such Tier 2 guards manned the royal palace. Forget about the 2 Tier 4 monsters sitting in the courtroom waiting for him. Even with the entire elite force, he could probably not force his way into the palace. This made Rudra realize just how weak his current strength was, compared to the NPCs of the game. Forget about the gods and the Pope and the emperors. Just the normal royal guard. That is how strong he actually was. Rudra walked into the royal courtroom. King Amon was seated on his throne, with Rahim standing beneath him, and a few courtiers in the room. Rudra went as close as etiquette allowed him to, before taking a knee, as he looked towards the ground and said, Shakuni 1 Knight, the mayor of Purple Haze City, greets the majesty, the light of the kingdom, the mighty, the just, the brave, Emperor Amon. Amon was amused by Rudra's flattery. He was not a vain man. He could easily look through crap when people spouted buttery words to coax him. He knew very well it was a similar case here, that Rudra did not mean a single word he said currently. Yet the way he said it was impeccable. Amon was thoroughly amused. As he said, arise. Rudra got up. As he looked Amon in the eye, absolutely unfazed. He knew he was an ant compared to Amon who sat on the throne. Yet Ridra was not afraid of Amon. His challenging eyes made it abundantly clear. Ridra was a player. Someone who was blessed by the goddess. Hence could not die. An immortal, who would just wake up at the Church of Light upon death. Amon was well aware of this fact as well. He knew he could kill Ridra time and time again. But not forever. Someday he was bound to get stronger and become either his great ally or a great enemy, which was the reason why he treated him with respect. Ridra was a one knight, and one knights were loyal to the throne. The chances of him becoming a great ally in the future were more likely than him becoming an enemy. Hence, Amon even allowed his transgression of not reprimanding him for not handing over the beast token. As for him, Ridra was worth the prize. Amon said, "Su, Mayor, what brings you to my court today?" Ridra said, "My lord, you must be well aware that I, the mayor, have undertaken a few projects to increase the stability of Purple Haze City. The city-wide wall and the teleportation array are being constructed. The unemployment and crime rates are down, and the people seem to be happy." Amon raised an eyebrow. Ridra was beating around the bush. He said, "Yes, it's an admirable job you are doing. Naturally, I'm informed. I was pleasantly surprised that you obtained the rhodium necessary for the teleportation array. It's a good achievement. What surprises me more, however, is your money source. These projects are surely not cheap, yet you manage it pretty well. Makes me wonder how deep your pockets are." Ridra laughed. "I was lucky enough to have a few gold mines to my name. Nothing worth the notice of your majesty. The reason why I am here is for permission, your grace. As you must know, I have raised a Purple Haze City military force. Though not as vast and glorious as the royal army, I hope on equipping my troops with explosives to help in combat. Like my ancestor Augustus, I too am an explosion artist. I request your majesty to grant me permission to build a testing arena for my project." Amon was pleasantly surprised. He had long speculated that Ridra might be an explosion artist like Augustus. Ever since they met at the library, Amon said, "Granted. However, you as the mayor and duke of the kingdom do not need such permission from me. Why make the trip to the court?" Rahim looked skeptically at Ridra. So did Amon. They were cautious, not buying the reason for his visit. Ridra politely replied, "My sister Patricia said that it is impolite for us citizens who serve His Eminence to take the freedom vested in us for granted. Testing bombs is a dangerous endeavor, and might be perceived as national threat. I was here to make sure that does not happen." Rahim was convinced. So was Amon. After a moment of silence, Amon said, "Well then, I will await the results of your research. If you make a technology worth using on the battlefield, I will reward you handsomely." Ridra bowed and gave his many thanks to the emperor before taking his leave. Ridra thought he had performed his plan flawlessly. However, the moment he went out of the royal court, the fake smile from Amon's face vanished. The courtiers that had skin and a healthy complexion melted into bones and hollow skulls, as Amon himself turned from his healthy skin tone to a very pale shade. As he said, "Tail him." Two skeletons turned into dust, seemingly vanishing from the courtroom. Rahim looked at Amon and said, "Something doesn't seem right here. My emperor, we need to be on guard." The remaining skeletons inside the room had a green fire flicker in their hollow eye sockets as Amon said, "Indeed." Ridra had underestimated the opponent named Amon, who was barely human anymore, hanging on the edge of being alive and undead. His mind one with the forbidden art of necromancy. He had long seen through Ridra's useless ploy. He was not yet sure what Ridra was planning. However, he was on guard against any conspiracies. Ridra's SS mission just got a grade harder to pass. // special hint for the previous riddle for privileged readers. The answer is something that made readers cringe while reading the novel. / Chapter 341, A Game of Chess. Ridra was walking down the palace halls, on his way out, with the divine nine-tailed fox in his arms, when suddenly Furball leaped out of Ridra's hands and started to growl at the ground. At first Ridra did not understand the reason behind Furball's actions, but upon Furball's repeated growling, Ridra paid close attention to observe faint traces of dark mana around him. Ridra immediately activated Eyes of Truth. Tracker Undead, high-level undead ideal to spy on any opponent. Nearly undetectable, although they have no combat prowess. They are the perfect audio and visual relay back to the caster. Ridra's eyes widened in disbelief. Amon was tailing him, meaning he suspected Ridra of some foul play. Ridra picked Furball up, as the guards gave Ridra a stern look for the misbehavior of his pet. Ridra patted Furball and told her to be quiet. Furball immediately obliged, not growling at the tailing undead anymore. Meanwhile, Rudra's brain started to work like a supercomputer, making a ploy within a ploy. His enemy had played a hidden card, and now that he knew about it, his mind started to make a plan about how to convert it to his advantage. He wanted to play Amon using his own spy. Within seconds, the ultimate schemer thought of a sinister and intricate scheme to play Amon, and probably profit a little bit from the endeavor as well. Rudra used guild chat to inform the gang that he was coming back to the guild, and that the next entire conversation was going to be a ruse, which Rudra had no time to explain, and that it was imperative that everyone played along. Rudra also told Karna to go invite Patricia over back to the guild, while he purposefully stalled his time in the palace, acting like a man who accidentally kept taking wrong turns and going into restricted areas he was not supposed to. The royal guards gave multiple warnings to Rudra, who used his weight as a duke of the kingdom to press heavily on the guards, who had no choice but respect his nobility. Rudra found a suitable spot for the gang to mass teleport, as he whispered into Furball's ears to memorize the location. By that he was back at the guild, his teammates had all assembled. Even Patricia was there, who was giving Rudra worried looks. Prince Amon was intently looking at the development through his magic crystal. He was annoyed when the pet started to bark at his servants, but Amon did not believe Rudra could see through Tier 4 concealment magic, hence thought nothing much of it. However, Rudra intentionally getting lost within the palace aroused his suspicions that he was up to something. The moment Rudra entered the room, he started his great acting mode as he said, "Emperor Amon is too wise. He instantly figured out that we are short on money to sustain our massive projects. Such expenditure can only be sustained if someone robbed the entire royal treasury. Else it is impossible. Our gold mines are almost running dry, and I have already borrowed everything I could from my sister. We have to do this, guys. We have no other option." Everyone looked at each other seriously as they gave Rudra a nod. Karna said, "Are you sure you want to rob the Hazelgrove National Treasury?" The moment this question escaped Karna's mouth, Amon raised an eyebrow. It all started to make sense to him now. Rudra was short on funds and acting sneakily to try rob gold from his treasury. Amon scoffed. How naive. Patricia pretended to look aghast. "How dare you? It's blasphemy. Us One Knights have been loyal to the throne. We cannot commit such crimes." Rudra looked at Patricia and said, "Once my teleportation array is completed, I promise to pay back double the amount I stole. But right now I need the money, and don't you forget, sister, that you owe me a favor. You cannot go back on your word now. You need to help me on this one occasion." Patricia pretended to be conflicted and depressed as Rudra said, "I swear by my honor, I will pay every grace Prince Amon bestowed upon us back with interest. I am only borrowing from him to improve the lives of his citizens. I am sure he would not mind, sister. It's a loan and I will pay it back." Finally Patricia nodded, and Rahim, who saw this via the crystal, was instantly disgusted, as he said, "This is disgusting, your majesty. Trying to steal from you. It's treason. Allow me to bring them to your feet in chains for this crime." Amon rubbed his chin, as he said, "No, Rahim. Let them come. It's better to catch them in the act. It's circumstance that forced them into becoming thieves. I am sure they have loyalty for the kingdom at their core. But I can use this incident as leverage as finally bringing Patricia into my fold as an enlisted member of my army. I will use her to wage many great battles and strip the Vaughn Knights of their dukedom, stripping their land and their standing army, adding them to the state forces. Even then, people will praise me for my magnanimity and generosity. These simpletons won't even know that I played them. I stand to gain a lot from this encounter, Rahim. Lower the guards on patrol tonight. Let's lure them deep into their acts." Rahim immediately bowed and started to flatter Amon for his genius plan. Little did they know that they were actually playing right into Rudra's hands, as Rudra had a terrific plan in place. Either way, when the clock struck midnight, the group started their movement. Whether they would succeed in their mission or whether they would lose, now all depended on how far Rudra's strategy took them. However, one thing was for sure. Whether they won or lost, a storm was going to come in Hazelgrove come tomorrow. // bonus chapter for hitting the Power Stone target. Good job, everyone. // Chapter 342 The Quest. Patricia was extremely anxious. She was trusting Rudra's plan to save the Emperor. However, Rudra's entire plan hung on a delicate assumption of the fact that the Emperor was supposed to be imprisoned in his very room inside the royal palace. While Rudra was trying to loiter around, he was mostly allowed to do as he pleased. But as he approached the eastern wing, where Emperor Cervantes was known to have his lodging, he was thoroughly dissuaded and kept out of bounds at all costs. Patricia bit her lip. This was supposed to be her mission. Yet she dragged Rudra and his guild into this. She was ashamed of her actions. But unlike Rudra, who was a born leader, she was only a general. Come war, and she could fight like the best soldier and lead forward a contingent exactly like the command center wanted. But she was no leader. Had it been her alone, she would not even know how to infiltrate the palace, much less the intricate planning that Rudra did. The blood merchant she did business with was an extremely shady man. The man claimed to have proof that the king was alive and presented irrefutable evidence. However, when Patricia asked for guidance on how to rescue him, the man only said, "The solution is within your family. Your brother." Patricia would never forget the red gleam in the man's eyes. It was almost like he was the devil himself. Patricia had paid a steep price for the information, and also dragged Rudra into all this. Should the operation fail and Rudra be ousted from Purple Haze and Hazel Groove, she would be guilty of it. Determined, she was resolved to follow Rudra's instructions to the utmost perfection. The moment Verbal Mass teleported them into the royal palace, the group instantly split up into the tasks they were assigned. Rudra, Patricia went towards the royal treasury, while SMG went on sentry duty. The rest of the gang went towards the eastern wing, or so it seemed as they quietly tried to take down one guard at a time. Johnny's dagger throwing came really handy at this point. Apparently after winning triple gold at the Olympics, Johnny had selected a semi-legendary skill, Bullseye, that guaranteed him to land critical dagger hit on his opponent every single time, if the guard did not die by the single dagger pierced in its throat. Soon a second and a third would land exactly beside the first, until he was down and dead. Hence the guards, before even understanding what cut through them, had their necks pierced by Johnny's merciless throws. Karna, who was walking beside Johnny, gulped in fear. He did not know what trickery Johnny used to have such frightening accuracy, and assumed that this is how he usually walked when he was on missions in the real world. A badass just throwing daggers and piercing throats, as he nonchalantly walked past all dead corpses. Everything done without making a single sound, or missing a single rhythm. As Karna glanced over his shoulder, he could see a corridor full of guards. As to what was supposed to lead to the Emperor's room, Karna clicked his tongue. There were nearly 70 guards in this one corridor alone. It was almost impossible to get to the Emperor's room without causing a huge commotion. Should a commotion break out now, then all their hard work would come to naught. They could not let such a thing happen. Karna looked over towards Johnny for advice. Johnny glanced in towards the dark corridor and started to crack his fingers, while stretching his neck from side to side. As he said, "Just another day at work." SMG was the scout today, as he guided Rudra and Patricia towards the royal vault as quickly as he could. But with maximum safety, he would suddenly appear behind guards and use cutthroat to suddenly cut their necks, while keeping a hand on their mouth to prevent them from shouting, followed by a quick stab of the dagger from the back, piercing the heart to seal the deal. Even then, unlike Johnny, who let bodies fall to the ground with a thud, SMG was a complete professional, who lowered the bodies to the ground after killing them, without making a single sound. Hence from the start to the end of the passage leading to the basement of the western wing of the palace, where the royal treasury was palaced, SMG killed 26 guards and led Rudra and Patricia safely to the massive gates of the treasury, before taking his leave and acting as a lookout for incoming dangers. Patricia looked at the two guards guarding the large metal entrance to the vault as she whispered, "Something is wrong. The security of the royal vault is too lax today. I smell foul play." However, they had came too far to fear foul play. Rudra and Patricia charged in head-on towards the last two guards, who were momentarily surprised to see their attackers. Patricia made swift work of his guard, before killing Rudra's one as well. Her Tier 4 speed and strength was not something these Tier 2 guards could contend against. What ensued was a nerve-wracking 15 minutes of trying to break into the vault, but finally using a lockpick that Fatty Kalash had made, Patricia was able to open the doors of the vault. But just as the duo were able to take a single step inside the vault, a terrifying fireball zoomed past them, forcing the pair to dodge. "What do we have here? A bunch of one-night traders trying to loot the treasury. My, what a sight to behold. How loyal are the one-nights." "Ha ha ha." Raheem mocked the duo. Patricia frowned as she said, "Well, that means we will have to kill you before His Majesty finds out about it now." She drew her sword, as heavy killing intent surrounded her. She was a knight. She was at an advantage when fighting against a wizard at close range. Raheem was hence intimidated. However, his fear was instantly replaced by a sinister smile, as a voice boomed in the hall. "Oh, but I already found out." It was Amon, walking down the hall in his regal robes, the soft fur of the slain Armenian lion sliding on the floor as it covered Amon's back. However, his complexion was not human at all. Instead of a glowing healthy skin and a muscular body, Amon was a bag of bones with a pale skin. His eyes did not have any white areas left in them, It was pitch black. The One Knights have committed treason. Kneel before I take your lives, Amon commanded. Things looked bad for the duo. Things looked really bad. // If you enjoy this novel, come please join the Discord server. https://discord.gg/kjtrdwcw94. We are currently having special events every week. Also, we have a mega surprise for every patron of the book who donates 500 or more coins to the book in December. We give those people the Santa Claus role, as I have a surprise for the Santa Clauses on the 25th of December. Hope to see you all in the server soon. // Chapter 343 You Are Not in My League. Eastern wing of the Royal Palace. Out east the corridor guarding the king's room. Johnny clicked his knuckles, seemingly ready to take the corridor full of guards down. But Karna seemed unsure. Karna said, "Even if you take down 10 of the guards, with 10 knives throw at once, there will still be 60 of them aware about our location. I don't think it's a good plan. What do you think, Guild Master?" Johnny tilted his head, as he gave a slight smile to Rudra. Yes, Rudra was actually with Karna and Johnny and not with Patricia. Since the start. Currently Furball is using her shape-shifting skill to look exactly like Rudra, fooling Emperor Amon. Note how Rudra did not speak once or use any of his signature moves in previous chapter. It was all part of Rudra's elaborate scheme. Rudra showed a grin as he said, "SNG reported to see Amon on the move. He should reach to where Patricia and Furball are within 2 minutes. That's how long we have to break in. But don't worry. Naturally, I have a plan." Johnny loaded 10 knives within his 2 hands and said, 2 seconds for 10 kills. Rudra nodded. Rudra had a plan in mind. He wanted to use Solar Flash. He was sure that the sudden flash of light would disarray the soldiers for a bit. The flash itself lasted for 5 seconds. But the confusion lasted for 3 seconds more. Rudra told Johnny to take aim and kill 10, while memorizing the location of the others. Johnny was cool with the plan. He had no need to memorize. Just a general throw would do. And he could always do that. Johnny threw his first 10 daggers, which accurately pierced the necks of 10 soldiers. Before anyone could realize what was going on, Rudra used Solar Flash. Blinding light covered the room, as the guards were left blinded momentarily because of the strong light. In the next 6 seconds, 3 more sets of arrows were thrown, while Rudra and Karna leapt in with their best moves. During this time, while the guards were still stunned, Rudra used 10,000 swords to deal mass damage, while Karna released a barrage of sword chi attacks. By second 8, when the soldiers started to break from their confusion, only 3 were left alive. The first saw his head chopped clean by Karna. The second found his heart pierced by Rudra. The last guard was terrified, seeing all his fellow comrades laying dead on the floor. But before he could even let out a single scream, he found his neck pierced by 3 daggers. His stomach had a great sword inside it, while Excalibur hung from his head. It was an overkill. Within 10 seconds, the elite party of 3 wiped out 70 Tier 2 Royal Guards. All 3 of them triple gold medal winners. They were the best of the best. The peak above the mountain. The ultimate trio. Once the hall was cleared, Johnny was assigned to become the lookout at the edge of the corridor, while Rudra and Karna tried to free Emperor Cervantes. When Karna tried to open the Emperor's room, a red force field repelled his attempts from entering. Karna tried to cut through the force field using his great sword, but it was to no avail. The force field just won't budge. Rudra used Whirl Slash to try open his way through the force field, but it bounced right off, through the ceiling and towards the sky. The array was not affected one bit. This was a major issue. Rudra had no idea about how to destroy this protective formation, and time was running out for him. He needed to figure it out. 2 minutes later, Patricia's POV. Amon commanded Patricia and Rudra to kneel. However, both of them seemed reluctant. A sinister grin spread on Amon's face as he started chanting a dark spell. Wind started to turbulently blow as a small vortex spinned on Amon's hand. Then the vortex in his hand combusted into dark flames, making it a dark purple-colored tornado. Patricia could feel the heat from the distance. It was a peak Tier 3 spell. Dark Flame Vortex. It would not kill her, but it was powerful enough to cause severe damage to her. Following his king's lead, Raheem casted his own version of Flaming Vortex, as his was red in color. Raheem said, "Did you not hear what the king said? You dogs? On your knees!" Patricia bit her lips. She had no idea how much longer Rudra needed. She needed to buy as much time as she needed for Rudra. However, she was reluctant to kneel before this upstart emperor. Her pride would not allow it. However, the plan took greater priority. Reluctantly she dropped one knee to the ground. And Furball followed suit. Amon laughed maniacally as he said, "Both your knees! Prostrate before me!" Patricia gnashed her teeth. Amon was crossing a line here. Her honor as a knight would absolutely never allow her to prostrate before anyone. She never felt such confliced emotions in her life. However, Amon's spell in his hand suddenly disappeared. As he looked like he suddenly saw a ghost. Amon's voice staggered. As he said, You? What have you done?" Suddenly Furball used replace. And she was replaced with the real Rudra, who came onto the scene with a sudden bang. Fully powered up, Rudra unhesitatingly let out a devastating solar beam. Amon and Rahim, who were shocked, were blasted out of the narrow corridor, taking the full force of the surprise attack. Rudra shaved 60% of both their HP bars in one move, although it was greatly due to the fact that they were completely caught off guard and hence took the entire brunt of the attack. It was still a huge advantage that he landed his team with. For the coming fight, / bang. How do you guys like this chapter? Mention down in the comments below. / Chapter 344, Know Your Place. Boy. Rudra's POV. 2 minutes ago, Rudra was racking his brains about how to break through the red barrier, when a simple line of thought entered his mind. What was the information he had about this barrier? 1. It was red in color. 2. It had something to do with the red jewel that was sold in the auction. Hence Rudra came to the conclusion that the red jewel was somehow central to this entire formation, that he needed to find the red jewel and destroy it. Rudra split the group and told them to circle the room and look for a small red jewel while he looked for it on the terrace. Karna and Johnny instantly started to look for the small red jewel. They had absolutely no idea why they were looking for it. However, because Rudra asked for something, they only had to follow. Karna absolutely loved this thing about Rudra. The man was an ocean of knowledge. With Rudra, he felt as if he was playing with someone who had been playing Omega for years, and not just the 1 year in which the game had been launched. Always having a future vision, Rudra was never out of options. Right at the top of the dome covering Emperor Cervantes's room, there was a small red gem embedded onto the ceiling. When Rudra tried to touch the gem, glowing red patterns appeared, which did not permit Rudra to touch the gem. This was a different visual than the red barrier which he faced when he tried to open the door to Emperor's room. Hence he knew that at least he found something to move forward with. However, before he could take some time to think about how to progress from here, SMG's urgent message came in that informed him that Amon had reached the Patricia and Furball's location and that Rahim was there too. Rudra needed to hurry the hell up. Rudra had zero idea about how to destroy the gem in front of him. However, short pressed against time, he took a gamble and used a powerful move that he assumed would be able to melt the gem to pieces. Rudra used solar descent. A miniature sun heated at 3,500 degrees Celsius appeared in front of him. Even as the caster who had immunity to the spell, he felt the heat tingling his skin. However, although the miniature sun was unable to penetrate the red barrier, the sheer heat of the sun started to melt the roof and the gem itself. Within 15 seconds, the roof under the gem buckled, as the gem fell down towards the floor, sizzling with heat, getting deformed. As the formation was finally broken, the formation was deactivated, and Rudra jumped inside the hole he created into the Emperor's room, while Karna and Johnny came in through the front door. As soon as the formation was deactivated, on the bed sat a jack man with a gray braided beard, with no clothes covering his torso. Battle scars gleamed all over his upper body, showing proof of all the fierce battles he had been through all his life. The trio unconsciously gulped seeing the man's visage. He exuded so much pressure just sitting calmly. He was absolutely not an opponent one would want to make. Rudra wanted to stay and talk to the Emperor, but SMG's warning message came. He was making Patricia kneel. Rudra lost his damn mind. How dare he? Rudra started to charge up the solar beam in his bracelet. He barely had enough charge left for the move. When ready, he immediately used the soul link between himself and Furball to tell her to use replace, replacing himself with her position. Rudra instantly used the move, blasting Amon and Rahim outside the hall. However, just like the first time Rudra used the move, the second time was no different. Rudra's body was not strong enough to handle the move's recoil, as neither his physical strength nor his mana circuits could bear the weight. This time Rudra did not dislocate his arm. This time his arm bone was broken into 100 pieces, as excruciating pain swept through his body. Surprisingly, he was reduced to 40% HP. The move he dished out caused so much recoil and internal damage to his body. Rudra's mind went blank for a moment, as saliva escaped his mouth while he was forced to lay on the ground. Rudra was truly lucky to have withstanded the move somewhat when he first dished it out. However, the first use had already put a lot of strain on his bones, which dislocated before breaking that time. However, the small cracks that had formed from earlier use now crumpled against the new pressure, breaking down completely. The price for damaging the enemy came at a heavy price for Rudra. This was an injury that would not be healed with advanced mana potions. He may recover his lost health back to 100%. However, he won't regain function in his sword arm until the broken bones heal. Patricia was extremely happy when Rudra finally switched places with Furball and came back. It meant that the mission was a success. Then he surprised her by dishing out a move so powerful. She was in disbelief that it was something her brother could manage at tier 2. It was clearly a peak tier 4 move. Her joy only lasted a short moment though, before it turned into worry, as she saw Rudra sprawled on the ground, his arm looking burnt and him having spasms. It was clear to Patricia that Rudra had probably used some forbidden move with great consequences on himself. A bubbling rage boiled inside her heart. She barely contained herself before asking, "The Emperor, is he free?" Rudra gave a very weak nod. To this question, he wanted to speak, but his vocal cords would not respond to his brain's command. Patricia sighed in relief, before her eyes turned stone cold. While facing Rahim and Amon, Rudra's large explosion had alerted palace security, who were swarming the place to protect their ruler. However, Patricia was unperturbed. The humiliation of kneeling, coupled by the miserable position her brother was currently in, made her combust in rage. She looked at Amon with disgust and killing intent, as she resolved to teach the man a lesson. Karna's POV. Karna was looking at Rudra for what to do next, when suddenly Rudra vanished and his golden fox pet appeared. Karna sighed. It seemed like he needed to handle this one himself. However, what followed was a loud noise of explosion. Boom! Karna could hear it from this distance away, and he knew exactly what this noise was from. It was the forbidden move Rudra forked out when they were ambushed by Edge. Karna gritted his teeth. This meant that things were desperate on the battlefield that side. Karna wanted to say something to the Emperor, tried to wake him from his slumber, when Cervantes, with his eyes still closed, smiled and said, "Your friend is quite competent. I assume he must be a good leader to follow." Karna was speechless for a moment, before replying with all earnesty, "The best." Cervantes opened his eyes. Those deep gray irises had a wise visage to them, aloof from the world, yet extremely sharp. Karna could not breathe when those eyes landed on him, his heart thumping out of his chest. Only when the Emperor's gaze swept from him towards Johnny did the pressure disappear. Cervantes said, "Is my son Amon, who sits on Hazel Bruve's throne?" Johnny nodded, affirming him. Cervantes sighed, as he stood up from the bed and walked towards his cabinet, where his battle gear was stored. He chuckled for a bit, as he spoke with sadness in his voice. "My son is a usurper and a necromancer. I truly failed as a parent." Johnny and Karna looked at each other, before Karna spoke. "Everyone has the freedom to make choices on their own. Your Majesty, you neither forced him to be a necromancer, nor recede his right to ascend to the throne after you abdicate the throne. His choices are his to make, and so are the consequences that follow." Cervantes took a deep breath, as the sadness disappeared from his voice. Now, with the steely resolve of a warrior emperor, it said, "Wise words. I may have failed as a parent, but I won't fail Hazel Grove as their emperor. The boy is not fit for the throne. He used trickery to imprison me here. A wise move. He could have never taken me down in combat. However, the isolation and the illusion I was trapped in tempered my mind. I am stronger than when I was before my imprisonment." A terrifying smile spread on his face. As he finished suiting up, he glanced back at Karna and said, "That boy has been playing emperor for too long. He needs to be reminded of his place." Johnny and Karna had chills going down their spine. The emperor without his battle gear on, with his bare muscles on display, was already an existence Karna would consciously try avoid battle with. But him clad in full armor, with his sword around his waist, and his regal aura restored, was an existence that Karna would abandon battle and run away from. The pressure he exuded was unreal. Karna could not help but wonder if this aura is what drove millions of soldiers to march at his every command. The aura of a monarch. The trio set out towards the western wing, where Patricia was fighting a ferocious battle. Chapter 345, I was tier 4 before you began to crawl. Rudra was sprawling on the ground. He was aware of his surroundings. However, he could not get up somehow, which was odd considering this was a game, and he was actually fine physically in the real world. The pain ratio of real world to the game was at 5 to 1, which meant players felt 20% the pain they would feel if they had actually underwent the injury, which was not as brutal as actually experiencing it. But nonetheless it pained a lot. However, even with horrendous wounds, like your neck flying clean off, one would only feel a zing before being respawned at the church. However, Ribra currently had a system notification that said, System notification. The pain rating the body will feel is above permissible levels of psychological trauma permitted by the game. It is recommended to die and respawn again. Trying to forcefully endure will result in the character being immobilized due to pain. Ribra cursed. He was in searing pain. However, Patricia was currently embroiled in a very dangerous fight. He needed to get on his feet and help her. He could not just lie down and be useless. Move, stupid body, move. Ribra tried to move. However, the protocols of the game were absolute. It would not let Ribra move a muscle. It was a safety protocol that would prevent players from having lasting psychological trauma. Currently, Ribra had burnt the mana circuit throughout his body. He was in burning pain, like acid running through all his veins, and had a completely shattered arm. A kind of injury that happens when a heavy 1-ton weight lands squarely on one's arm, completely crushing the bone into fine pieces. This was a kind of searing pain that, which even diluted at 20%, was horrifyingly painful, triggering the game's safety mechanisms. Being pierced by 4 swords at once also did not trigger such fierce pain as Ribra experienced currently. Patricia was taking a lot of damage. However, she was dishing out far more. She was like an uncaged beast who was fighting with no regards to her own life. Her only objective was annihilation. The Tier 2 Royal Guards were completely not her match, who she slew left and right like a maniac. Nearly 120 dead bodies sprawled the ground as she made her way through the sea of bodies towards Amon. Rahim had recovered a bit after using some healing spells, and finally joined the battle in restraining Patricia. Things got very complicated once he joined the battle as Patricia's rampage was brought to a halt. Amon finally stood up, as he wiped some blood flowing from his chin. As he said, "How dare you betray your emperor? I will make sure you pay a visit to Satan in hell today." Rage was visible in Amon's eyes, as he had sensed the formation holding Emperor Cervantes being broken. Internally, he was terrified of his father, but currently he was more enraged on those who dragged him to this situation. Amon released a terrifying dark spell that raised 100 undead Durahal Knights and 3 lesser liches. The Durahal were much stronger than the one which Ribra could summon. Ribra's Durahal was initially a level 35 undead when Ribra was a newbie player, but with Ribra's level increasing to 75, Durahal also improved to level 60. However, still his practical use in battle was much limited. However, Amon summoned 100 Durahals, all level 100. Tier 2. While the 3 lesser liches were level 150. Tier 3. Ribra gulped in fear. Looks like he gravely miscalculated the strength of his enemy. His dissatisfaction over his own body not being able to move amplified even further. Patricia was undoubtedly strong, but with Rahim and so many high-level undead and the royal soldiers all together, was too much even for her. Amon shouted, "I'm not weak like before, old man. I am tier 4 now. I can sense your aura. Come battle with me like a man." Amon's hands were trembling. It was clear that he was scared. However, he knew that he could not avoid this fight in any case. He was not spineless. He would not go down without giving his best. However, to Amon's horror, his mass display of strength was reduced to rubble in under 3 seconds. Terrifying sword chi swept through the battlefield accurately. Ribra's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the most beautiful move he had ever seen in his life. It was like 100 world slashes done at once, but with twice the force and speed and minimum action taken. Only the 3 liches were left with a half-disfigured body. As a voice boomed from the distance. It was a regal voice full of authority and power. It said, "I was tier 4 before you were even born." Boy! Ribra knew this voice. It was Emperor Cervantes. He was here. Patricia looked immensely relieved, as the soldiers of the royal palace looked stunned to see the dead emperor return. The funniest reaction was of Rahim, who currently looked paler than the necromancer Amon. He was someone who had accompanied the emperor on the battlefields, and knew firsthand about his terrifying might. Soon a figure emerged from the corridor, as Patricia immediately fell to her knee. In contrast to her hesitation to kneel before Amon, she had no such qualms about kneeling before Cervantes, who gave her a bright smile as he said, "Thank you. The kingdom will remember your debt." Patricia immediately said, "I'm honored, your majesty. However, I'm your humble servant, and it was my duty to do so. I apologize for taking so long. I was unaware you were being held captive. It was incompetence on my part. Rather than a reward, I request punishment for my wrongs." Before Cervantes could utter a word, however, Amon's maniacal laughter spread in the room as he said, "You will have your punishment. Girl, You will have your punishment from the one true emperor. Me. And I sentence you to death. Chapter 346. Why did you do it? Amon was resilient even at the face of danger. It was an admirable quality as a king. However, he just put it to bad use. To be honest, Amon was a great king. If one could look at necromancy as just another form of art, and ignore the fact that he usurped the throne, the guy was good ruler. Amon was undoubtedly strong and charismatic. He was also courageous to lead by example, and had a spine to fight stronger opponents head-on. Only if his natural disposition was not leaning towards evil, he would have made a terrifying monarch. Rudra personally had nothing against Amon, but the man was bad for business. Many regions had severed trade ties with Hazel Grove once he took over the throne. There were mass riots, and the Church of Light felt uncomfortable under a rumored necromancer as the ruler, hence abstaining from public support of the monarchy. This led to an overall tense atmosphere in the kingdom. The tension kept people on their toes at all time, as they saved money and tried to hoard essentials, not knowing when riots would break out and public order disrupted. Hence, it was bad for the economic stimulus Rudra was looking for. A spending economy was a wealthy economy. A saving economy was a slow economy. Even so, he would not have taken action against Amon if he was not forced to do it. Things looked okay now that Karna and Johnny were by his side and Emperor Cervantes had joined the battle with Patricia. However, he was still out of action. Completely useless. Cervantes was gauging his son, his eyes staring holes into his son's guilt. This was a typical dad move. He treated Amon like a complete boy, who was being punished for his wrongdoings, and just like he expected, Amon could not look directly into his eye, no matter how much he grew up. The psychology he had since being a child would not go away so easily. He was guilty, and afraid of retribution. Amon grit his teeth as he said, "Men, attack that old man now." The royal soldiers hesitated. They did not know whether or not to follow the orders of Amon anymore. Emperor Cervantes was still alive. Does that not make Amon's claim to the throne invalid? On the other hand, they did not have the balls to fight Cervantes head-on. But could they disobey a direct order from their current emperor? Caught in a dilemma, everyone just glanced around at one another. Like, what are we supposed to do? These are the situations where the mass mentality comes into play. What one does, the others follow. And on this occasion, one soldier bent the knee. As he said, "Soldier greets the emperor." Immediately everyone else went on their knees and said, "We greet the emperor." Cervantes spread his arms as he said, "It's still my house. Boy, they are still my people." That was actually the case. Although Amon had some guards under his faction, most were loyal to the kingdom, and hence, by extension to him. They believed he was the rightful owner of the throne, and hence served him. But now that Cervantes was here, they naturally would not anymore. Amon's gaze turned a shade colder, as he muttered under his breath that he knew humans were useless. But he wasted not a single breath on those who defected, as he only looked towards Rahim and said, "Are you with me?" Rahim was scared. However, he had long been on the Amon boat. If he left it now, he was someone who would not be let to board the Cervantes boat. He would be left to drown in the ocean. Hence not from loyalty, but from fear. Rahim said, "Of course, my emperor." Amon nodded. Rahim was worth more than all the soldiers combined anyway. It was then that Cervantes said, "Good, good, good. You imprisoned me and took over the throne. I am impressed, son. You have become quite the cunning man. You have the guts to stand up and fight with me. Good. I want my son to be brave and not a coward. You have made allies, though poor in quality, but still a tier 4 mage. Admirable again. It seems my education was not wasted on you." Amon snapped back. "Stop treating me like a kid. I'm not a kid anymore. I'm the ruler of this kingdom, and that throne belongs to me, old man." Cervantes stared angrily at Amon and said, "Silence, boy. Your father is speaking." Amon was immediately stunned to silence. Cervantes said, "The throne was always yours. I was definitely not going to reign forever. But you chose to seize the power from me. Why did you do it? What was your objective after becoming the king? I had long known the fact that you practiced necromancy, but I never thought about interfering with your life, even though I knew it was art that would be frowned upon. Maybe that is where I went wrong." "I went wrong to give you too much freedom, boy. You wanted to enslave Mazikeen, am I correct? And you messed it up, and now, after 700 years of being imprisoned by the royal family of Hazelgrove, Mazikeen is free into the world. How can you be so foolish, boy? Mazikeen is the devil's servant. She serves Lucifer himself. Is a fallen angel's power something you can rival at tier 4? Stupid. Stupid. Stupid." Cervantes was furious. while the others were left to wonder what the hell he was talking about. Everyone except Patricia, who looked pale. Amon would not meet Cervantes' eyes. He was guilty. Cervantes unsheathed his sword and started to walk towards Amon. Raheem was alerted, but just as he raised his hand to stop the advancing king, in a flash of a move that was invisible to the naked eye, a sword slash severed his arm from his shoulder as Raheem let out a screeching scream. Cervantes only looked coldly towards him as he said, "You led my boy astray." Next moment Raheem's head rolled on the ground. There was no fight. There was no struggle. It was an instant death. Karna was stunned seeing this scene. Just what level was Emperor Cervantes at? To be so strong? Coming face to face with Amon, he said, "Noon. No matter how genius. Noon. Breaks from tier 3 to tier 4 as fast as you did. Tell me, boy, did you sell your soul to Lucifer?" Amon suddenly harrowed and looked Cervantes straight in the eye as he said, "Am I someone who would kneel to anyone? I did not kneel before you, old man. God is no different. I stole Lucifer's power to ascend, not borrow it, old man. You don't understand me. And you don't understand my thirst for power. At first, I felt that becoming a king was enough power for me. Just like you. However, the more I interacted with people like those one knights, the more I understood that I would never be respected like you. I could only be feared. And for me to be feared, tier 4 was not enough. I need to be tier 5. And someday tier 6. Because that, old man, is true power. So yes, I took the throne from you. Because that was the only way I could ever have the time and preparation I needed to devour Mazakine's powers. But something went wrong and she escaped. But not before losing half her powers to me. If only it worked perfectly, I would be tier 5 today. And you would kneel before me." It was at that moment that Cervantes raised his right hand, with his palm bent backwards facing the sky. As mana visible to the naked eye started to gather over his hands, circling at high speed, faster and faster, until it became a circular disc golden in color, resonating with the mana of the world, humming gold in color. Amon knew this move very well. It was the legendary move of the first emperor who ruled over the entire northern continent. The tier 5 special move, Disc of Destruction. His eyes widened in shock as he stuttered to ask, You are tier 5? / We have received a super gift of 5,000 coins by Cervantes 91. So today we will have a bonus chapter for that. Thank you for the patronage. / Chapter 347, History of the Royal Family. The Hazelgrove royal family was started with the rise of the first emperor, who was a tier 5 swordsman, able to bend the continent to his will, submitting kingdom after kingdom to finally unify the northern continent under his banner to be crowned as the one true emperor. Following his death, one after the other, the heirs who succeeded him were not up to the task of holding on to such a massive empire that he left behind. As such, over the next 300 years, the size of the empire kept shrinking as more and more kings rose to rebellion. Finally, before 250 years, the current Hazelgrove Kingdom was formed. However, the one who sat on the throne of Hazelgrove Kingdom still kept the ancestral title of the emperor, instead of a king, even if they did not have an empire under their control anymore. It was the burning desire of each and every descendant who took up the throne to restore the glory of the past and expand the kingdom back to becoming an empire. But the times had changed, and Sue had methods of warfare. However, one thing which remained throughout the years was the opposition of the Hazelgrove royal family to the fallen angel Lucifer. During the reign of the first emperor, Mazakine, Lucifer's fierce general, wanted to establish the northern continent as a place that worshipped Lucifer, wanting to spread the Church of Darkness and propagate the one who ruled hell's ideology. But the problem was that the first emperor was a man who was of the light faction and took pride in his practice of the white arts. For him to bow to Lucifer was unacceptable. So naturally he rejected the offer and made the Church of Light as the religion of his continent. This is the reason why majority of the northern continent still is under light faction kings, and also the reason behind Hazelgrove Empire's fall. Mazakine launched a great war against the then emperor, called the First Crusade, as the light faction forces of the church and the state forces took a combined stance against the invading forces led by Mazakine. Mazakine manifested Lucifer's power in that battle, and for a moment used a terrifying tier 6 spell in the Valley of Blood, the place which is now called the Ghost Kingdom, that decimated the light faction army. However, divine power was not something that her mortal body could hope to support. Hence the ramifications of using the spell were heavy for Mazakine, who lost majority of her powers following that incident. Eventually the light faction forces did win, capturing a weakened Mazakine, as she was imprisoned in the now outskirts of Purple Haze City, in a massive underground bunker, kept hidden from the world. A location only those who took the throne in Hazelgrove Kingdom knew about. She kept enslaved for 700 years. Generation after generation. She was guarded against purple mist being released from her body, as she suffered from the recoil for using divine power. However, healing for centuries. She finally attempted to break free when Cervantes was a young man who took the throne. An exceptional warrior. And a true emperor. Cervantes fought a bloody battle against Mazikeen to keep her imprisoned for a few more decades. A fight that gave him all the scars on his body. A near-death fight that Cervantes won through sheer will, even when being the weaker party. The reason behind this was a forbidden technique that stole the opponent's power for oneself. It came at a viscous cost of excruciating pain. However, it was the secret technique of the royal family passed down from ancient times. Yet over all the centuries, Cervantes was the only one who had the guts to use it and be left alive and sane even after it, because the predecessor who tried to use it before went senile. Yet Cervantes stole a very important power from Mazikeen. Mazikeen's special move. Immense time reduction. This move slowed down the flow of time around the user for 5 seconds. It was the move that made Mazikeen unstoppable on the battlefield. And the move that was the key to Cervantes' arsenal as well. Cervantes was an excellent ruler. Someone who could have easily annexed the 2 neighboring kingdoms leading his troops to war, should he have wanted it. But Cervantes did not. And the reason behind it was Lucifer. From the first time that he used Mazikeen's power, he felt an indescribable pressure on his body, as if someone was watching him, filling his mind with temptation and desire. Cervantes spent countless nights recovering from his injuries, while trying not to lose his sense of self to Lucifer. Mazikeen's powers were indirectly linked with Lucifer, and using them had consequences for the caster, which is why Cervantes never used it unless absolutely necessary. Yet this tale remained unsaid. An incident kept tightly under wraps, as not even the queen knew the origin of the king's injuries, thought to be from fighting a bloody war. He never fought. The only person who came to know what transpired was Crown Prince Amon, when Cervantes coronated him as a successor to his throne. And at that exact moment his greed for the power of Mazikeen grew. For Amon, his father, was everything he ever aspired to be. But no matter how high he climbed in life, he could never reach his heights. With Rahim, an ambitious man from the blood merchant organization, brainwashing him, feeding his poison against the king, he was led astray to believe that he could steal Mazikeen's power and become even stronger than his father. However, he knew that until Cervantes was king, he would ever let this happen. Hence why he tried to usurp the power. When the time came, it was also Rahim who caused the problem in the ceremony, as he manipulated the magic runes to cause an explosion. The result being that Mazikeen escaped her bounds, but not before losing half of her strength to Amon. The boy catapulted from level 180 to 255 and became tier 4, and learnt the necromancy spell of raising an army of undead skeletons. Amon at his full power could summon 500,000 skeletons of level 30. He could create an entire fodder army. With him increasing in power, he could increase the quality and quantity of troops. Given time, he would have become a one-man army. Alas, he went the wrong way. / bonus chapter for the super gift from Cervantes 91. Thank him in the comments below. / Chapter 348 Banished. Cervantes looked at Amon and sighed in regret. It pained his heart to do so. But Amon was not fit to be the emperor. Not after what he had done. Mazikeen was on the loose, and Cervantes was sure that a huge war was definitely coming the way of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Hence he said, Lucifer tried to usurp the throne of heaven from God himself and was banished to hell. Stealing his resolve, he continued, You too did the same, and will face the same punishment. You are stripped of your royal title and duties as the crown prince. You are as traitor to the Hazelgrove Kingdom and a wanted criminal within these lands. You will no longer use our family name, and no longer call me father. I, Emperor Cervantes, the first of my name, banish you from Hazelgrove Kingdom. Amon stood in silence as the judgment was passed, his heart being a turmoil of emotions. But he did not hate Cervantes at all. If anything, he felt relieved. However, he could not come to terms with living in exile. Hence tried to foolishly fight. Foolish boy, Cervantes exclaimed, as the flow of time slowed down around him. A kick square on Amon's jaw sent him flying before others could even react to see what happened. Sent flying from the royal palace onto the streets of Hazelgrove. It was the last time Ridra would see Amon for a long time. Sprawled on the floor. Only Ridra saw a speck of water drop on the floor where Cervantes stood looking towards the sky where he kicked Amon off to. Only he understood what it was, while the others saw the back of an absolute monarch. Ridra saw the pain of a father who just banished his son. Yet it was gone in an instant. Such was the life of men. Such was the life of a monarch. There was no time to show affection. No time to grieve. No time to show weakness. Only the brave, and only the strong may call themselves the emperor. Only the brave. Only the strong. The aftermath of this incident was massive. As Ridra got a system notification saying that this mission was cleared, and that rewards awaited him. The grand takeaways of the incident was: 1. Emperor Cervantes was back on the throne of Hazelgrove. 2. Prince Amon was exiled. 3. Emperor Cervantes came out of his isolation as a Tier 5 existence. 4. Mazikeen had escaped her confines, and was mostly going to look for retribution. The whole dynamic of Hazelgrove was about to change. No, the whole dynamic of the continent was about to change. If a Tier 5 existence ruled Hazelgrove, the kingdom was headed to prosperity. And to war. However, Ridra was too tired for that. Seeing how he could still not move, he asked SMG to kill him and send him back to the church. Seemingly it was the only way. However, the moment he was killed, he was forced to log out for 24 hours from the game, to ensure he did not have psychological damage from the event. The moment Ridra logged out, however, he blessed the heavens that the gaming system did what it did. As for a minute in real life, he could not feel his right arm at all. He could see his right arm. He could see it was fine. But no matter how he willed it to move, it would not move. Until Ridra finally was able to move his fingers, then his palm, and slowly his hand. The motor nerves of players was directly being tapped into by the gaming pod. Hence, although players might not realize it themselves, but they were developing motor skills that they learned in game. Ridra was actually proficient now with the sword. It was because he played Omega as a swordsman. Hence the time he spent in game with his hand being broken. His brain actually blocked his nerves to his hand. To stop the pain. The 2 minutes of scare that Ridra had were not describable in words. He never knew Omega could be so terrifying. When he was outside logged out of the game, there were landscape-changing developments occurring in the game. The resurgence of the assumed dead emperor caused a storm to brew nationwide. Most rejoiced. Especially the Church of Light, whose archbishop immediately rushed to the capital. While the normal citizens too were overjoyed. However, there were certain organizations who were not pleased by the regime change. The neighbor countries immediately sent their envoys to check on the situation of the kingdom. Hundreds of thousands had gathered out to the royal palace in a matter of hours, trying to get a glimpse of the king. The city management had underwent crisis mode, as Amelia had to fill in for Ridra, who was missing on such a crucial day. Meanwhile, Johnny, Karna and SMG were retained as royal guests inside the royal court. They were enjoying premium hospitality that the kingdom had to offer. Lastly, in a courtroom full of officials, Cervantes finally climbed up the stairs to the royal throne. As he waited and faced the crowd, Patricia at that moment. All hail Emperor Cervantes, the first of his name, a revered Tier 5 warrior and benevolent ruler, unparalleled, glorious, the son of the emperor, the one to whom the throne rightfully belongs. Bask in his glory and kneel. At this introduction, Cervantes flicked his robe as he took the throne in magnificent glory. The entire hall, kneeling before his majesty, the rightful owner of the throne, was back in power. / guys, save the date for 14th December. It will be a mass release day with me updating 8 chapters. For those of you that don't know, WN has a Christmas mass release event planned. You can all access it in the app. And I have joined that event with a promise of 8 chapters. I hope you guys enjoy. / Chapter 349 Rewards. Ridra did absolutely nothing one day, but tried to recoup from his injury. He spent the whole day relaxing and to stress his body. He had Yum-Do acupuncture on his right hand, so that it stimulates his nerves. Only when he felt his arm movement was back to 100% did he log in back into the game. 25 hours later, back in Purple Haze City, Ridra respawned in the Church of Light, and Cardinal Lee was supposedly waiting for his arrival. Cardinal Lee bowed in respect towards Ridra as he said, "Honorary Bishop, you have done yet another great service for the church. Your merit keeps building and building. I could see it from the day I met you. You will become a great man someday." Ridra blushed at THR's sudden compliment. He did not know what was going on. So he just sat there awkwardly smiling. His arm was now in a cast, and much of his special moves that required mana were sealed for 30 days' time. System notification. Due to heavy injuries suffered to the user's right arm and a heavily burnt mana circuit, user is restricted from mobilization of mana and usage of the injured arm for 30 days' time. Darkness Blast, Stormbringer, Darkness Bind, Blink, and many more of his combat moves were now shown in red, meaning Ridra could currently not use them. His bracelet was supposedly within the cast, and Ridra was pretty sure he could not use it either. Currently Ridra's strength was reduced to 1/4 th of his overall combat potential. He was at his weakest. Sighing, Ridra finally understood the gravity of the situation. Solar Beam was not an attack his body could handle at this point in game. He was someone who was always living on the edge. Him being so thoroughly weakened made his life a lot more difficult. Ridra always did missions that were near impossible to achieve. However, none of them were a breeze to clear. Everything required him to be at 100% of his game all the time. In such condition, if Ridra gets a SSS-rated mission, he was sure to fail miserably. Just as Ridra got up, Cardinal Lee gestured the servants to bring some robes, following which Ridra was dressed in an attire that screamed Church of Light personnel. Cardinal Lee said, "There is a massive court today, Honorary Bishop. There are many dignitaries from other countries present at the ceremony. The Emperor has requested your presence. We must go at once." Ridra understood the game. He had become a tool for the Church to show their involvement in the Emperor retaking their throne. They wanted to advertise that the Church of Light was very much competent and very much active. Ridra thought for it a bit and decided that his connection to the Church was not a bad thing, and that he could wear the colors proudly. It was a privilege at the end, even if it was a marketing ploy. Hence Ridra adorned in expensive intricate jewelry and a regal white robe with red embroidery that had the symbol of the Church at the back, went alongside a similar robe wearing Cardinal Lee to the royal palace. While walking, Ridra had to resist the urge to jump and stretch his body. He was not going to fight. He was going to the royal court for civil reasons, and hence needed to rein in his battle spirit. From the moment he entered the royal palace, the guards everywhere started to bow to him, till he reached the royal court. Every single guard he passed by had sent him a salute. This perplexed Ridra. Why was he being treated so specially today? A member of the Church then went in ahead of Ridra and Cardinal Lee into the court and announced, "Cardinal Lee of the Church of Light is entering alongside the Honorary Bishop of the Church and the benefactor of the son of the Empire, Emperor Cervantes, Lieutenant Shikuni." Ridra raised an eyebrow. Lieutenant? He checked his status panel, as it had a new title added. Player name, Shikuni/Augustus I Knight. Title, Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Reputable Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Honorary Bishop of the Church of Life. World-renowned. Heir of Augustus I Knight. Limit Breaker. The one who defies all odds. Dragon Slayer. Lieutenant General of the Hazelgrove Army. Class, Knight. Subclass, Explosion Artist. LVL, 79. Tier 2. Stats. AGI, 822 plus 411 Vit, 822 plus 411. Int, 822 plus 411 STA, 822 plus 411. PHY, 822 plus 411 HP, 122. 000/122. 000. Unassigned stat points shocked. Hidden stats. Luck. Charm. Infamy, invalid. Status, healthy. Equipment, Knight Armor Set, LV75. Lich's Ring. Concealer Mask, not equipped. Retractable Shield, epic. Sun God's Bracelet, legendary. Weapons, Wind Cutter Sword. Common Bow. Quiver of Arrows. Excalibur Sword, replica. Elven Sword, semi-legendary. Skills, Darkness Bind. Summon Knight Durahel. Wind Slash. Critical Absorb. Berserk. Darkness Blast. Death Slash. Eyes of Truth. Earthquake. Critical Block. Blink. Stormbringer. Swift Retreat. Illusion Sword. Suppression Art. 3-point Stab. Twin Blade Hurricane. Twin Blade Cross Slash. Claymore. Overheard Slash. Solar Restore. Solar Flare. Solar Blast. Solar Descent. Solar Beam. Class-specific skills, Knight's Companion. Knight's Valor. Golden Ratio. Full Counter. Mount, Grey Wolf. Pet, Furball, Divine Nine Tails. Ridra had a new title. Lieutenant General of the Hazelgrove Army. Lieutenant General of the Hazelgrove Army, title, for your merits and service to the kingdom. Emperor Cervantes has crowned you lieutenant. You are in command of the 1st Division of 100,000 Royal Soldiers and the Special 1 Knight Division of 100,000 soldiers, for a total of 2 divisions and 200,000 soldiers under your command. The 3rd highest military rank, under the highest rank Emperor and 2nd highest rank War General. You are one of the 6 lieutenants of Hazelgrove Kingdom. / bonus chapter for hitting the golden ticket target. Guys, the power stones have really slowed down over the last 15 days or so. I still give out bonuses even if I don't explicitly mention it. My chapter rate is the proof. Please don't stop voting. And let's crank it back up. / Chapter 350 Lieutenant General. Rudra was surprised to see the Lieutenant General title for 2 main reasons. 1. It belonged to Karna in his past life. The guy became the Lieutenant General after playing the game for 3 years at peak of Tier 3. 2. The road to accumulating enough merits to be promoted in the military was massive. You needed to have a life of a soldier. Go on missions to slowly make your way up from soldier to party leader, to squadron leader, to captain to commodore, to major to lieutenant, to finally a general. Yet here Rudra was. Not a day spent at the military. Being promoted to the post of lieutenant. Being a lieutenant meant that he had a lot of special privileges now. One being the absolute control of the 1st Division of the Royal Army. He could potentially station troops within Purple Haze City now, instead of the Greenwater military base. He would gain the highest level of access for the military special shops and restricted areas inside Hazelgrove Kingdom. State secret technology, blueprints, and testing facilities would now all fall in his lap. This was massive for Rudra, who was preparing for an eventual war with the Triads. The defense of Purple Haze City would have a definite one-up. However, the most important point for him to currently consider was the fact that what was the attached string to this problem? What was the responsibility that came along with the power? Rudra instantly became cautious. As he looked across the room, banner men holding flags of their own countries were lined up in the hall. Rudra saw the flag of Nightcloud's kingdom, Ghost Kingdom, Aqua's kingdom, NPC Kingdom of Dwarves, NPC Kingdom of Lizardmen, and finally NPC Kingdom of Elves. Ruby was in the courtroom, with a slight tear in her eye, as she looked towards Rudra, probably because of the cast and the injury. For a moment Rudra's heart wrenched inside his chest, as he saw the drop of tear form in her eye. He never felt so powerless or so frustrated in one single moment as he did right now. But there was also some joy. The joy of seeing her. She was here, but knowing how he could not linger her gaze over her too much longer. Rudra forced himself to focus on his shoe. As he started to analyze it in great detail, what a wonderful shoe. What artistic design. What great tear-like gems. Tears. No, what ruby-like gems. Ruby. Have a grip. Have a grip. Calm. Rudra thought. Then Rudra thought of the most sobering thing he could think of. The ugly lowly Hami. And instantly, he was able to regain control over himself. His expression returned to being blank and expressionless as he walked towards the Emperor. Approaching the throne. Rudra took a knee as he greeted His Majesty. Your humble subject greets your eminence. I am blessed to see you healthy and on your throne. Cervantes smiled and gestured him to rise. Only then did Rudra notice Patricia standing right below the throne. As she gave him a wink. Emperor Cervantes said, How are your injuries? Mayor Shikuni. Rudra immediately understood the underlying meaning behind the question. There was a clear line he drew with addressing him as the mayor of Purple Haze City, and not as the honorary bishop of the church. Rudra sighed internally, but did not let it show on the surface. As he said, Better, your majesty. The church took good care of me. Cardinal Lee and Archbishop Peter beamed at this reply. Rudra had decided to side with the church. Emperor Cervantes raised an eyebrow, and chuckled as he said, Well, I need to thank Cardinal Lee for this then. Cardinal Lee bowed and replied, Honorary bishop is a truly gifted and treasured personnel favored by the goddess. It was our duty to help him. Emperor Cervantes said, Honorary Bishop Shikuni, I spent a great amount of time with General Patricia one night, who speaks in length about your valor and a tactical mind unlike any other. I naturally value talent, and for the merit of helping me out of my prison, I decided to award you with the post of Lieutenant of 1st Division of Royal Forces. Of course, you may choose to accept or decline this post. However, if you choose to accept, know that you will need to answer the call of war when required, and the call will come, because I need good leaders who can drive our forces through the heart of enemy lines. Rudra had nothing to think about here as he said, It is my honor to serve your eminence. At the decisive reply of Rudra, Emperor Cervantes smiled. This was an ideal quality of a soldier in command. Decisiveness. If he would have said he needed time to think over the choice, it would have resulted in a lower evaluation from Emperor Cervantes. Cervantes said, Good. Take your place in the court. Lieutenant, today is an important session. And an important session it was. With Emperor Cervantes reaching Tier 5, the balance of power had started to shift. Hazelgrove Kingdom was stronger than before, and may take this chance to expand its boundaries. Those kingdoms which were present in the courtroom today were here only to figure out one thing. What was Hazelgrove's stance going to be towards foreign aggression? Yesterday they had arrived to the capital and received the news that the Emperor had successfully promoted himself to Tier 5 in the period of absence there was when everyone assumed him to be dead. Many questions were raised as to what happened to Prince Amon. But the official stance that Hazelgrove officials were asked to take was that he was currently undergoing secluded training. That Amon did not usurp the throne, and that Emperor Cervantes was thought dead. Everyone suspected the legitimacy of the story. However, no one could call the Hazelgrove officials outright liars. Could they? However, the shock that everyone got regarding the king being promoted to Tier 5 was massive enough for everyone to forget about everything else. The impending question now was, what would Hazelgrove Kingdom do? Even Rudra was anxious to know. Just how would the game change now that Cervantes was Tier 5 and on the throne of Hazelgrove?